pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll with Atlantis.
Water towers can fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight outside SC off. Bring in SC off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, you know the drill. It is currently the 13th of June, 2022, and we are all waiting with bated breath to get the results of the FAA's environmental assessment, the programmatic environmental assessment, as it turns out. John Galloway with NASASpaceflight here. Got some of the NASASpaceflight folks, and we are going to be waiting as I guess it's June 13th, and we're about 13 minutes away from when the FAA has allegedly said they're going to be releasing this report. Of course, the report critical to the future of Starbase across the board, Starship program across the board, I guess you could say. And just today, we are expecting to get more information on exactly what that's going to mean. Doing a little bit of a special NSF Live here. We did not do an NSF Live on Sunday, had some other launch things going on, so sort of slipping it to Monday given that announcement from the FAA. Let me get some other people onto audio here with me. I believe in the studio, we've got Mr. Adrian Beal. Adrian, you here?
I am here, and I'm very excited to be here. What a cool, interesting day at least that will arrive today, and I'm looking forward to read this document.
All right, of course, you've heard Adrian's voice on the streams before. Adrian, thank you so much for being with us. Also, we have Mr. Alex Physics. You need to change your name in Discord so I can just read your name. Alex, how are you doing?
Oh boy, I'm super nervous about whatever the outcome might be, and I don't know, man. It's finally we're here, right?
just let the programmatic assessment wash over you. Alex, you'll be fine, okay? Alex, thank you so much for joining us. Also out, I guess, sort of in the field, not the normal field, but out in and about today, we've got Mr. Jack Beyer. Jack, we got you on comms?
I am on comms. Do you hear me well?
We hear you. We might need you to enunciate, speak a little bit more directly at the microphone so we can hear you a little bit louder, but I think we got you. Jack, Chat, did y'all hear Jack there, 5x5? Let us know in chat.
I am speaking loudly at the microphone.
Sound like you're excited about this, Jack. Jeez.
Oh, I am. I don't think I've ever been so excited to read a PDF in my entire life. I mean, hopefully we're about to get it here in the next 10 minutes or so, question mark? But yeah, this is going to be a hoot. It's already been pretty wild today on various space discords that I'm in. It's almost like when you have a bunch of friends that are Apple nerds, and it's like about to be a keynote or a new iPhone dropping, and you're like, "Oh, let's talk about the It's this is it. Hopefully, I still kind of don't believe this is it, but this is it, and we should be getting a statement here soon. And I'm excited. Yes, I'm very excited. I can't even think straight. I'm just like buzzing right now. It's like weird space Christmas morning.
Nice space Christmas morning. I like it. I like space Christmas morning. That's a good way to think about it. Also, y'all, Michael Baylor's in the background, not on comms right now, but of course he'll be pulling the levers and clicking the switches and make sure all the lights blink in the appropriate order to get you the dulcet sounds of our voices and the audio and video straight from Starbase. So again, today, the PEA, the Programmatic Environmental Assessment, it has been said by the FAA themselves in a report from Reuters, I think it was, that they would be releasing this assessment at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's in about 10 minutes from right now. And I'm like, is the clock wrong? Why does it say that it's 1 o'clock or 0 o'clock? Is it midnight? No, there's a countdown timer apparently Michael's put in the upper left-hand corner.
I love
it. It says T-minus 9 minutes and 11 seconds. But hey, keep in mind, folks, this is what the FAA has said they were going to do. Pretty high confidence there because they said it. It's not just like a link on a website or something like that. It may be minutes afterwards. Who knows where it's going to come from? Is it going to be a tweet? Is it going to be an email that goes out to the press list? Is it going to be posted on the website? I imagine we may run into the situation.
Out.
Wait, what?
There we go.
Is it out?
Well,
nice. As soon as I'm doing the disclaimer? it comes out 10 minutes early that, oh, it may be 2:15 or something like that.
Yeah, here we go. I've clicked the PDF. I have clicked it. I am reading it.
All right, it does. It says Final Programmatic Environmental Assessment, PEA, Executive Summary for Starship Super Heavy, last updated Monday, June 13th, 2022. So let's pop this thing open and see what it says. And I believe Michael's getting set up to show it on the screen. There we go. There's the executive summary. And we want to find the most relevant section. How long is this document? This is...
It's a lot of pages.
40? Yeah, 43 pages it says.
Yep.
But where would we want to find the most... Is there like another announcement about this? Is there a summary that says what it is? How do we... Because this is, like, we were actually fretting this in advance. We didn't want to read it wrong and say the wrong thing because a lot is riding on this. And we are looking for the exact page to see what we should show on the screen.
I'm seeing a table with a lot of mitigations.
Okay, that's good.
So there's mitigations, clearly. Let's keep reading. You know, like you said, we don't want to just blurt out something that's incorrect. So we are all frantically scrolling through the document. Is there a second document? Did I just see that in?
Yeah, it looks like
There
it.
it is.
Again, y'all, we see it, but we want to make sure. Michael will just write it on the screen for us. It says in the document, therefore, the preparation of an environmental impact statement is not required, and the FAA is issuing this mitigated finding FONSI of no significant impact. The FAA has made this determination in accordance with its crossed out, but it must not be important because Michael crossed it out. So that right there is what we have been looking for, and quite frankly, what we were expecting. A couple different ways this could have gone, y'all. The EIS, the Environmental Impact Statement, that is not required. Circle that, Michael. Not required. The Environmental Impact Statement would have been, I guess, besides you just can't do anything, the largest impact. It may have taken years to do a full EIS study, and they are saying that that is not required. That's a very involved process. And instead of the EIS, they are issuing the Mitigated Finding of No Significant Impacts, FONSI. You may have heard us say FONSI or Mitigated FONSI, and that's exactly what the document is saying here. So what does that mean? We're going to go through some of the details in the document. Of course, we just got it too, so we're going through the details. But the finding of no significant impact means, well, there's no huge significant impacts as long as you mitigate some things doing these mitigations, I guess is the right way to say it, right? So again, it is a FONSI, it is a mitigated FONSI, it is no significant impact as long as they mitigate some specific concerns or impacts using these things that are going to be listed in the document. So let's see here. Again, we're going through it. We're making sure that we can get some of the exact requirements. There's
Yeah, it looked like
no,
the mitigations start on what is it, page 30? No, 20. Oh, wow, there's a lot of mitigations.
It is. And again, we're doing this live. Like, this dropped while we were actively talking to you. I was, like I said, doing my disclaimer saying it may be 30 minutes, and then they dropped it.
It's like that time we went live for Starship lifting with the chopsticks, and it was like, well, it's going to take 12 hours, and then it ended up taking like 30 minutes or something insane.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, this is good though. A mitigated FONSI is exactly what what the smart money was on this entire time. Yeah, sort of what we expected. With all of the things that they wanted to do, with the huge differences between Falcon Heavy, which was what they were currently operating, under a sort of agreement or proposal for, versus, Falcon Heavy versus Starship. Obviously, Starship is way, way bigger. And so this is, if they had said environmental impact statement, one of the other possible outcomes, that would have been bad in the sense that it would have taken a long time for that sort of thing to be completed. I mean, that can take on the order of years. So, so no environmental impact statement is good. It definitely seems like there would be no, what is Michael highlighting? Within 6 months of the issuance of the BO, SpaceX will coordinate with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Yeah, what is U.S. ACE? and Texas Department of Transport to determine feasibility of conducting wildlife crossings along State Highway 4 west of the first public hard checkpoint to benefit the ocelot and jaguarundi. If a
Really?
wildlife crossing is deemed feasible by each of the coordinating parties, pending regulatory or other approvals from applicable agencies, SpaceX will fund the construction of one wildlife crossing west of the first public hard checkpoint within 1 year of the mutual determination of feasibility. So that's a perfect example of a mitigation.
Yep, that's back towards
and-
Brownsville. That's like between Starbase and Brownsville. The hard checkpoint's there at the Y, and sometimes, that's where we have the cameras. Whenever we're showing the roadblock that comes up, that's the hard checkpoint. And they're talking about making a wildlife crossing. I don't know if that's an underpass or something like that. A lot of times it is an underpass. It's like a raised bridge, then some natural area underneath the road so that the animals aren't trying to cross the road. And apparently they're going to talk to a couple different departments on whether or not that'll benefit the ocelot and jaguarundis.
Yep, and they're going to put an employee shuttle between Brownsville and the Launch Control Center and vertical launch area, so that again, it's going to be limiting the number of vehicles that are driving down Highway 4, which also will likely help wildlife. I mean, roadkill is a thing that happens. It just does. And,
parking out there as well, because they have
and
all the contractor vehicles parked on the side of the road, and then you have to build more parking lots, which is more runoff, more impact to the surrounding environment. So shuttling employees back and forth does make a lot of sense. What else we got? We're just looking at the document here, like literally doing it live.
Side note,
Stand
ocelots are
by.
cool.
I just got a statement from the FAA.
All right, put it up.
But yeah, just to while
Let's
he's
see that.
putting that up.
Somebody
Ocelots
read
are
it.
cool.
It's in our chat.
Oh, geez.
Oh boy.
Wow.
I mean, should I just read this, or what do we want to do here?
Hey, Jack, go for it. FAA requires SpaceX. Go.
Decisions on launch license still pending. The Department of Transportation's FAA will require SpaceX to take more than 75 actions to mitigate environmental impacts from its proposed plan to launch Starship and Super Heavy from Boca Chica, Texas.
Wow.
The actions are part of the agency's. I mean, I said there was a lot of mitigations when I was scrolling through the table there. The actions are part of the agency's environmental review. The environmental review must be completed along with public safety, national security, and other analyses before a decision on whether to grant a launch license can be made. The license application is still pending. That's good to point out. I mean, the draft environmental assessment or the programmatic environmental assessment and that dropped today. The final PEA is one piece of the puzzle. The next piece of the puzzle is sort of this launch license situation.
It's a step in the right direction, though. Like, it is a
100%,
step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's like the dominoes are falling, right? Like, this is what we want to see and what we sort of expected and hoped for. Let's see, the document or the statement continues. Let's see. After consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, there will be more advanced notices of launches to reduce how long State Highway 4 is closed during launch ops. The highway traverses Boca Chica Beach, Texas State Parks, and the Lower Rio Grande National Wildlife Refuge. Closures will not be allowed on 18 identified holidays. Weekend restrictions are limited to no more than 5 weekends per year, ensuring
10% of the weekends.
robust access to the refuge and park throughout the calendar year. The FAA will also require real-time notifications when access restrictions begin and/or are canceled.
All right.
Additional measures to address impacts to fish, wildlife, plants, and resources protected by the National Historic Preservation Act will be required. Because, fun fact, there's like, what is it? Civil War battlefields off of Highway 4, like on your way to the launch site. Like you pass historical markers, so it's not even just wildlife; it's also straight up history. Some examples of these measures include ongoing monitoring of vegetation and wildlife by a qualified biologist, ensuring notification of surrounding communities in advance about potential engine noise and sonic booms from launches. Sweet. Coordinating with state or federal agencies to remove launch debris from sensitive habitats, adjusting lighting at the launch complex to minimize impact on wildlife and the nearby beach.
All right.
The required actions are part of the FAA's Programmatic Environmental Assessment Finding of No Significant Impact, FONSI, and Record of Decision, ROD. The documents are available at URL. So, I mean, there you have it. The statement concludes, the environmental review is one part of the FAA launch operator license process. SpaceX must also meet FAA safety, risk, and financial responsibility requirements before a license is issued for any launch activities. The review was completed in accordance with the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, and all applicable laws, regulations, and agency guidance. So,
Excellent.
it's like let's digest that a little bit, shall we? Like, let's have a little bit of soda water and some digestive aids, and let's grok this. 75 mitigations. 75.
75, Jack?
75. Are we ever going to get tired of doing it? We're never going to get tired of doing that. Wait, is 75 divisible by 9? No, it's not.
Oh, geez, no.
I'm good at math.
So again, folks, if you're just joining us, just about 10 minutes before 2 o'clock Eastern Time, the FAA dropped the results of the Programmatic Environmental Assessment, the PEA, the environmental study that everybody's been talking about. And it's good news. It's not a blank slate saying, hey, do whatever you want and just run over Jaguar Undies left and right. Nobody would have expected that would have been the right thing to say. It does say that SpaceX is not going to significantly impact the area as long as they mitigate some specifically identified impacts. So this is good. This is exactly what we expected to see. This is good for SpaceX.
Oh, yeah.
It means they can continue marching forward. They're going to have some very clear things that they need to do, like the wildlife crossing that we saw. That's one of the very specific things that they're going to need to do. But all of this is good for Starbase. Now, we are going to continue to dig through some of the specific mitigations because I imagine there's going to be some launch cadence differences, the number of tests they can do, like what can they actually do. Of course, it wouldn't be great for Starbase if they came through and said, well, you can only launch once every 3 years, because that definitely doesn't fit with the way that SpaceX does. I mean, I guess they've launched once every 1 year at this point, but hey, we're waiting on this document here. So,
I mean, yeah, this is quite a document to have to search through. I know I saw something about the sea turtles. Let me hang on a second.
Yeah. And I mean, Michael, if you're just scrolling through it, we can look at stuff if we see anything specific. It's a big document, y'all, as expected.
Yeah, I'm just skimming. And if I see something that's like particularly noteworthy, I'm stopping.
Yeah, and we also have, while we talk, we've got Alex and Adrian looking in more detail at some specific sections. And I think Adrian has run some of the numbers here. Sounds like a spreadsheet-related thing.
Yes.
Adrian, what did you find about the launch cadence? Is there anything like that that's changed?
I looked at the annual operations table again, which, if you remember the draft PEA that came out a bit earlier, that basically shocked a lot of people because there was little launch cadence there. There was, in the operational phase, only 5 launches per year in Boca Chica. And this is the case again in the final PEA executive summary, which right now says that in the current proposal by SpaceX, it mentions 5 Starship suborbital launches per year and 5 Super Heavy launches per year. So right now, this is not proposing basically daily launches or something. It is only proposing 5 Super Heavy launches a year.
Does it say how many years or anything like that? Right now, this doesn't say it. It only says that this also includes, like, this whole number includes test flights. So, for example, the suborbital launches, and that they also might conduct super heavy prototype tests, which are not yet approved under a separate license. So it does not say a yearly limit, but this is right now what is covered in this assessment. Okay, so that's not correct me if I'm wrong, that's not a huge change from what we saw before.
No. Nope.
It's not
but
saying
I was looking
launch,
at that.
Yeah. It doesn't say, okay, launch, once a day or anything like that, but it doesn't say you can't launch at all. Now, the way that things have been going, it is, they certainly have a lot of ships sitting around, but I think that the cadence is something they can work into. That's probably the sort of thing where they conduct these experimental launches and they go well, and maybe they can apply to have more, something along those lines. I imagine that might not be a limit forever, but as they sort of ramp up operations, that's sort of the starting point, if I had to guess.
Michael is just Control F operations right now. I love it. The thing,
Michael, go ahead.
Michael, it's on page S11 of the final PEA executive summary. There it is. Yes. So there it says 5 Starship suborbital launches and 5 super heavy launches again. That's the same as in the draft, so they did not change these numbers for whatever they aspire for Boca Chica in the future.
And that's 10 total launches, because you've got the Starship suborbital launch. Is that a hypersonic test? Is it a landing test? Whatever, right? We've seen those happen from the suborbital pads before. But the Starship Super Heavy launch, I guess it's just labeled Super Heavy launch, that's what we've never seen before, and they've got 5 of those annually, says proposed there. So, hey, that's better than none.
This makes me sad in a way, because what was it, in the second part of Tim's Elon interview, the Tim Dodd Everyday Astronaut, Elon straight up said, like, no, we're not going to do any sort of hypersonic or suborbital flights anymore. There's not enough to be learned from it. So maybe that's just sort of an artifact in there, or maybe this is just going to keep the fire in all of us nerds alive for more Starship suborbital testing.
Yeah, I can point out probably to some of those things in some of the changes. The document talks about changes that SpaceX is going to do on its activities. So,
What
Michael,
page?
if you could go to the final, not to the summary one, but the full final PA. There's a section in page 8 where it talks about some of the aspects. Like it says, in addition, SpaceX clarified aspects of its proposed action in response to public and agency comments, as well as other developments. And it talks about remove construction and operation of the desalination plant, natural gas pretreatment system, liquefier, blah, blah, blah. But it also talks about how SpaceX now does not plan to do a lot of testing in suborbital launches. So it says they removed the program development phase identified in the draft PA, including the advancement of a Starship through testing under SpaceX's existing license. Under the proposed action, SpaceX may continue to conduct some prototype testing and suborbital launches. However, SpaceX plans to shift focus to orbital launches and conduct fewer suborbital launch operations. So that basically confirms what Elon told to Tim, that no, we're not gonna do, we're not gonna do any sort of suborbital flight or something like that with Ship 20, and probably not with a lot of other prototypes down the line, to be honest.
I cry because seeing a Starship fly so slowly upwards was like one of the coolest things I've ever seen, and I'm so thankful that I got to see that. That was quite a unique time in history.
You can see there, Michael is trying to point out some few things.
And this was some of the sort of expected descoping, right? Like, in order to minimize the impact, you can descope some of the stuff that's not necessarily critical to Starship development. So do you really need a desalination plant there just so that you can handle the Starship launches? It may have been helpful for facilitate deluge for the launch pad or whatever, but it's not absolutely necessary that you have that thing there. Do you need a power plant? Well, desalination, like, knowingly, what's the right word? Desalination takes a lot of power, basically, to make happen. And so if you're going to run a desalination plant, you may need a power plant to do that. And here, because they're no longer doing a desalination plant, you don't need a natural gas power plant anymore, right? So, or it doesn't require a power plant. Sorry, I didn't say natural gas. But descoping things like that definitely decreases the impact of the area without necessarily slowing down Starship development itself, right? And maybe these are things that they'll do at the Cape. Maybe they're things they'll do at Boca in the future after they've got lots of launches under their belt or something like that. But all of these things, again, it made sense, and we were sort of expecting some of that descoping just to make it a little bit less complicated.
Yep.
Let's
Michael
see
is
here.
highlighting about the increase of megatons the full stack would produce would result in less than 1 decibel change. It would not constitute a negligible, and would constitute a negligible. Oh my God, I can't even talk. It wouldn't be a big deal. It doesn't change the amount of noise appreciably. I can say appreciably, but I can't say negligible. What's wrong with me? That's good.
We saw a few comments, a few complaints, sort of like, oh well, but they have changed to Raptor 2 now, and they have, different amount of engines, so it doesn't fit with the kind of noise studies that they did for the initial PA that they did last year. So, here is the FAA saying, okay, well, at the end of the day, those changes are not such a huge deal compared to the overall scheme of things. Like, it's still a big rocket and a lot of
Yeah,
thrust
less than
at the end of the day.
1 decibel change. That's nothing.
But luckily,
Right? Yeah, that's nothing.
That's the way that decibels sort of work. Like, a lot of people don't understand the decibel scale isn't like a direct scale, and we've talked about
or
this.
whatever, right?
Yeah, we've talked about this on the stream. Like, doubling the number of engines doesn't necessarily double the sound pressure level, the sound output, right? It's not sort of a linear, oh, well, 1 engine is this, so 10 engines is that, and 33 engines is that. So I don't think I'm too surprised about the fact that they found that that's not going to make a huge difference in the thrust difference there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Here, how about I run through some super chats real quick, because we've gotten a bunch in and we haven't done that yet, and we literally can't do what we do without y'all's support. So thank you so much. Tom CH, they say, well, hopefully the wait will have been worth it. I think so. Thank you for the support. I think it's worth it. I mean, we have news. Yay, news. It's so much better than, just sitting here wondering what's going to happen. Is it going to be an impact statement? Is it going to be so now we know. This is good. Definitely worth the wait. Happy Cappy says yes in all caps. And if you are on our Discord, then you can just imagine me posting the Mr. Burns yes gif, because that's what I love to do. Thank you for the support, Happy Cappy. Speaking of our Discord, we do have a membership program. That's another way you can support us, in addition to the super chats and what have you. If you want to become a member, if you want to get on our Discord, it's Capcom level and above. But even if you can't do that, the various other levels that we have other sweet perks. So we actually do have some new members. Sean Smith, thank you for joining up. Courtney Baker, thank you for joining. And Mike Matisse, thank you for joining. That is awesome of all of you. I didn't quite see what levels you came in at, but again, at the different levels you get different perks. You get like preview videos and photos from Nick and Mary out in the field, and you get Discord access, like I said, with Capcom and above. So what is Michael? Michael, I'm trying to read super chats. What are you, in coordination with Texas Department of Transportation and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, SpaceX will install 5 signs along State Highway 4 to inform the public on areas such as sensitive areas of the National Wildlife Reserve and the dunes, where they may not watch ongoing activities and launches. Signs would be installed within 6 months of issuance of the BO.
And so that's been a problem. Yeah, that's been an ongoing problem. People crawling all over the dunes, illegally parked vehicles staying on the beach, all sorts of things that are sort of a nuisance, I guess, to the natural area there. And we're aware that sometimes the Fish and Wildlife officers are out there having to pull people out of the dunes, saying, hey, you can't be there, you can't put that camera there, whatever. And SpaceX installing signs, it says SpaceX is responsible, right? It's just, I guess it says signs would be installed. SpaceX will install 5 signs. Yeah, it says it right there. So there'll be, I guess, more clear notification that this is an area that you can't be in to watch the ongoing operations, which is things like lifts and daily works and that sort of thing. And then also, I mean, clearly you shouldn't be in the dunes for a launch. So I don't think that that's unexpected either. I think that's already the law. It just hasn't been very clearly, I guess, signed or communicated out there. You know?
There just hasn't been any signage, and now there will be 5 signs.
5 signs?
5 signs. Okay, we've done it twice in one stream.
Not enough. Anyways.
we did it twice in one stream. We have to stop. We have. It's like a drug.
It rhymed.
That's why I did it. We already did the joke, but 5 signs and 9 times. It was too good. It was too good. I couldn't leave it on the table. I'm sorry for everyone that's rolling their eyes right now.
All right, what's up next here? Look, we got another thing to talk about.
Who wants to read this one? Someone else do it. I'm annoying. No one wants to hear me talk.
Look at this. SpaceX is going to install bird cams. SpaceX will continue to offer enhanced satellite monitoring via solar-powered Starlink to the Peregrine Fund for continuous video coverage of northern Aplomado falcon habitat to aid in biological monitoring. Well, I could sneeze and deploy that tomorrow for them.
I was going to say, if anyone at SpaceX needs a hand with this, something tells me DAS is super good at deploying autonomous robotic cameras, especially in the area of Starbase, and/or potentially powered by Starlink.
Solar-powered Starlink 24/7 cameras monitoring things? You don't say. If only you knew somebody who could do that.
I'm just gonna say this right now, Das. Please don't leave us and start working at SpaceX. We need you.
Hey, it won't take me that long to install them. It's fine. I'll be back.
All right.
Also,
Cool.
the next one talks about the sea turtles.
Yay, turtles!
What's up with
I
the
like
sea
49.
turtles?
If a sea turtle nests are discovered prior to closure or security sweep, SpaceX will coordinate with the Sea Turtle Inc. to remove eggs prior to launch. That's 49. Findings will be included in the annual reports. So they have to make sure that the sea turtles are also cleared, basically, when they operate there.
And look, SpaceX will provide a dedicated space for Sea Turtle Inc. volunteers on SpaceX property to monitor the beach and conduct pre- and post-launch surveys. I sort of feel like they already do that because the Sea Turtle
already do
ATV
that.
goes out. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was going to say. If you spend any appreciable amount of time in Boca Chica,
Yup.
you will invariably hear an ATV going by, which is curious because I don't think ATVs are allowed on the beach for the general public. Certainly not the dunes. But either way, you hear an ATV coming by, and you look,
Yep.
and it's a volunteer wearing a. Are they wearing red polos, or am I making that up? Memory is fallible, everybody.
I don't know if they have a
but either way,
vest or something. It's obvious they're the Sea Turtle people.
they've got a little cooler on their
Yep.
on their ATV, and it says Sea Turtle Inc. And you know it's the Sea Turtle Inc. people, which, you know. Just a quick side note: if you're looking for something to do in Boca Chica or South Padre Island, go check out Sea Turtle Inc. Your like visitation fee or whatever, that money goes towards helping save sea turtles, and it's a cool thing. You get to see sea turtles, and it's just an interesting thing to do. People are always asking, like, well, what should I do? I'm going to Starbase. Go check out Sea Turtle Inc. That's neat
something
that they.
super important to point out here, because we're like, oh wow, 75. That sounds like a lot, but number 50, Michael, go back to number 50 if you could. They're already doing that.
Yep.
Some of the mitigations, it seems they are already doing. Now, are they going to give them a bigger building or a garage or something like that? Maybe there'll be some improvements to it. But I wonder how many of these mitigations, like 75 doesn't seem like such a high number if they're
No.
already doing some of them, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, sorry to
and
jump in there, Jack.
No, you're good. And Arg,
Also-
Arg in chat has said, regarding sea turtles, look at the Fonzie, beginning on page 30. A lot of the measures are sea turtle related. So
Yep.
that's cool. That is a good thing. We want to not just run roughshod over the wildlife. Not that SpaceX has done that at any point so far, but yeah, this is good. It's a good thing.
Can I?
Sea turtles are indeed. Go, yeah, please.
Yeah, Adrian, go.
Also, other things they are already doing. I just skimmed through the mitigations again. There are things, for example, in the area. Let me see. That is BO terms and condition number for 34, which mentions that during cryogenic testing and other pressure tanks, they need to have the tanks tethered, for example. And we see them already doing this. Also,
Yep.
33 talks about them having to construct barriers that limit like debris, and also that we saw them starting build barriers in the last few months. So they are already working on some of these mitigations.
Yeah, that's a good point. They've built a lot of dirt berms and whatnot, and they've taken some down, and they've put more up, and they've changed how the fence or the wall at the launch site is constructed. It definitely seems like SpaceX could have gotten a jump on a lot of these things. I mean, they definitely seem to have, when we saw them drop the desalination plant, that was kind of already something we knew that was being dropped earlier based on I forget what reporting, but yeah, this is good. Hopefully, a lot of these things are already sort of checked off, and there's not many to do. I mean, that wildlife crossing we were talking about earlier. That seems like that's something that they'll have to do still, but certainly not something that'll take like a year to get done or something like that. That's kind of my curiosity at this point is what is the long pole of mitigations? Like, what is the mitigation that is going to take the longest, or be the most time consuming? But you know what, really quick, I'm going to run through a couple more super chats while we dig through more of these mitigations and try and figure out, because the ultimate question in all of this is how long will it take for these mitigations to get done, and once they're done, what does that mean for the launch license being issued and whatnot? So everybody wants to know when launch. That's the big question. So this is sort of how we're going to figure it out. Vandenish, thank you for the support. They say super stoked. Let's go SpaceX. Musical Wolves always chiming in. What's up, Musical Wolves? Catch Tower approved / chopstick stacking. I think we'll find that out here shortly if we haven't already. Moldy Space always chiming in. Moldy Space too. What's up, Moldy? Saying here's to the mitigated A. I wish I knew Happy Days at all. I am vaguely aware of the character of Fonzie, and I understand that Fonzie goes A, but that's about all I know. Andrew R, thank you for the support. Saying we're going to need more data, get some more gigabytes. I mean, that is true. That's what a lot of this, the super chatting and people watching the ads on the videos, the membership program, a lot of that goes to just the sheer data. I mean, we're running a 24/7 stream not only out of Starbase, but also out of McGregor, Texas, where SpaceX does their engine testing, in case you didn't know. So all those cameras and all that data is nothing to shake a stick at. Not that it would do you any good if you did. But seriously, thank you for the support there. Ference. I remember Ference from the Starship flight tests. New member. What's up, Ference? I remember how to say your name. Dank Jeb Dank Jeb with a $100 super chat. Thank you, Dank. That is absolutely madness and super, super duper extra appreciated for reasons I just stated. They say when hop. Well, that's what we're trying to figure out for you, buddy. But seriously, thank you. Like Das says, you're crazy, but you're kind of crazy. Oh no, I just deleted a Musical Wolves one by accident. Sorry, Musical Wolves. Please forgive me. A couple more. Eric Mayer, thanks for the support. They say amazing news. Just got back from Starbase last weekend for the first time. It was amazing to see everyone in person. Next time I go to Starbase, hopefully I can see a launch. Go SpaceX, and thanks NSF. Hopefully we can all see a launch next time we're in Starbase. Can we hope for that? Rec Tom, thank you for the support. They say 15/20 out of 75 mitigations will be a hurdle. Good news. I'm not quite sure what that means. Hopefully we find out here shortly. Kaltenstein says 5 signs, but there's only 4 towers. Where do you put the last one? That's hilarious. I actually do like that 4 towers joke.
We could almost make a Christmas song. Like 5 dune signs, 4 lightning towers, 3 is the thrust.
I promised that's amazing. Actually, wow, you got me at the end with the thrust is 3, but I swore to everybody here that I would never sing on stream again. So, Esselfar, thank you for the support.
I got it.
Mark, thank you for the support. Hiroko, new member, awesome, thank you so much. And Vander, thank you for the support. And Plutonium 239, thank you for the support. All right, we're cleared out. Let's dig back into this document. We're looking at the delineation between
access restriction areas.
Yeah, where only SpaceX employees can go and where the public can go. Huh. Has this changed appreciably?
I think the thing before, we saw some of this in the past, and the map was sort of low resolution, and I don't know that the resolution has increasingly appreciated on this map.
That's true, yeah.
Enhance and see.
It looks like it's still following that road there, because there is sort of like a dirt road that comes off Highway 4 that follows the or the purple-yellow delineation. I swear I can see colors fine.
I think comparing it to the draft PEA map, it was not significantly changed anywhere.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see much difference in that sense.
Yeah, the resolution on the map is pretty low, and it doesn't really have a lot of stuff clearly delineated there. Like, I don't even really see the roads on there.
Is that the summary one? Yeah, that's the summary.
Yeah.
Because there's some expansion of explanations, let's say. If you go to the full one, not the summary, Michael. If you go to, hold on, I had noted that one. Page 25 talks about all the restrictions to road closures. It has a list with all the moments. So we had in some of the mitigations that we talked about earlier, it said something about 18 weekends, something like that. It's on page 25 of the full one. So there it actually details everyone. For example, no access restrictions on the following holidays, so no road closures on Memorial Day, Labor Day, July 4th, MLK Day, President's Day,
Right. Makes
Texas
sense.
Independence Day. So all of these holidays, that are to be expected. But then it also talks about potentials. Where any of the holidays falls annually on a Monday or Friday, weekend access restrictions as defined in number 4 below shall be permitted. And below on the second one, it also talks about restrictions on the weekends from Friday at 6 a.m. through Sunday. So this, for example, I tried to compare with the draft one, whether they had some sort of detailed thing like this, but I couldn't find it. And it's actually I think it's totally new. So this is the first time we can actually say, oh, here's the list of all the restrictions to the road closures. Like they cannot do it in this day, and the other day, and between this and that time. Yeah. So it says when a SpaceX activity requires on number 4 requires at least one road access restriction between Fridays at 6 a.m. and Sundays from Memorial Day to Labor Day, or on weekends from the day after Labor Day to the day before Memorial Day, it is considered a weekend access restriction. SpaceX may request a weekend access restriction up to 5 times per calendar year. So there we go.
That is 6 a.m. on Friday. It's not like 6 p.m. on Friday.
Yeah.
It's 6 a.m. So Friday morning. People, I
Friday
guess,
morning.
cutting work on Friday to go fishing at the beach or something. Hey, it happens. That's interesting. But they can request that, 5 times per calendar year? Yeah, 5.
There have been times, where we've
5
seen.
times.
Don't
I didn't do it.
I was about to do it. Don't do it. Nobody do it. Oh my god. But there have been times where we've seen road closures sort of pop up out of nowhere. And I'm sure if you're local and you are trying to access the beach, that can be frustrating. So to have a minimum of 48-hour notice, like Michael has just highlighted here, that is is good, because you want people to have insight into when can they go to the beach, when can they not go to the beach. It shouldn't be Byzantine or hard to know. If if it's hard enough, then people are just going to drive down Highway 4, create congestion, and have to turn around when they get to a checkpoint. So it's good that it is good that they are going to give more advanced notification on these road closures. But here's a couple. We do viewer questions. If you guys are watching the stream for the first time, if you have anything or a comment you want to make or a question you want to make, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll be able to see it pop up. I like a couple of these. Feisty Ferret says, so basically the mitigations are, quote, be a good neighbor. I'll take that. I mean, yeah, so far that's what it seems like. And in the same vein, Arg, Arg, you need a new name. I sound like I may be on a boat right now, but now I sound like a pirate. They say, I think many of the mitigations might be called common sense. I would agree. With that. A lot of these are like, hey, turn the lights down, or whatever. Alter the lights so that it doesn't affect wildlife. Build a wildlife crossing. Put signs up that tell people where they can go and can't go. Like, it's all sort of common sense things. It's not like the FAA is like, stand on with one leg on a 20-foot pole and balance a cherry on your nose and sing the national anthem backwards in perfect pitch or something like that. Like, a lot of these seem like pretty simple common sense things, and like we said earlier, things that a lot of these things, at least it seems like they've already done.
I think it is important. Like, on the one hand, like, oh yeah, that seems like common sense, but if history says anything, you can't always just trust that companies or people will use common sense when also acting in their own interest, right? So it's good to have some specific steps. Everybody's on the same page. Here's what we need to do, as specific as, you got to minimize the amount of lighting. You have to not launch after dark in sea turtle season, all those sorts of things. Like, just having them specifically discussed or delineated is better than just a PEA that says, hey, Elon, we trust you, do whatever, bro. Like, okay. But I don't know. I think that it's good to have the things sort of listed out, right?
Yeah,
what
definitely.
do we else? We've got another thing looking here. Adrian or Alex? I know y'all are looking at the more detailed sections. Do y'all have anything to jump in here?
Yes, yeah. I have something on the final PEA executive summary, page 10. which is an increase in what they plan with the GSE farm, if I read that correctly. You see in the bottom, related infrastructure. Oh, I will wait until Michael. There we go. At the bottom, you see related infrastructure construction. And previously, in the previous draft, they mentioned 11 commodity vertical tanks. Now they increased that to 15. So they increased the size and scope of the GSE tank farm in the final PEA executive summary. So actually something that was increased and not decreased.
15
Yeah,
vertical,
and they
vertical tanks?
Yes, they now say
15.
approximately 15 vertical tanks.
But that talks about the redundant launch pad there, right?
The redundant launch pad is how the pad is called, and they always mention the pad in this section together with the commodities that are next to it. So previously it says redundant launch pad B, and commodities 11 tanks.
Okay, so you think that this is 15 tanks per launch pad, not a total of 15 tanks between the two launch pads?
I don't actually think so, because then they would have to mention that twice in the statement, right?
I don't know.
It's for both. So on the final one on page 34, it says SpaceX will expand the existing commodity farm. SpaceX is proposing to install approximately 15 vertical commodity tanks, each up to 100 feet tall. So that's also different, because on the previous one, on the draft one from September 2021, it said they were 98 feet tall, so they went up 2 feet. And it says near Pad A and proposed Pad B. The tanks will hold logs, LN2, water, helium, gaseous oxygen, gaseous methane, and liquid methane. And yeah, it talks about the same things. I'm looking for differences like this, like 15 vertical tanks, 100 feet tall, like very minimal differences. It's just basically about the same thing in general terms, but it's like the little differences here and there that at the end of the day it's like, hey, things are gonna look different, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I do think, again, we're going to keep going through some of the details on the documents. Alex and everybody keep looking for detailed things. But really quickly, I believe we've got somebody on comms now who is actually out there at Starbase. Nick, we got you on comms? Maybe not quite yet.
If he's not ready, I can add just one little thing.
Yeah,
that I
go
just
ahead and do
found
that, and
out.
I'll make sure we get Nick in here.
Yeah, so comparing the draft with the final one, just one real thing quick. I can find that just the desalination plant, for example, is not there. So that's not there. And obviously because they have shelved that, there are many other things that are already shelved, like the power plant, natural gas pretreatment system. All of that is basically, yeah, it's all shelved and doesn't include a lot of things. It includes still the expanded solar farm, probably for more production. They're gonna build the Star Factory. That's sort of a known thing already. But yeah, overall, the things that have changed are the things that we pointed out before.
All right, and I think I've got it sorted now. Did we show what we were trying to show on the screen there, Alex?
Yep.
There was a expanded solar farm. Yeah, that's what you were talking about when we came back. Okay, cool. So,
Yep.
like I was saying, I think now we've got somebody who is actually out there at Starbase right now. Round 2, Nick. We got you on comms?
I think we do have me on comms. Sorry about that, guys.
Hey,
sometimes Boca doesn't really like the commentary live streams.
it's all good. So Nick, is SpaceX like dancing in the street? Does Elon have on a crown now? Are there fireworks going off, or is it like what's going on out there?
Yes, actually, I can report a large litter of Starship pieces has been formed, and Elon is sitting on top of it as SpaceX employees drag him around the streets in wild celebration. There is confetti and foghorns and hold on, I'm getting some new updates.
Foghorns?
Oh, actually, it's just all back to normal. Everyone's just building. Yeah.
So
Sorry.
it's Monday. They're continuing to do SpaceX things out there. They're not like setting off fireworks. Maybe this evening when they're done, they'll set off some fireworks or something. But
yeah,
it's just
I've
another
heard
day.
I've heard from a few friends that there's going to be quite a party tonight, and I really hope that they do. And I think that I've seen probably like 3 or 4 employees with like the biggest grin on their face. So I mean, it might be this, or it could just be that they really love their job or something. But I think it probably has something to do with the report here.
Excellent. And by the way, if they are parading Elon around the street, you need to go get clips of that for the daily, please.
Okay, yeah, we'll do, definitely.
Hey, y'all, Nick and Sweeney here is one of our Starbase photographers. Him and Boca Chica gal, Mary, are out there every day bringing us up-to-date coverage of what's going on. And Nick, it sort of felt like there was a little bit of a... Did it feel like there was a little bit of a pause, like everybody's sort of waiting, like what the heck's going on? SpaceX has continued working with cranes and ships and everything this whole time, right?
Yeah, well, nothing has really ever stopped because this is still at the end of the day pretty much a 24/7 operation. Mary and I have noticed that it has slowed down a little bit as we've been waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting for this report to come out. But I'm hopeful that now that it's out, they can get back to warp 9 speed and speed some stuff up and run through all these. I haven't had time to run through this whole document here, but like how many things do they have to fix? Like 75?
75, but we sort of identified that some of them they may already be doing. Like number
Okay.
50 says they have to provide a dedicated spot on Starbase for the sea turtle folks.
Oh,
And
perfect.
I already know they parked that ATV in like a shed over near the SpaceX stuff whenever they
Oh,
take
yeah.
the sea turtle ATV out.
I
So
just saw Sam on the little the quad motor to going to save some sea turtles. So yeah,
yeah.
they're all over that.
So there are 75 different mitigations. I think somebody said like 33% of them or something. A large number of them are about turtles. It's like turtles all the way down. But
I love
it
it.
seems like some of them may be things that SpaceX is already prepping for or doing or something along those lines.
Wow, how exciting!
Yeah.
This is great. This is a huge document. Like, if Mary and I were just talking, like, oh, we should print it out and read it. And then I was like, wait a minute, it's gonna be like a half a ream of paper. My goodness, it's a big document.
Yeah. What did Michael, we just scrolled past, did we talk about that redundant landing pad in any detail? We just scrolled back like a subheading that said redundant landing pad. Because I know in the past we were sort of saying, oh, well, they have one pad. Are they not going to make another pad? Does this say they're
That was
cleared to
in
build the
the-
second pad?
Oh, I don't know if it says that they're clear, but that has been in the draft PEA.
Yeah.
Second landing pad. I remember seeing it in like the mock-ups.
Well, this is
says
up.
proposing to add
proposing.
in the southwest corner.
Yeah. So I want to make sure we get it right. This does say SpaceX is proposing to add a second landing pad. In the integration towers, SpaceX is proposing to construct 2 permanent integration towers. So the Mechazilla sort of thing. And in the past, we sort of wondered, well, are they actually going to build that second tower? This still says proposing, but I'm reading through it like literally as I'm talking out loud. Does it say that they're going to do that? Like, are they clear to do that, or is this just they're proposing to do that? I don't know that this is even the right section for that. Leaving their options open maybe is the
Seems
right
like-
interpretation there.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Again, y'all, I don't want to get it wrong and read like, oh, well, here SpaceX proposed it. But then in another paragraph, 32 pages down, it says, as part of this finding, they will not be constructing the second tower. It's like, that's why I'm hesitant to say it. So, interesting. Talked about the solar farm there. What do we have next to talk about here? Adrian, did we come across any other specific things? Jack, you want to grab some super chats? Whichever.
Oh, sure. I was going to say
Yeah.
on page 21 of the summary, it goes into anomalies, which I found pretty interesting. We can talk about that in a second, though. I will run through some super chats because we're getting behind. We're 16 minutes behind. Ryan, thank you for the support. They say Jack and Adrian and Das and Alex fan club is a bit of a mouthful. It is indeed. Wayne Cram, interesting name. I could riff on that name. I'm not going to. I got to focus. Thanks for the always there coverage. You dudes are C-SPAN Boca Chica. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I mean, I know it's a compliment, but like C-SPAN, man, can we be like, I don't know what the cooler alternative to C-SPAN is, but let's see. Thank you either
C-SPAN
way
with
for the
Raptor
support.
engines.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take
C-SPAN
it.
8, the Ocho. Anyways.
The Ocho. TN Sportsman or Tennessee Sportsman, thank you for the support. They say, do you think a launch license will be granted before all mitigations are completed, as long as they are actively working on them? That I don't know. My gut says they have to do the mitigations before they get the ice cream cone. But I mean, I don't. Maybe that'll be something that will be revealed in the document as we continue to go through it here.
Yeah, let's clarify that for sure.
Tennessee Sportsman, thank you again. Musical Wolves, asking about the robot cams. Oh, don't you worry about the robot cams. They are covered.
Yeah,
thank
I
you
think
to
we're good
Nick
there.
And Mary for constantly maintaining those things. And
Yeah, we keep them well fed with plenty of photons.
Excellent. Well, it's funny because the cameras gather photons, right? But so do the solar panels, so it's like a double whammy. Clint Galloway. Galloway? Is that no relation, or is that
not related?
Is that
but
a buddy
Clint,
of yours?
no, not related. But Clint is definitely what you would term a friend of NSF. Let's put it that way.
Nice.
We know Clint.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Clint. Clint came in with the $50 super chat and said, "Let's go!" with 3 rocket emojis. So thank you so much, Clint, for being a friend of the channel and for all the support. Hiroko Kode, thank you so much for the support there. JML says support in all caps with 10 curly L's. Bammy Spammerson, thank you for the support. There's did y'all see Space Padre Isle tweet this morning with Sam Patel and C Turtle Link? Pretty cool video showing the efforts already taken by SpaceX. Thanks. I did not see that, but I will go check it out because Gene and Rachel from Space Padre Isle are awesome, and so is
They are
Saving
very
Sea
awesome.
Turtles. Now I'm craving their raptor eggs. They're so good. They make these things called raptor eggs. Okay, I'll stop it. I gotta stop. We can't talk about food. We gotta focus on the document. Fried Jemmy, thank you for the support. They say Elon will be mad. Number of launches way too low. This is what they proposed. It's the same as, like Adrian was saying earlier. It's the same as what they proposed. Starbase will be used for R&D. The Cape will be used for operational launches, and everything is right in the world. Stefan Batiste, thank you for the support. They say Elon, knowing he will have most of them sorted out by the end of the month, 75. That's. I mean, yeah, I expect a lot of these won't take too long at all. Andres, thank you for the support. A couple more of these. Austin, thank you for the support. They say, will people still be able to come down and see the site? Also, will anything change about that? I don't think we've seen anything about that in the document so far, other than that bit about the 5 signs, which, those will limit where you can be safely, but those limits are basically already up, and they're sort of selectively or loosely enforced, and sometimes fully enforced, sometimes not. So it just seems like it's codifying sort of the unwritten rules that already exist, and not really, there's a public beach. That's part of what all this is about. There's a public beach, Boca Chica Beach, at the end of Highway 4, and it's in the Texas state constitution that you cannot limit access to a public beach, and so I wouldn't fret. And thank you so much, Austin. That's a very generous super chat there. Andres, thank you for the support. They say page 12, orbital launch does not mention chopsticks. That's interesting. We'll have to look at page 12 here more closely. And Lars Jepsen, they say cowabunga, everybody. Cowabunga indeed. Yeah, nice. Woohoo! I think is a good way to put it. With that, we have a bunch of the housekeeping done. Thank you so much to everybody that's supporting. Thank you to all of our new members. Don't forget, membership program. I'm gonna keep poking you with that stick.
Okay,
membership program.
Jack wants to see you in Discord.
There's cool perk. I do. I want to send you the Forrest Gump wave that I send to all the new members. So let's do that. I know that's not exactly a resounding perk there, but hey, it's one of many. So come hang out in our Discord, become a Capcom member. Anyways,
yeah, folks, again, we're able to do all this stuff because of y'all's support. Thank y'all so much for all the super chats there. We want to say thank you, answer some questions out of there on occasion, answer questions from regular chat. We're still reading the document across the board. We wouldn't be able to do any of this if y'all didn't keep showing up. So here is another quite interesting section, because this is about alternatives considered but eliminated from further consideration. So apparently there were some things that they thought about, but they actually ended up removing from the document. So I think, Alex, you've been looking through some of this more specifically. What is this? Like things they literally left in the document, but not as a requirement, just say, hey, we thought about this and decided not to.
More or less. It's more talking about what if the FAA doesn't approve all of this, right? What's the alternative? for SpaceX. And so there's been some people, especially fans and things like that, being like, oh, they're going to move all the launches to 39A if the FAA doesn't approve. And SpaceX is here saying, look, 39A and KSC, the Cape, does not meet all of our requirements for a development site, right? They're going, Michael, if you go a couple of pages after that, you might find that list. I think it is page 40. They detail all of the things that they want there, and then they say, okay, this is why we haven't, sort of, taking into consideration, they say 16 facilities at the Cape, KSC, and Vandenberg do not support the ability, do not have the ability to support all components of the development or operation of the Starship Super Heavy program, including test operations. So, like, you cannot just blow up a rocket, right, from 39A. There's been even concerns about that. You obviously, from an environmental point of view, obviously it's not good to blow up a rocket also at Boca Chica, but if you think about it, it's still less deserted. There's not such critical hardware as the crew access arm, for example, at the KC launch complex 39A. Like, there's these things that do not allow them. They also point out schedule flexibility. When they are at the Cape, they have the Eastern Range with other users, ULA. They have SLS nowadays, right? So, like, we've seen actually Axiom 1 delayed because of the SLS wet dress rehearsal. So it's like, it's not that easy to test a development rocket of this scale from the Cape. So they're trying to tell for each point, each complaint, why they're not doing it from the Cape. And obviously also from Vandenberg, they talk about also, I think in the next page, one of the points is the trajectory. Vandenberg does not provide the required trajectories. Also the Cape and KSC have the required trajectories. They do not provide a scheduling flexibility, are not on privately owned control land, do not increase launch capacity, do not provide geographical diversity, and do not support the Starship Super Heavy program yet. So it's like, they could launch from there, but they could not do the same things that they're trying to look at doing in Boca Chica. So it's not the same kind of thing.
You're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah, I guess there could be a chance at one point that they do launch from Vandenberg, and we will have a happy Jack.
So part of this is sort of making the case that it makes sense for them to have this experimental facility not at the multi-user spaceport like Kennedy, where they have other schedules they have to work with. If they crash a Starship landing into Pad 39A and knock out the United States' ability to launch crew into space, clearly not a good idea there. So it makes sense for them to do some of this more hardcore development at a completely dedicated facility off somewhere else, like Boca Chica. That's what you're saying there, Alex, right?
Yep. And then there's a part which is sort of word by word the same thing as in the draft, but it expands a little bit now, which is sort of the proximity to SpaceX's Starship Super Heavy manufacturing and production facilities. It talks about production of components and vehicles from Starbase in Boca Chica, but it also talks about how this will be very hard, for example, for barging it or moving it in general to an oil rig of sorts. Let me look at the line exactly what I was here. It also talks about, additionally, SpaceX is unable to take Starship Super Heavy operations offshore, as SpaceX is still designing and evaluating the feasibility of a fixed offshore launch platform. Therefore, technology and infrastructure needed to support an offshore launch site and operations are not available at this time. So even if they wanted to, they still don't have that capability. That they do not have the technology nailed down, because we have seen rockets launch from the ocean, right? That it's not really new, but we haven't seen such a huge rocket with such huge infrastructure being launched out there in the ocean, and it will be totally new for them. You have to take everything that is at Boca Chica except the manufacturing site, and then bring it all to an oil rig and out in the ocean with the weather and all that. Like, it's complicated, and they are not ready for that kind of thing. So that's something that I did not find on the draft one from last year. So they're like trying to emphasize that there's not really an alternative for the kind of activity that they want to do at Boca Chica. That's sort of the gist of all of this. But they go very in depth into all of these, why I'm not doing this, why we're not doing this other thing, Like the one right above that last one talks about access to propellants, how they have plenty of access to propellants at the Cape, at Vandenberg, and all of these places. But for example, you cannot easily carry liquid oxygen, liquid methane to an oil rig, for example, right? So it's about those lines in a very brief summary of this part. But I think it's a very important part of it.
Yeah, and it sort of informs how you look at the two oil rigs, Phobos and Deimos, and how they've sort of been started to get stripped down, but they haven't been started to getting built up. So it's sort of like SpaceX is still figuring out what they can do with them, what they will do with them, what's even feasible, and so that is part of the need that they've laid out for Starbase Boca Chica.
All right. Again, folks, if you're just joining us, you're wondering what we're talking about. The headline here is that it's good news for Starbase and via the FAA here. We have a finding of no significant impact with some mitigations, which means the FAA has said, hey, we can work this out. Here's some things that you need to do. You need to make sure the turtles are protected. You need to make sure, the runoff is taken care of and wildlife is protected and historical sites. Like, here are some specific things, 75 different things, actually. But the FAA did not come back and say, nope, stop the presses. We're shutting you down for 5 years. They said you can continue working on this stuff as long as you go through these mitigations, which will bring, or at least I guess you could say, minimize the impact to all these different concerns that were brought up. So good news, it's not the full EIS. That would be sort of a bad case scenario for Starbase, not the environmental impact study. The FAA says they do not require that. It's not just a FONSI. FONSI stands for Finding of No Significant Impact. That would be like, whatevs, man, just launch Starship. That's the other end of the spectrum. It's right there in the middle. It's the FONSI, Finding of No Significant Impact with mitigations, and 75 different mitigations. Some of them that are already in work, it sounds like. Some of them that may be easier to do than others, but a clear list of things to do to minimize the impact on the area. It's right there, Michael just highlighted. Let's see here. The proposed actions would not result in significant impacts, and therefore preparation of the EIS is not warranted, and a mitigated FONSI is appropriate. With some paraphrasing. There.
Woohoo!
How are we doing on other details? Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I have just the biggest smile here listening to all this. Been a long couple months.
I mean, it's sort of a big deal for you. You moved down there because of Starship.
I'd say it's a little bit of a big deal. I mean, yeah, it's a huge deal. I'm quite pleased. Thank you.
You could have it could have been an EIS, and you could have been sitting there photographing ring segments for the next 3 years.
It does sound like fun, but launches are more fun.
Barrel sections, come on now, style guy.
Oh, sorry, barrel sections.
They're not downcomers; they're transfer tubes.
If you say downcomer, I'm just gonna stick my hand through the screen and bap you in the head.
That's a thing.
Well, I could use a jack bop right now.
I didn't install that technology on either of your computers, so I don't know how you're gonna make that happen, but whatever. Again, folks, that's the headline. It is good news. It is what we expected. I don't know that anybody who was being honest really expected the FAA to shut everything down. I don't believe anybody who was being honest really expected the FAA to say, whatevs, do whatever. It feels like this is the right sort of thing, the right outcome. You can continue, hey, air quotes, making humanity a multiplanetary species or whatever, but you got to make sure that you do it right, and here are some ways that we can all work together to make sure you do that. We're continuing to look through the document, y'all. More super chats are coming in. I see questions and stuff like that. I think we've got one more thing to talk about here that was an interesting thing, though. Did we find it?
Yes, we are on... Wait, sorry, it's page 20 of the... at the bottom, it's 2090 PDF, Michael. Sorry, that was my bad.
20 or 29, Adrian?
Yeah, 20 at the bottom. So there it is. Perfect.
Aha! There we go. Flame diverter.
Yes, there is no final statement about a flame diverter, but I will just read this here because I think it's interesting. SpaceX is still determining whether a diverter would be used under the launch mount. A diverter is a metal structure placed on a launch pad. SpaceX is also still considering whether it would use deluge water during a launch or test. If SpaceX uses deluge water, most of the water would be vaporized by the heat of the rocket engines, and they would also use retention ponds to fuel these this deluge water. So they are still they're still determined if they need or if they want to have a diverter. They're still not sure if they want to have deluge water, but I found it interesting that's still there. And apparently it's not a consideration impact on the statement. It's more, hey, we're not sure. Well, let's see.
Yeah, from what I remember from the draft PEA, this was sort of the same language. As SpaceX is still figuring out if they need a flame diverter, if they'll use deluge water, which is interesting. Partly, at least, the deluge water part, because we saw them. Was that you, Nick, that caught the deluge water test where we actually saw water from the launch mount for the first time? So.
Yeah, it was super random. It was just really dark one night, and there it was. It looked like the mister at a grocery store, to keep the vegetables cool. It was just like a little psst. That was it.
Yeah, so they're at least testing it, but I guess they're still figuring out if they're going to use it or what. But that's interesting. It's one of those questions that we've had for I don't even know how long now, but the flame diverter question. So that's cool to pick out from the document there.
I think there's even some questions as to whether or not we've seen what you would consider a deluge test. We've seen
that's a fair point.
A misting test, but it doesn't seem like the amount of water that Starship would really require. So maybe we've seen some things running through piping or something like that, but I don't know if we've seen something that's like a full-up deluge test. And this document almost seems to support that. SpaceX doesn't even know if they need it or not.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It almost looked like when you're at a theme park or an amusement park or something, and they have like the fans
standing
with
in
the
line.
mister in it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can you tell I grew up in Florida? But
Nick,
yeah,
you should have gone and stood in that. It would have been nice and cool in that mist. Like
NASASpaceflight does not support trespassing.
Thank you.
But yeah, it definitely. I get what you mean. It didn't necessarily look like sort of the whole entire waterfall. I mean, I've seen more water deluge off of like an Atlas pad.
Yeah. And that's sort of talking about like if all of a sudden you have all this water that's being used for deluge, what do you do with it, right? And that's where they were talking about the retention ponds and SpaceX determining the size and location of retention ponds, because a lot of that's just going to get vaporized because you get hit by 33 Raptors and you're not going to continue to stay water in the liquid state, right? It's going to flash to steam, but some of that will either condense back down again or run off. And you run that into the ocean, you run that into the back bay, you change salinity levels, you contaminate things, it washes materials off of the site, so lubricants and stuff like that, and then it contaminates the bay. Like, how do you manage what happens to that water after it gets sprayed underneath the rocket? That's what they were talking about, like retention ponds. Do they need the deluge anyways? What are they going to do with it afterwards? That's what we were looking at there. Let's see here.
Oh, boy.
Wow, do we want to
look at that?
What is this one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Carrying insurance.
That's
$500 million of insurance per launch. $500 million. I mean, it makes sense. It says that the insurance amount is for the quote maximum probable loss. And
right.
Don't forget, South Padre Island, which is a big resort town and a huge, tourism attraction, is 5 miles away from Boca Chica. So, if I imagine that factors into this $500 million per launch insurance fee, given that South Padre Island and all those hotels and all of that private property is right there. I mean, even the Port of Brownsville.
Yeah.
So
I'm
not an
new.
insurance broker, so
Yep.
I don't know if that's a lot or a little or what. It seems like a lot, but it also seems reasonable, given that right. But it seems reasonable, given the location of South Padre Island being right there. I wouldn't want to be that insurance adjuster. But
the first paragraph there, for example, that was all the same on the draft. But this second paragraph is totally new on this one. So it's
what like
that
per
seems
FAA
to be
regulations.
really. yeah, that seems to be something new that the FAA has told SpaceX, like, hey, you gotta include that, you know?
Interesting. So, go ahead.
I mean, if you look at private liability insurances, you know how high these even can get in private liability insurance, and we are talking about a rocket launching in a very there's a lot of things that can go wrong that damage a lot of property and damage a lot of things in that area. So while that number seems big, I would agree that it's like I that's a reasonable damage in a worst case scenario, I would say. Like, they could go things very wrong and could destroy a lot of property. So it's all good to have a higher insurance instead of like being uninsured, and then people have problems getting their money back if they are damaged by some sort of launch.
Are we at the top of the mitigations here? Like visual effects, including light emissions, number 1? Is that sort of like the top of the list of mitigations, I think?
Yeah,
I think it
they
is.
go in this final one, on the full one, they go
Yep.
into details on all the sort of environmental impacts on every single thing, noise, light, pollution, and then they go into the mitigation. And they had some mitigations already in place in the draft PA, but it was like lightly touched. Now that they have actual feedback from people and older stakeholders, they now can like they are able to be going more in detail into these mitigations. And well, there was one about exterior lights.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
that's one.
that's the detailed sort of things that we were talking about, right? Like it's management of launch site lighting, exterior lights used expressly for safety or security, limited to the member and number of configurations. So don't just make it look like a football stadium of whatever flavor you'd like, and light up
Yep.
everything and drive off the sea turtles or make them come too far inland or whatever, right? Minimization measures, including directing, shielding, positional lighting. Like a lot of these things are things you hear about light pollutions in cities as well. So how do you
Yep.
minimize the light pollution from a city that lights up the sky and distracts birds and all these sorts of things? You'll see lots of different locations that use things like this. It's not something that's, oh, wow, all of a sudden they have to worry about where they point their lights. Like, no, that's a normal thing that I think a lot of cities could do a lot better job of. Issue annual notices to all complex personnel prior to sea turtle nesting season. So they're going to put out a memo like, hey, heads up, it's sea turtle season. Please look out for eggs or whatever, right?
Yeah, please don't step on eggs.
Yeah, but like even down to that sort of level, it's not just like, hey, turtles are important, make sure you treat them right. It's, hey, make sure your staff know when it's sea turtle season and minimize the number of lightings and da-da-da-da-da, right?
Yeah, I think that's similar to Vandenberg. They have protected animals there in one of the beaches, and they actually cannot go there. Like they
Yep.
are prohibited to go through some
Yeah, I
of the
forget-
beaches down there.
It's like a plover of some kind of bird. So it's like a piping plover or
Yeah.
a snowy plover or something like that. And yeah, I think it even limits the time of year that SpaceX can do in RTLS. Friend of the channel, Matt Hartman, absolutely hates plovers for that reason. Don't say plover around Matt Hartman; he'll get mad real quick.
gosh.
Anyways, but no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. We want to, we want to be multiplanetary, but we also want to be good stewards of this planet. So
Yeah.
gotta be nice to the animals.
I mean, do y'all want to just keep scrolling through some of these? I don't want to like dwell on any one
Yes.
thing too much, but is it okay if we just keep going through these, or do we have another like
Yeah.
big section to hit?
I find one interesting about mitigations on historical areas. Because there were also a few concerns about that. I haven't been able to read it. Like it's just I'm going through all the major points, right? And I haven't been able to read it because this is too long. But I just wanted to point it out in case you want to show it on screen. It's page 85 of the full one.
If you want to take a gander at it for a little bit longer, I can read through another batch of super chats.
Oh, that will be helpful.
Yeah, okay. Roland, thank you for the support. They say thanks for covering, guys. You're very welcome, Roland. John, thank you for the support. They say, I wish I wore my full stack t-shirt for a reason today. Thanks for everything, NSF. Thank you for the support, John. Sam Halter, with $42. Very generous of you, Sam. Thank you so much. They say a giant leap for mankind. Thanks for all the coverage and information. Well, thank you for the support. You keep supporting us. You
Sam.
keep coming out here and watching the videos, and we'll keep doing it. Or is Sam a friend, Das?
Oh yeah, we know Sam. Sam is a longtime tank watcher. So
Excellent.
good to hear from you again, Sam.
Excellent. Horse winning whip crack, whip crack. We haven't
Whip
done
crack,
that in a
nice.
while. Good old horse winning whip crack. Abraham, thank you for the support. They say thanks, guys, all the way from Sudan. Wow, thank you so much for the support there. John Schulten, thank you for the support. They say here's to watching giant water towers fly again soon. Oh, buddy, you better believe we are all excited for that. And last up here, we have a new member, Mark Foster. Once again, thank you to all of our members. The membership program is absolutely key to helping us do what we do and allowing us to keep the lights on, keep the data bills paid, keep everything humming along. So thank you so much to all of our members. Let's see, Mark Foster came in at Launch Director. Wow, thank you so much, Mark Foster. At Launch Director, you get Discord access. You get your name at the end of each episode of NSF Live. You get all kinds of goodies. You get all the perks from the lower levels below you, is what we're saying. So thank you so much, Mark. Hop into Discord. Check out all the cool channels we have there. We've got a KSPN gaming channel. Sometimes I'll eat extra spicy habanero or ghost pepper noodles on live chat for some reason. Like all kinds of fun stuff goes on in the
Those are the
Discord.
perks
That was a
of being
fun
a member
day.
on Discord.
That was a fun day.
So yeah, thank you
Yeah.
to all of our members. We try to keep the membership program lively and give you cool perks, and in return, you help us bring coverage of this historic stuff and exciting stuff to people all around the world. So if you've considered it, if you thought about it, if you haven't yet, please consider becoming a member. There's a little button right there below your screen on YouTube. You can become a member at whatever level you see fit. And honestly, if you can't support us monetarily, no worries. Just hit the like button. I know it sounds cliche. It's stupid YouTube. Hit the like button and subscribe. But no, really. The whole thing is run by an algorithm, as I'm sure you already know. And it's helpful for you to click that little thumbs up. But either way, that's enough plugging stuff. Thank you to everybody for helping us do what we do. Because without your help, we wouldn't be able to do it. And clearly, we all enjoy it very much.
Ooh, boy.
I think we might be, let's see here. Nick, do we have you? You got to get back to shooting some clips, I think, huh?
Yeah, I know. I gotta make sure that they're not sneaking anything by us while we're all busy celebrating. So I'm gonna
love
go
doing
do
that.
some good old tank watching, and y'all enjoy the rest of this reading material.
It's like, quick,
That
they're
would
reading
be-
the Fonzie, Raptor 3 and Ship 32 or whatever. Like, wait, what?
That would be very SpaceX though. Just suddenly like, oh, they're busy. Let's sneak something in.
I swear they've done it
I
before.
can
There's
see
been days where they've stacked stuff down at the launch site, and in the meantime, they're like doing a dome flip or an engine delivery or something back at the production site. And obviously, it's they're just working because they work super fast at breakneck speed. So probably not related, but sometimes I'm like, hey, you guys did that on purpose.
Nice. Well, y'all, again,
All right,
Nick's
y'all.
going to hop
See
off.
ya.
Nick, thank you so much for hopping in.
Yeah, Nick.
All right. So what do we have on the screen right here? Mitigation in monitoring. Who was going to talk
Yeah.
about that one? It's page 80,
Oh.
whatever.
Yeah, we had two big elements, I think, during the process of evaluating the PA from the FAA, and those were Section 106 and Section 4F. This one is about the Section 106. It's actually right there in the description. But there's also one, in case Michael, you wanna also show that one, and they are both about the same stuff. It's basically historic stuff. I just put everything together in the same thing. It's the 4F, Section 4F, which was recently approved too. So a lot of mitigations and monitoring of these cultural assets and historical assets. Let me
It's even,
hop
like,
on.
look, all the way down to number 11 right there, placing temporary construction
Yeah.
barriers around the Palmetto Springs. Oh, gosh, I was reading it. We're down to 4F now. Anyways, placing temporary
Yeah.
construction barriers around the Palmetto Pilings historical marker during construction. Whoa. Don't they already do that? Or am I
Yeah, I
thinking
think
about
so.
something different? There's always, like,
Not
construction
sure.
markers around that
But
historical
yeah.
marker.
There's many of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they need, like, more than cones or something like that. But every time you drive by, if that's the historical marker right there by the launch site that I'm thinking of, that, like, always has cones around it. So again, another mitigation that maybe is already being mitigated. Mitigot? I'm not sure what the past tense of mitigation
And
is.
the,
Mitigot.
The mitigation's already mitigot, y'all.
They're Mitigone.
Mitigone.
They're Mitigone.
Mitigone, yeah.
gone. The important
Yeah,
thing here is that it gives a lot more information about all of the mitigations, because as always, as I said before, on the draft they outlined some minimal mitigations, but they obviously didn't know about the concerns and all that thing, you know. So they went very, very full onto this, and the ones for Section 4F are super long. Like I think it's 3 or 4 pages. I think it was, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. It's 3 or 4 pages at least. It's page 102, 102. So
And,
yeah, and you're
Nick-
page
pages.
90. So like
Nick
you
posted
gotta
a
scroll
photo
a lot.
of that historical marker. It is the one by the launch site is the Palmetto piling. It says, even the historical marker says, the Palmetto
That one.
piling of the remains of the Boca Chica crossing of the railroad from Boca Chica Inlet to White's Ranch on the Rio Grande, begun by General Francis Huron, USA, in 1864 and completed in 1865 by General Philip Sheridan for the
I think we,
transportation of military supplies. The cypress piling
yeah.
100 feet north are what remain of a floating bridge constructed across Boca Chica, and I can't read it because it's obscured by an agave. But yeah, that's what that marker is.
Obscured by an agave. What a problem to have.
I mean, that's Starbase for you. I'm not even gonna. I want to say something here about something being obscured by an agave,
Yeah.
and me having to take care of it. But I'm just gonna say that and move on.
Yeah, there it is. There's the obscured by an agave there. I think this might be a little bit closer to it than normally. Yeah, oh, look, you can actually read the
There
thing.
we
The
go.
palmetto pilings are the obscured by agaves.
When Starbase tequila is all I'm saying.
I mean, well, no, because then you'd go in there and you'd be digging up the agave, and then they'd need a new Fonzie that's about not digging up the local agave for a tequila.
Okay,
Watch, that's
fair.
like not even agave.
It's
is it,
always-
Jack?
That's always a
Imagine
disclaimer.
imagine triggering an ice with tequila.
Oh
That's
jeez.
that's a low point.
Yeah.
We need a
That's
tequila
always a
impact statement.
disclaimer that we not encourage.
Yeah, okay.
Drinking
So-
or something
so
like that.
Nick took that photo and he framed out the fence. Normally there's already a barrier around it, and he took that nice photo not showing the barrier, but there is a barrier that's usually around that, I think, right? So let's see here. I am
Oh my God,
what else do I have to do today? Like,
we just got a super chat from Dr. David Brown that says, "My contribution to the Adopt an Ocelot program. Yes, it's in the mitigations. That is awesome. Ocelots are rare and super cute. They're basically like big cats, right? They're one of the big cats. Either way, I just wanted to mention this because Adopt an Ocelot. Maybe they should call that program the Adopcelot program. Anyways,
Oh my god.
that's right up there with Mitigot, Jack.
thanks. I'm trying my best.
hey, while we're
Unfortunately, my
there-
best is not very
I
good.
didn't notice that you tried your best.
Remy Turk, thank you for the 20 euros as well. When launch?
Whoa, euros.
2022, we'll see. I think Elon's opinion is going to be Elon's opinion is probably going to be that he can finish all these by next Tuesday. Other people may think that it'll be 2023. Will hardware be ready or not? Who knows? There's an awful lot of lifts around the orbital launch mount right now. Wonder what they're up to. We saw the chopsticks playing like air booster carry yesterday, it seemed. So are they ready to roll things out? Are they ready to stack ships and boosters with chopsticks? If you hang out with us, you're going to find out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So,
I think at the end, right at the end, we should do a prediction round where we say, what does this mean?
Yep.
At the end.
Yeah, we have. I've been looking at the viewer questions, and a lot of the questions are surrounding that. Me, personally, I really want to know what Michael thinks, because Michael
yeah.
has been saying, I don't want to put words in his mouth.
follow
but
him
I
on
don't-
Twitter.
Yeah, Michael has been saying, 2024 or sorry, 2023. So I don't know. I'm curious. We should definitely do predictions
Michael?
when we're at the end.
We're not getting,
leaves
we're
dead
not
air
getting
for
words
Michael.
by Michael.
There's
Yeah,
also
he says
defense.
He says in our
Sorry.
chat 2023. So
Yeah.
Just 2023.
What?
Come on, say something.
Stay tuned for our predictions at the end.
Nice.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
So should we? I mean, I'm curious. We sort of hit what we thought were a bunch of the high points, but I don't have anywhere else to be. Do y'all want to sort of scroll through some of the other mitigations here? I
Yes.
mean, let's just look
I
through
love
it and see if there's any-
mitigations.
Oh my gosh. Michael, let's see if we can set that up. I think we were on like 2 monitoring launch site lighting on page 18 previously.
I'm going to start referring to Adrian as Adrian Mitigations Bio.
Yes. Yeah,
Lightly
that's my
mitigated.
official title now.
Yeah, here we go.
Adrian.
Scrolling up.
Your NSF title will now be Chief Mitigation Officer.
Chief Mitigation Officer.
Thanks. I will put that on my card. Do we
Yeah.
have cards?
I expect to see it on your Twitter
I
profile.
don't think we
in
have
the next 5
cards.
seconds.
Yeah, so there we were, like 2 monitoring launch site lighting. They were talking about minimize impacting lighting to sea hurdles. Again, SpaceX will monitor its lighting. I think that's just up a tad, Michael. And monitoring will be conducted to verify SpaceX's compliance with the SpaceX Boca Chica launch site lighting management plan. Apparently there's a whole management plan? Huh. Qualified biologist is going to conduct lighting inspections to eliminate unnecessary lighting. Hey, I'm cool with that. Sometimes those lights point directly into our cameras, and it's a little hard to see.
I was
like-
thinking the exact.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, sweet, less lights.
You
Camera
take
good.
that biologist out to lunch. That one that points south, can we get that one? Gosh, turtles love the south. Anyways. And so that's
I was-
before nesting season and weekly during the
Turtle
nesting
named
hatching
Ass
season.
with a cap.
I'm just saying.
Like, hey, buddy, I was talking to a sea turtle the other day, and they were like, man, we all hang out on the south, but it's way too bright. So,
It's way too bright in the south.
maybe just turn that one down. I was trying to sleep with my family in our shells, and it was... All right, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Thank you, Jack.
Are we getting
Oh,
worse?
God.
No, we're fine. So let's see here. Conduct evening inspections between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. monthly during sea. So we keep seeing this recurring topic monthly or during sea turtle nesting season. So if you don't know, the sea turtles sort of come to town and have little sea turtle parties and then lay little sea turtle eggs and then crawl into the sea again and grow up to be bigger sea turtles, right? During specific parts of the year. And a lot of this seems to be during those important parts of the year. We saw like nighttime launches that can be limited in that sort of the year, lighting to be specifically monitored. So a lot of this is timed on the calendar. Like when it's sea turtle party time, they need to be a little bit more inspective of what's going on, I guess. Let's see here. Data for monitoring, unannounced inspections. So not only monitoring, but also unannounced inspections will be summarized in the annual monitoring report per some requirements.
Yeah.
Here's the
I'm reading the detailed list of biological mitigations, and like the important thing for me at least is the comparison with a draft. The draft had 17 mitigations proposed by SpaceX. This one, the final one, has, let me look, hold on, 53. So it has 53 mitigations just on biological stuff. From operational measures, what could happen if there's an anomaly. It's just bonkers. Like this is such a long. But again, most of them must be. I haven't looked at most of them in detail because, I mean, it's 53, right? But I bet that it's going to be a lot of very common sense mitigations.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's,
that's
I
what it
think it's
seems like.
good. It's good to have them like actually delineated. You know.
Exactly.
Let's see here. Yo, we're working out. We may have a little bit of a change of voice here. So give us just a second. I'm actually game to keep going through the document. I mean, Michael, I know we're going to have a handoff here. If you just need to hand the stream over to me and I'll just keep going through the mitigations, that's fine with me. Yeah, let's do that. Folks, really quickly, let's do a little bit of a handoff. I'm still interested to see if there's anything like that maybe the first brush didn't see, but we have a lot of stuff going on here. So we are going to do one quick change over and continue talking.
Yes.
All
It'll be interesting
right.
to look at through all of these mitigations and just notice maybe how many they are already doing. So that might be now interesting when we really go through one by one and notice, okay, yeah, that's not a big deal, or they can do that probably pretty fast. So
If
that
y'all want
will.
to sort who's going to hop into comms here, I'll get set up to continue looking through this.
Yep. Speaking of, Chris G is going to hop into comms, and I will jump off. And we're working on a video, just a quick summary video. So if you want to have everything broken down for you, you can keep your eye out on the channel for that video, which will be coming as soon as possible. But I'm going to jump off and continue scripting that video with this new information that we have, and Chris G will be taking my place here shortly. But not quite just yet, but shortly. So just listen for me to say goodbye, and you'll know that I'm gone.
All right, good deal. Let's see here. Let me make sure I've got everything here. Yeah, again, y'all, we're just continuing to look at this. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep looking through some of these specifically. And Michael, I've got the con now, I guess I could say. And let's continue looking through the document. Again, if you're just joining us, good news for Starbase. It's a mitigated FONSI. That's sort of what we were expecting. It's not a stop the presses. It's not a do everything willy-nilly. It's a we can minimize impact to the area if you do these 75 simple steps. There are 75 different requirements for mitigating SpaceX and the Starship program in general's impact to the area down there around Boca Chica. So we've got the whole crew here going through and reading some of these things. So I'm literally going to hop back in here. This is, you were talking a lot about this, Alex, the historical, architectural, archaeological, and cultural resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it literally starts off up at the top with something as simple as installing utility lines underground.
Yep. Indeed, it's common sense, right? Because if you want to have like all of these things sort of in the way of historical places and all that, it makes sense to put it on underground. But it also makes sense from an operational standpoint for SpaceX to not have any sort of lines going either overhead cables or things like that, because you cannot roll a booster and pull some kind of wire 70 meters tall up in the air. Like, that doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
It's what makes sense is actually run everything underground, like normal common sense should tell anyone.
Well, this is the same sort of thing we talked about earlier, right? Because remember how we said some of the mitigations are already in place? Check it out.
Yep.
This is one of our cameras, MarsCam. And if you zoom this camera out and you look around over here to the road, you can already see that there are no power lines in the air along the road, right? And the power lines that they have roaming out there, let me see if I can't find the bunker. Where's the bunker?
Oh yeah, there's like electrical vaults every so often.
Yeah, they're already run underground. So here's a mitigation. Oh, super scary, 75 mitigations, but they've already done, or they're already doing some of this. There it is, the yellow cones up there, or the yellow bollards, I guess. Right there. And this is literally talking about between the LLCC, I guess the production side and the VLA underground to avoid visual effects. Like, this has already been installed. That is that's a little service bunker or whatever you want to call it. And those are all along Highway 4 between the production site and the launch site. So, again, oh gosh, 75 mitigations, but a lot of them may be already sort of in effect, or at least they're already going down that road. Does that make sense to y'all?
One of my immediate questions is, how many of these mitigations have yet to be done versus how many are sort of things that have already been done? That's my immediate big question.
That would be an interesting, like, a graphic. Like, here are the 75 mitigations, and here are the ones that are already in place, partially in place, whatever, you know?
Yep. So I'm now going to jump off and continue working on that video we were talking about.
Cool.
And I hope you all have a great time. And since we talked about doing predictions earlier, I'll just really quickly say I'm going to predict September. I'm going to say September for the orbital launch attempt. That's probably way too optimistic, but
This
that's
year?
my hope. Yep, September 2022. That's my prediction. And
I love
I've
the
now.
question this year.
Yeah, well, it's fair. It's a fair question. I mean, up until today, it's been so up in the air that that's a valid thing to ask. But that said, thank you everybody again for supporting what we do. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Adrian, Alejandro, Chris, and Das.
All
and if anyone
right.
says anything disparaging Vandenberg or about the polar launch corridor out of the Cape, I will log back in and start yelling at you. So beware.
Oh,
Hey,
that's
South Coast has a
interesting.
mitigated Fonzie. What do you have?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. All right.
Hey.
I'll see you guys later.
Jack, a pleasure as always, folks. That's Jack Beyer. Thank you so much for joining us. And tagging in is Mr. Chris Gebhardt. Chris, let's talk real slow. Let you unmute yourself and see if you're here.
I am indeed. Hello, everyone. I hear there's been some excitement.
There has, but we need to get you on your proper microphone first, Chris.
I am.
So
Interesting.
Let's
Okay.
get you set up here. Adrian, Alex, can y'all talk while I get Chris sorted?
Okay.
All right. Talk about something for me real quick.
Yeah.
Oh
so,
yeah, I will.
Okay,
so,
Adrian, you
looking at
first.
looking at the near future, it will be interesting now. How SpaceX might like how they will react to this, if they will basically perform another where they really get up to speed and try to push as fast as they can, if basically it's an all hands on deck call again, or if they will just like I don't mean right now this is not, they are not up to ready, right now. If you could say they could launch right now, if they had a launch license right now, they could not launch right now, right, Alex?
Yeah, right now they are not able to launch. They need a launch license. As you know, they need environmental approval, and then they need a launch license, which will also entail things like safety approvals, make sure that nothing, like things like explosions and things like that, don't affect severely the surrounding areas, be able to establish a safety zone and all of that stuff. You know, it's a really complex thing. It's not that easy, and they're gonna have to coordinate that, but I'm sure they have done work already ahead of that. So we're hoping that it's gonna take way less than the environmental approval.
All right.
I think. Okay, yeah.
Are y'all good? I've got
Yeah.
Chris
Yes.
sorted, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's try that again. Chris Gebhardt, speak.
What am I, a dog now?
I don't know. I mean, I just needed some audio from you to see if we could understand you.
Okay, well, speaking. This is Chris following instructions. Speaking. Do I get a
Well
cookie,
done.
boss?
Yeah, we're good. I have no
Okay.
cookies. Sorry. I don't have any cookies. So, anyways, Chris Gebhardt, welcome to the party.
Thank you. I hear there's been some excitement with something from the FAA. Yes.
There has. We've been talking about it for almost just over 2.5 hours now, and the news of the day is the mitigated Fonzie. Good news for everybody out there, I think.
I agree. Yes.
We were literally just sort of, we hit the high points. At the very beginning, we found the big headline that was mitigated Fonzie, and then we found some big things like the number of launches and how they notify people, and Alex and Adrian were going through and like hitting some of the things in detail. But now we've sort of gotten down to the point where we're scrolling through some of the specific mitigations just to see if there was anything else, sort of to get a better understanding of what they're talking about. And we had just talked about, well, look, one of the mitigations is installing the utility lines between the LCC and VLA underground. And we demonstrated that they're already installing things underground. So good job. You're already doing a good job there. But,
Check mark there.
Yeah, we should just do that. We should just like, here, I'll fill out the Fonzie for everybody. Like, check, done. All right, what's next? Let's see here. I mean, I don't want to hit every single one of these because I think it might get a little bit tedious. But SpaceX has to prepare a historical context report. including the
Yeah,
area of
this
potential effects. I mean,
I read through all of this, like the next 3 points basically, and they seem like it's more about, I think, basically calming some parties and making sure they are happy and satisfied with how this all turns out, because this is more about funding certain development and funding education that is related to the historical and cultural resources of this area. So this seems more as we kind of want to do this, so people that are related to this are happy with this. At least that's how I would read this.
Yeah, you know something? Some of this stuff is stuff we should do anyways, right? Like money for 5 interpretive signs in English and Spanish that describe the history. I mean, that would be nice, but where does that money normally come from, right? Like, it's hard for organizations to get money to do stuff like that. So if SpaceX is operating in the area and tosses some money towards a sign, I don't think that that's a terrible thing. Funding educational outreach, web-paid content for agencies, informative videos to the public about the region's cultural heritage. Same sort of thing. I mean, I appreciate the fact that that might be something we would want to understand anyways. And SpaceX wants to operate in the area, and SpaceX also, I'll say, financially supporting the cultural outreach for the area. It makes sense to me, you know?
Yes, I absolutely agree.
Documenting landscape of Palmito Ranch battlefield. Okay, more documenting stuff. Implementing the historical context report. Like, some intern's going to get this one. It's like SpaceX is going to have an intern write a report, and they're going to have a little trifold cardboard thing, and they'll put it at the history fair and stuff like that. But we've got implementing measures to reduce noise.
It will dig.
First, they're the only ones down there.
No, true.
Implementing measures to reduce noise levels generated by construction equipment. This is one of those ones that's sort of gray, right?
It's vague.
Like, yeah, what does that mean? Like, how do you exactly do that?
Yeah, when did you successfully implement measures? What's the gate where you said, okay, I implemented measures?
Yeah,
and I kind of want to know, because, like, you know, implementing measures to minimize noise and generate noise levels generated by construction equipment, you know, like that. I normally see that when, like, you're doing bridge construction in a city, right? So it's like you can't be working overnight because you're right outside someone's bedroom window. You know, like I've seen things like that, but what's nearby that you're trying to mitigate construction noise? I mean, is that something to, like, so people don't complain about the beach when they go to the beach and
yeah,
or is it animal related? Like, does it have something to do with the local wildlife? I'm wondering.
Probably both, because we're in the cultural significance section here, so this is probably more about not tearing up the area and making it difficult for people to enjoy the cultural significance of the area. So you have jackhammers going off, and you're sitting there trying to read the Palmito piling sign. It's like, geez, really? And there's an entire separate section that talks about the impact of noise and lights and stuff like that on wildlife, like the biological impacts. But this one is, I think it's like sort of documenting that from a cultural standpoint. Most likely for people visiting the area to appreciate some of the cultural artifacts and sites that are around, right? Same sort of thing. Implementing measures to minimize invoice from trucks, construction, tanker, concrete, traffic. I mean, I wish we would do a better job of this across the board. Maybe Elon, make them all electric. They won't make as much noise if they're all electric.
Oh, right.
I mean, you hear that. You hear that when you have Starbase Live open all day. You hear how they are. This is really loud, especially at the launch site when all these trucks are and close to the highway. When you hear all these trucks going by all day, suddenly it gets really, really loud.
Yeah, it's even in the daily videos. Sometimes in the daily videos, people are like, "Oh gosh, there's so many construction noises," and we're like, "Yeah, that's what it sounds like there." Like, what do you?
Yeah, it's a construction site.
Yeah, it's a construction site. Like, there's a lot of construction site. Yes, there's a jackhammer that was going off right next to Mary when she was trying to film that clip for the daily. So anyways, let's see here. We've already, again, folks, we've done multiple fast sum-ups. We're going through in a little bit more detail now. It's a mitigated FONSI, and we are now going through some of the mitigations. SpaceX continuing to push forward, FAA saying that's cool as long as you take some specific steps to minimize or mitigate your impact.
They basically got homework.
Yep. Vibration. monitoring
hey,
program.
at least they got all their homework on a Monday. I mean, nothing's worse than getting your homework on a Friday.
On a Friday, nice.
Yeah, that's true.
And look at this. This is like, is the launch going to shake the Port Isabel Lighthouse? The Port Isabel Lighthouse is, what, 5 or 6 miles away? I know because it's right near one of the cellular antennas that one of the robots talks to. But like, when you launch, are you going to cause damage to the historic Port Isabel Lighthouse? It doesn't say that they're going to actually damage it. It just says, hey, be on the lookout for this. We don't want you to launch a super heavy and then the lighthouse falls over, burns down or sinks into the swamp or whatever. What is this? Replicating and installing the missing stars and wreaths on the Palmetto Pilings historical marker?
That's very specific.
Yeah. That's interesting. We had that photo from Nick earlier. Let me see if I can get back to that photo real quick.
Well, that's very interesting. Replicate, because it doesn't say like reinstalling. It doesn't seem to indicate that like SpaceX took them out. Like, I wonder if this is a mitigation from like the increased attention in the area, and maybe like making sure that markers and historical markers like that are maintained, not because you did something, but because you brought interest and an influx of people to the area.
Yeah,
if you work there, make it fancy.
Yeah, just sort of showing, like, I guess, proving that you are operating in the area. You're part of the area. You're not just coming through and taking advantage of the area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, that's oddly specific, but there you go. There's a picture of it, and SpaceX. And again, it's like Chris said, it's not that SpaceX went through there and ripped them off with a jackhammer or whatever, but just SpaceX saying, hey, we appreciate you letting us work here. How about we help you take care of some of this stuff? I really don't feel too bad about that. I don't think that that's out of bounds. Do y'all?
No, that's kind of like, well, I mean, it's one of those things, right? Because when we talk about impacts, we tend to talk about direct impacts, right? Like specifically, like they fire an engine, it creates this noise that breaks this window or rattles this lighthouse or does this, right? Like, but an impact to an area can literally be you arrive and you bring an influx of people with you who then alter something with the local culture or alter something with a local cultural marker that you then need to, like, in good faith for being a member of the community. Yes, it wasn't your doing directly, it was an indirect impact.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It's interesting. I really feel strongly that if you're going to come through, you shouldn't just take advantage of the area. You should also, like, try to be a part of the area. You know what I mean? And not over the top or anything, but honestly, replacing something like that, restoring a historical marker, putting up informational signs, none of that sounds too crazy.
And also, you could also, like, you can think about what if Elon really will do that, but you could see in the past that Elon would announce how he wants to fund and improve the local area. There were statements of him that he wants to put money into certain areas in Brownsville. So that is a theme that is reoccurring here that even Elon on Twitter mentioned a few times.
Yeah. It's, again, it's good to have, like, more details on here are some specific things we're going to do. We're not just going to promise to put a Starship at the airport and then send them a flap. Here are specific things we'll do. We'll put the stars and wreaths back on the historical marker or whatever. What is this, though? And I don't want to, like, talk about one thing too much, but I'm curious about a lot of these. This is specific. Maintaining access restriction to the area west of the existing U.S. Customs Border Protection checkpoint and west of where an unnamed north-south canal crosses, generally depicted in PAS symbol 6. What?
Maintaining access restriction to the area west of the existing U.S. Customs and Border. Okay, so if I've got my map and my geography correct, the area west of the existing U.S. Customs and Border Protection would be the route that has some homes and access roads between, like, where between, like, the last traffic light leaving Brownsville and that checkpoint.
Yeah,
because that's all that's west of the existing U.S. Customs checkpoint.
Weird. In this whole
which
unnamed...
man freaks you out when you're not expecting it. For the first time, and you're like, oh my gosh, how am I in Mexico? I need my passport. But
found the guy who didn't grow up in Texas, like.
Correct. Yeah.
That was like a normal thing for us going through those checkpoints when I was a kid.
My borders be water.
Like maintaining access restriction. I don't know. Let's not
Yeah.
worry too much about that. Placing temporary construction barriers, right? Okay, we talked about that. They already do that on occasion. Like we've seen cones and we've seen construction barriers. Like we've already seen them do things to make sure that a backhoe doesn't run over the historical marker or whatever. That doesn't seem too crazy. You should do that anyways, right? If an anomaly affects a historic property, SpaceX will hire a qualified professional to make recommendations. For restoration. Okay, so you don't run into that painting of Jesus Christ You know what I'm talking about?
Oh my gosh, yes.
The lady at
one
the
out of
museum.
Spain. Yes. Yes.
But also-
oh god.
Isn't that
Go
also
ahead.
kind of like usual that if you damage something and if you are responsible for damaging a property, that you kind of help fix it or like at
You
least
break
pay
it,
for
you buy
fixing
it.
Yeah, like I love that basically this says, okay, if SpaceX does destroy things, they need to pay for repairing the things.
And
Okay,
properly is the
And
important
properly,
thing.
exactly.
Okay, yeah, true.
Yeah. It's not like you plow over the historical marker and then you send out DOS with a shovel and a Dremel tool trying to fix it, right?
Right.
It's you restore it back to its previous state with somebody who knows what they're doing or that sort of thing. I don't think that's too crazy. You know, hire a
Yeah,
qualified
no,
professional.
that's reasonable.
It's common sense, like we've said a few times here.
Yeah.
Already. Oh, and just if you want to go back up real quick, that weirdly specific one about west of the border protection.
Yeah.
Jack is telling us in our back channel, all that means is that they're going to maintain the soft checkpoint where it currently is.
All right. Seems like it makes sense. That doesn't sound too crazy.
No, right? I mean, you kind of want
Let's-
that, especially on testing days.
We're just going to keep going down here. And then while we're doing this, Alex is still getting a lot of more detailed stuff we'll come to through here as well. But unanticipated discoveries, prepared to outline the processes followed. Previously unknown cultural resources or human remains are discovered during construction. That's like another normal thing. Like, what is the plan that you will follow if you are digging Launchpad B and you find the foundation of a hut nobody knew was there? I don't know. You know?
Well, yeah, or I mean,
Alright.
like specifically, like a lot of places in Florida, I imagine it's similar in some locations in Texas. You can come across previously unknown native burial grounds.
Yep.
And you obviously need to be very respectful and careful with how you deal with that as you're excavating.
Yep, absolutely. So here's more stuff. That was some historical and cultural stuff, and I see this comment coming through chat. Are some of these in very specific response to groups that had concerns? I don't want to use the word appeasement, but is it like, all right, SpaceX, you're going to be in the area, you should support the area, you shouldn't just exploit the area, so here are the ways that you can explore, or you can exploit. Here's some of the ways that you can support some of the cultural aspects of the area that were maybe brought to the attention by certain cultural groups in the area. It's not crazy. Like, the Starship program cost a lot of money. Restoring a historical marker is not going to bankrupt the Starship program. I haven't come across anything yet that I think is, like, out of bounds, unreasonable, too much, right?
Yeah, also, like, not a homework where you would think, okay, this will take significant time. So far, everything of this could be basically implemented very fast or, like, without any really preparation. So this is all not a deal breaker or a huge delay.
Yep. So
Well,
this is
and
more
some of-
Department of... Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Oh yeah, well, and some of it too, like remember, because I think this is an important thing to note. What the sort of mitigated FONSI can mean, right, is like, okay, like, you know, the provisions that are in here for mitigating stuff with sea turtle nests, right? Well, that's applicable during sea turtle nesting season. If it's not sea turtle nesting season, it's not going to be applicable right now, right? Like some of these things have very time specific things, right, of when you'd be looking to implement them.
Yeah.
And you know, like we were talking about, the sea turtle one is a good example of that, because that's an obvious one that anyone operating on a beach in the southern portions of the US has to contend with, right? But in the times of the year that they're not nesting, right, you don't eliminate the light mitigation, but you don't have to be walking the beach every day. You don't have to be, you know, constantly looking for nests. So some of these are things that, yes, they will eventually have to be done, but they don't necessarily need to be done before the FAA could grant a launch license to them if you're outside of some of the seasonal markers of when these things would be taking place.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to some of the details on those down here in the biological section that's coming up.
Yes.
So let's see here. SpaceX will restore the State Highway 4 right-of-way to pre-disturbance conditions after installation of utilities. I mean, good. That's fine. Like, you're going to install fiber out to the launch site to support Starship operations from the Mission Control Center or whatever. Like, yeah, put it back the way you found it before you dug the trench. It seems like that makes sense, right?
Yeah,
Event of
indeed.
anomaly, SpaceX is going to notify different organizations. Outlined anomaly response plan. That's a no-brainer. Like, that should be done anyways. Following an anomaly, SpaceX would release the access restriction area west of the all-hard checkpoint to allow visitors to continue to access the National Wildlife, National Historical Area, lands, whatever. While anomaly response actions are taken, would keep the all-hard checkpoint in place to protect public safety and implement the measures. So that's literally just saying that they're not going to keep people from passing the soft checkpoint if there's an anomaly. People can still come out and access parts of the area even if they need to leave the launch site itself closed. All right. That's a no-brainer. SpaceX or qualified contractor conduct debris removal in accordance with the method as determined. This already happens. They have already had more than one instance where they've tossed some stainless steel out into the salt flats, right? And I was there during some of that cleanup, and it's not just drag a backhoe out there and dig a huge rut in the salt flats. SpaceX was manually, like by hand, removing chunks of stuff with like a big skid that was pulled by people off of areas where they couldn't just take in heavy equipment. And so, in accordance with the method as determined by Parks and Wildlife, okay, I'm okay with it. I don't want to just talk about everything, but does that make sense to y'all?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I looked out into the salt flat, and I'm like, what are they doing? Why is it like 10 people in a dog sled team configuration pulling a piece of wreckage on a sled? And I talked with one of the Fish and Game folks out there, and they're like, oh, yeah, they can't take the heavy equipment out there, so SpaceX is removing it that way to minimize impact. And I was like, huh, all right, cool.
Right, it's like finding those like the local ways of doing things based on the terrain that you've got, right? And when you, and I mean, one thing that is easy to overlook at Boca Chica, even though we say it a lot, right, is when we talk about its elevation above sea level, it's basically 1.
Yes, it is.
Yes, and portions of the road flood at high tide. So some parts are sub 1 to some degree. So yeah, like you would have those types of mitigating factors for how you would go out to mitigate the mitigation for the mitigation.
Yeah.
Yes. Now we're cooking with government gas. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this does all just make total sense, right? Because just because you're in an algal flat doesn't mean you just leave the portion of the ship where it fell.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm seeing if I can't do this real quick just to point it out, but if it takes too long for me to do, maybe I won't do it. I was going to illustrate, Chris, the fact that it's basically right at sea level, and you can see the big flats out there to the side. Let me see here really quickly.
You can indeed, like you can see in the foliage just beyond the road, and then you can see how it sort of makes that ring out around the production site in that sand area that's in between it, the brown sand area, and that I think you can actually see some water there. I mean, and that is all covered during high tide. It ebbs back and forth. And I mean, especially during thunderstorms. Whew, man, there's no place for it to go.
Yep. I think it's probably going to take... Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait, I think I got it now. Let's see here.
I was going to say, did I talk long enough, Das?
Yes, you did. You did. You bought me enough time. Let's see here. Because now that I'm actually in that camera, I can turn over to the side. And
How
you can
amazing is it to just have cameras to explain this?
Here we go. This camera should start turning in just a second here. You can see some of the salt flat areas, assuming that this camera hasn't fallen too far behind. Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
Yeah, I think that's actually got a lot of water in it right now, but sometimes that sort of ebbs and flows out there. And if it's dry, I was looking on the other side of the road, but you don't just take heavy equipment out there into that area and drag a bunch of Starship pieces back. So I'm fine with it. I'm not too terribly concerned about them needing to clean things up.
Yeah, and again, like I want to sort of make this point again now that we have now that the completed programmatic environmental assessment is done. I had been saying for quite some time that part of this was almost certainly not just related to the sheer number of comments that they got, although that certainly factored into it in many, many cases and for many of the delays, but this is the first type of document like this covering a new space center, like a new spaceport for us, right? And one that is the first that is truly commercial, right? That this is not being built as part of a government range in Florida or Virginia in Florida or California. And this is the first orbital one of its kind. Yes, there are other suborbital, commercial spaceports in the US, but this is the first orbital one. So taking your time to make sure you were getting it all right, since this is the baseline. This is now the one from which all the precedent is built for how we do this going forward. It's not a surprise that it took this long in some regards. And like we've been saying, nothing so far seems like, oh, that's suspicious. That must have been, one of the local places upset that they were here. Nothing is really seeming like that. It's just seeming like make sure you dotted all your I's and crossed all your T's in this regard before releasing it.
Also, this whole process had to be very bulletproof, because if you give areas where environmental groups could sue, they will. They will. This had to be proved to everybody that would look at it, and people and like even if there would be lawsuits, and there's still a possibility that there will be lawsuits, that you can defend what you assessed at the FAA. You want to be able to go to court and say, okay, we stand behind this. We are okay with this, and we made this decision based on all of this.
Yep. Let's keep running through some of these, and I'm also going to grab super chats here in just a second, but I'm super curious. Like, again, I haven't come across anything that's like, wait, really? That's crazy. Talking about more restoration measures regarding any adverse impacts to landforms, locally from preferred grass species, regrading, it's measures regarding and regrading distributed land, or disturbed land, actually. It's just talking about if you break stuff by blowing up a Starship, be a good steward and put it back the way, working with Texas Parks and Wildlife Department to make sure that you're not just, I don't know, let's toss in some Bermuda grass or whatever. I don't know. Like a non-native species. There was Bermuda grass all over the place down there. Canadian doom grass or something. I don't know what a non-invasive or an invasive grass species would be. Anyways.
Canadian doom grass.
Yes,
okay.
You gotta look out for that Canadian doom grass.
Noted.
Restoration actions with respect to algal flats. Grooming of tracks, use of hand tools, ambient soils, removing fill. Again, it's just like not making a huge deal in the existing natural area.
Yeah, I feel like most of these are just common sense paragraphs.
Yeah, and again, nothing that seems like it's going to, either take a significant amount of time to accomplish, or again, like restoration actions with respect to, okay, well, that might not be something that has to happen right now.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that might just be as part of the overall ongoing maintenance. So there might not even be an action that's required right this second.
Yeah, some of the things are like, oh, well, if something is disturbed, then you agree to work through it, not just having DOS out there with a shovel trying to fix it, but actually getting it correctly fixed and working with Texas Parks and Wildlife to do that. All right. Hey, that makes sense. Let's see here. Implement the additional measures. Look, this one has A's and B's and C's. Outlined in Section 4F concurrence letter with some dates. Strict compliance with terms and conditions of the MOA executed. Okay. We're not going to go and try to dig through every single one of these things. If this is a huge deal, let me know. Like, did the MOA executed September 2nd say SpaceX needs to use anti-gravity vehicles to handle the fish and wildlife areas? Whatever. Like, come on.
Well, in which case, that joke about the warp core is going to become real handy in a second.
Oh, somebody on Twitch corrected me, said that it wouldn't be Canadian doomgrass, it would be the Canadian sorry grass.
Oh.
So anyways. Completion maintenance of the bollard and cable traffic control fencing on State Highway 4. That's actually right there by one of our camera sites. We have to hop over that to go to the camera site. We have a little access that goes through it. Survey the State Highway 4 boundary. Leave 2 or 3 gaps in the western portion. Reasonably access to private load in holdings at access points. All right. That's fine. This all makes perfect sense. Signage placed at the gap. All right. Necessary measures. Go ahead.
As long as it's only like signs and protecting certain areas, this is
all straightforward.
All straightforward. I really like to read this because for every point I read so far, it's like, yeah, okay. So for some, I even wonder, shouldn't that be required anyway?
Yeah.
Without doing this.
Tommy in chat says Das with a shovel in the marsh will now be his go-to guess and clue. It was Das in the shovel with the marsh.
I love how you use yourself as an analogy for, like, that's how it not should be done. Like.
Let's see here. Make Texas Parks and Wildlife owned lands in Boca Chica accessible to researchers at all times, except during ignition events. They have land there. The people should be able to access it so they can conduct their research. Makes sense. Cover the cost of a contract. A&M Corpus Christi. Develop specific protocols. Test restoration of impacts from the SN11 anomaly within 30 days of presentation of such a contract. Interesting. This is related to funding some academic research out of Texas Parks and Wildlife or Texas A&M Corpus Christi, the Texas A&M system, about how they can restore damage after an anomaly. Seems like that's maybe good to understand anyways.
Yeah, I mean, but that makes a lot of sense because like the Space Center here in Florida has some programs where they're partnered with UF and Florida State University, and stuff like that. So makes sense just transferring that same principle to Texas.
Yeah, and again, it defines it. The scope of the contract includes the cost of a principal investigator, 1 or 2 graduate students, or related equipment, materials, overhead, da-da-da-da-da. All right. If Texas A&M can't do it, work in good faith to identify another institution that can do it. Again, that is about repairing damage that happens from an anomaly. So, specific protocols for test restoration of impacts to tidal algal flats from SN11 anomaly. Sorry. I'm talking fast to try and get through a lot of this. During the first restoration season, as recommended by and following the study, SpaceX at its sole expense will hire a qualified environmental firm to undertake a test restoration per the recommendations of the study. Oh, this is like, we're not just going to do the study, then after the study, SpaceX, you actually have to use it for something. 5 net acres, tidal algal flats affected by the impacts of debris and debris retrieval. Again, this is sort of putting SpaceX on the hook for cleaning up after themselves if they make a mess. That doesn't sound too crazy to me. Does that make anybody else get alarm bells in their head?
No.
Monitoring the test restoration. This is more the test restoration.
And actually, I want to go back to that point real quick if I can. Real quick.
Sure.
Just to sort of put it into context a little bit. Because when you have an anomaly at the Cape or at Vandenberg, right, it's the 45th Space Wing here in Florida and the 30th Space Wing out in Vandenberg of the Space Force that is responsible for that coordination and making sure that everything in that, cleanup and restoration is done according to government regulations, right? Like there's an overseer to whichever company is responsible for creating the mess is the one that cleans it up or has to pay to clean it up. But there's an overseer there, but there isn't necessarily that level of oversight here anymore. So putting them through a training sequence like that makes sense.
Yeah. Honestly, a lot of this is if you're not going to be a good steward of the land you're on, should you really be going out to Mars and tearing that place up too?
Yeah.
Also,
it doesn't say. It doesn't. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say. Also, this explains why the insurance claim that was like the insurance money that was mentioned before is so high, because these are all possibly things you could also have to repair if something blows up on a launch. And if you add all of these up, they can get quite expensive. Like damaging a lot of land can be quite expensive.
Yeah, it could, especially you're not just out there trying to, oh, well, yeah, it's fine. The grass is fine. It'll grow back. It's like you've got pieces everywhere and that sort of thing. Like cleaning it up and not causing even more damage while you're trying to clean it up is sort of a deal. This is all more stuff about if you mess something up, help us determine the right way to fix it, and then go through and confirm that fixing it in that way is going to work. Like that's what this keeps saying here. Let's see here. SpaceX issue notifications prior. SpaceX would issue notifications prior to a planned access restriction in accordance with its access restriction notification plan, including. This is a big deal. This is somebody's driven out to Boca Chica Beach and they don't know that the beach is closed yet, right? Amongst other things. Providing a forecast. What? A forecast of planned access restrictions 1 to 2 weeks in advance of the access restriction on the county website and or send via email to the agency distribution list. Information about the access restriction posted on the website.
Well, this helps us plan.
But this is kind of, I mean, we already see the, what are they called? Planned or possible closures now? Where they basically update possible closures to closure scheduled now. So I think they are already starting to do that they already announced, okay, this is a day we could have a closure, and then like 24 to 48 hours in the like past few weeks, they updated that closure from, okay, it's no longer planned, it might happen.
Yeah, we've seen some things like that. We've also seen some frustrations from people as they seem to, oh yeah, road closure every day. And then for 2 weeks, they don't use any of them. So there's got to be a little bit of a line to walk there, right? Like having some sort of realistic prediction of what you're doing versus, oh yeah, we predict we're going to do something every single day, but then not actually limiting the access on those days.
So maybe this is part of how I'm reading A and B here together, right? Where A is sort of saying like, hey, like to give people a longer term idea of when you think you might be having a restriction. You need to let us know 1 or 2 weeks ahead of time, and then if you actually do plan to close the road, 48 hours in advance. That way, if you don't end up, people can still go like, oh, like I want to go to the beach tomorrow. Is it closed? Nope. It says it's open, so they can't go back like 2 hours after that and go, just kidding, we want to keep it open now. You know, we want to close it now. That's how I read it.
I like this. Jack says they're going to start issuing weather reports. Like, it's a 20% chance of a flood today north of Boca Chica Village with a slight chance of static fire later tonight. Like, tune in for the nightly prediction for the SpaceX operations planning. Let's see. I'm going to keep going. I mean, clearly they need to update stuff. Look at this. Sending real-time status and updates on beach access restrictions through a text message alert service. Subscribers can text beach to this number to receive updates. This is interesting.
I mean, they already do that, right?
So we know that they have that, but historically it has been significantly not accurate. So we have observed that the beach is closed for much longer than the text message system actually indicates. And you cannot trust getting a text message from that as to whether or not it's actually closed. Because we've seen the sheriff, like it's 8 in the morning, and the beach text doesn't actually come through until 2 p.m. or something, but the sheriff is out there clearing off the beach at 8 in the morning. And so realistically, the beach is already closed and cleared, but it's literally closed for hours before the text message comes through.
I think they're right now basically sending out that text when the employees leaving the pad and the hard roadblock goes up, which is by basically not in any way related to when the beach is cleared. Like sometimes they clear the beach like 3 hours before the pad is clear.
But this says for access restrictions.
Right.
Yeah.
So Das, this is what I'm wondering. Like when you were saying like, oh, like they'll be out there at 8 a.m. closing or clearing the beach, but then like at 2 o'clock the text will come in. This seems to indicate that you actually have to be that it's a different system, right? Like you have to text it to a number to get an instant reply of is it closed or is it not like a subscriber push notification service.
I don't know that we could read that out of this. It just says text beach to receive updates, but it's not clear if that's like if you text beach that right now, do you get the current beach status, or do you text beach to sign up, sort of like the way this current system works? I don't know that
I
we
think
can
it
see
is
that.
signing. You basically get the text when.
Yeah, but this document doesn't
the road is
clarify
gonna be
that,
closed.
right? It doesn't say that
Right.
specifically here. So my big deal, right? Like my big deal is so many times the beach has been closed long before we get a text saying that the beach is closed.
Yeah.
And that we've heard from people like, oh yeah, drove out there, the beach was already closed, but I didn't get a text, and the text doesn't come in for a while. But it'll be interesting to see, is this the same thing, or is this some sort of new change to that or something like that?
No,
we'll
this is,
see.
this,
Let's not dwell on
This
it.
has been ongoing. This is the same thing as the Cameron County website says.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have seen lately, at least, I think Adrian was talking about that we see them sending the message, but once they are clearing the launch pad, so they have already cleared the beach, the road is already closed, and there's still employees at the launch pad. And when they tell them, hey, you gotta come back to the production site, we're gonna test. So that's when they send the text. But the beach is already
Which doesn't
closed
help.
like an hour or two already. So
that's I'm not gonna let that fly because it's not accurate at all. Like the text message that comes through on my phone that I'm reading, because I keep them all, says Boca Chica Beach is now closed. The text message does not say the launch pad is clear or SpaceX personnel.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that when they send that message, it's not when they actually close the beach. That's what I'm trying to say. That they send it at different time. I don't know why, but.
Yeah, like the beach is closed for hours before they send the text message saying Boca Chica Beach is now
and sometimes
closed.
it's the opposite. It's a little bit random, and sometimes it's right on the dot. It's like they close the beach, and that's when they send the text message. So it's not super reliable, but it's still close. It's better than not getting a message, right? It's like at least you get it.
Yeah,
I
hope
that's
that
better
they're
than
a little
nothing.
bit. I hope they're a little bit more accurate with the notifications. Like I've always felt that the notifications were a little fudged, and a family trying to go out to enjoy the beach isn't going to get the notification when the beach is already actually closed by the sheriff. Anyways, implement the following measures to limit access restrictions. Oh, this is what we were talking about.
Yeah, we read that.
Yeah, no Highway 4 access restrictions on the following holidays, and there's a list of holidays that they can't close it on. All right. Where any of the holidays fall annually on Monday or Friday, I don't even think we need to go through all this specifically. Like, the beach will be open on July 4th, the end, right?
Did we talk about that they may request, so just jumping through this whole road closure thing, but I think the one thing we didn't mention so far is which is SpaceX may request a weekend access restriction up to 5 times per calendar year.
Yeah, I think we've saw, that's coming up here, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. Memorial Day to Labor Day, the times of greatest nice. It says the times of greatest visitor, beach uses, and enjoyment. So there are actually some areas where they can't have weekend access restrictions. It actually just says no weekend access restrictions from Friday. I don't think that's a complete sentence, actually, is it? Yeah, it's okay.
They need an editor.
Yeah, road access restrictions for any SpaceX activities would occur from Monday through Friday at 6 a.m. Predictive schedule ensures public access to all the open areas in the National Wildlife Reserve, Boca Chica Beach, from Friday at 6 a.m. through Sunday from Memorial Day to Labor Day. That's literally just saying weekends during the summer. Memorial Day is in May. Labor Day is in September. Summer, don't close the beach on the weekends, 6 a.m. through Sunday. No weekend access restriction on Saturday or Sunday. So this is after Labor. This is the winter months, right? Requires one road access restriction between Fridays from Memorial Day to Labor Day, or on the weekends, it's considered a weekend access restriction. So this is, Adrian, what you were talking about,
Yes.
5 times per calendar year. So they can.
So yeah.
Go ahead.
They can test on weekends. The question, like, they would probably use it only for very specific occasions. But I think that so a similar statement was in the previous agreement as well, but they rarely even used it. Usually, that it was just not used.
Yeah.
Somebody said the beach will be open the 4th of July weekend. Who wrote this? Jaws? Okay. So they can. There is some flexibility if they need to do something with the weekend access restriction.
Yeah.
All right. Request 48 hours prior to the start of the access that the Cameron County Commissioners Court. This is sort of some of the things that are already in place, maybe defined a little bit better. Intended to give the public
this just
minimum
sort of
48 hours.
gives a little bit more insight into the process more than anything.
Yep.
Also, nothing does cost time.
Yep. Activities deemed to be anomalies per FAA regulations. Ah. So if they have an anomaly and they need to keep the beach closed because of the anomaly, they can keep it closed because they've spread a Starship or a Super Heavy all over the beach.
And it doesn't count against them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, cool.
But that's good
So
to know,
this
because
is-
I know there would be a question as soon as there was an anomaly. And
Yep.
they had to keep it closed for a weekend, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, we've already gone through this under section 106 PA. See the list of measures under the historical architectural. We've already gone through that section, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Lighting mitigation. We saw lighting mitigation as well. Visual effects, including light emissions. We've the insurance requirements. Pay for any structural damage that may occur, ensuring restoration. Okay. Let's see here. Following measures mitigate impacts on recreational activities. Collaborate with Parks and Wildlife, Fish and Wildlife to meet fishing objectives for the region. Sorry.
Yeah.
I love this. $5,000 annually to enhance an existing TBVD Tackle Loaner program.
Loaner, really?
Interesting. And then bees, like SpaceX will provide the opportunity for fishing's future representatives to participate in the monthly beach cleanups and teach environmental stewardship and increase awareness.
Okay. I guess
Interesting.
Fishing's Future sent in a comment. Said they would like to be involved. I don't want to overburden a company with like everybody who wants can come up and say, well, you can't be here on the beach unless you give my group $3,000 or whatever, but this doesn't seem too terribly crazy. Like,
yeah.
SpaceX can sneeze and buy $5,000 worth of fishing tackle that can be loaned out so that people can fish. I'm not going to cry about that and say that it's going to impact our ability to become a multiplanetary species.
Yeah.
It's a good neighbor paragraph again.
Yeah, it is. Here's collaborating with Fish and Wildlife to meet wildlife observation, interpretation, and photography objectives, as well as NHL. Was the Hockey League have anything to do with this?
This is where it gets very interesting, because now we're talking about satellite monitoring of solar-powered Starlink for remote wildlife viewing opportunities, that they've got to like create pull-offs on the highway to allow people to stop and look at the wildlife. Which I mean, to be fair, I guess there is wildlife out there. All I ever got yelled at by was a grackle every time I've been out there. But
I guarantee you that given the amount of wildlife droppings we have to clean off the cameras, there's lots of wildlife out there.
yeah, I would imagine, yes, yeah. But this is very interesting, because this is sort of interesting, because like you don't have this at the you have this around areas like the Kennedy Space Center, right? Like there's the wildlife areas that you can go to on Merritt Island that are not inside restricted zones. So since SpaceX doesn't have large restriction zones, this kind of makes sense, even though this is a very directed thing. But this kind of does make sense, since spaceports and wildlife preserves tend to share land, and that sort of stewardship of the environment goes hand in hand. But because you only have the one road in, the one road out, this is another one that just makes sense, even though I'm sure some people have correctly looked at this already and gone, well, no one else has had to do that. You know?
Yeah, it's like you see why it says wildlife viewing platform and associated signage, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not terrible. And I guess one of the big differences here is SpaceX didn't buy the entire area, right? Like SpaceX moved into an existing public area. It's not that SpaceX owns the entire area. And so what you wouldn't have at like Cape Canaveral, you wouldn't have a public viewing platform in the middle of Cape Canaveral because that's all a restricted area. And Starbase just doesn't work that way. Starbase is a public area that has some private SpaceX areas inside of it. And so I guess I get it. I mean, it's SpaceX can sneeze and construct a wildlife viewing platform. This is like marketing for SpaceX. Provide enhanced satellite monitoring via solar-powered Starlink for remote wildlife viewing opportunities.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an advertisement for Starlink. You know? So I'm okay with it. Like they're gonna put out some solar-powered Starlink stuff for remote wildlife viewing opportunities. That's literally saying they're gonna install some bird cams. Call me. You have my number, SpaceX. I'll do it. We can make that happen. See, participate in wildlife photography, introduction, and instruction opportunities on site. Provide the opportunity for wildlife photographers to instruct the public during the monthly beach cleanups. What, somebody's going to have a tent on the beach and can talk about wildlife photography during beach cleanup? That's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and I mean that's just SpaceX providing the opportunity, right? That's not people from SpaceX actually having to go out and do that, right? That's local wildlife photographer Bill going out and teaching people, you know, on beach cleanup day. Yeah.
Yep. Right.
Also,
go ahead.
Just because that comes up in the chat a few times now, this is not the FAA only dictating what SpaceX has to do. This is basically, most of this probably was proposed by SpaceX, what they could do. I would actually bet on that. Like that, this was not, the FAA just not made a list with like 50 local things that SpaceX should support right now.
I bet you it's a combination. I bet you it's local groups that had some input into it via whatever mechanism, and I bet you it's SpaceX saying, hey, here's some ways that we can be good neighbors and be a part of the community and promote cultural stuff and promote wildlife and all this sort of thing, like being a good neighbor. Again, not exploiting it, but sort of being part of the area, not somebody who just comes in and exploits the area, right? I like, this isn't the sort of stuff that the FAA would come out and say. Like, oh yeah, well, you gotta install some wildlife signs. Sorry. That's what the FAA deals with. Like, the FAA doesn't come up with those ideas.
Well, true, except one of the things that I think is very interesting about this, right, is I think a lot of attention got placed on the FAA just because they were the controlling authority here, right? But the Environmental Protection Agency was involved, local wildlife conservation and national conservation societies were involved with this too. NASA was involved in this, right? Even though the FAA was sort of the controlling umbrella agency, a lot of other institutions participated in this. So some of these might actually be like things that the Environmental Protection Agency has come up with in the past, right? That could just be, you know, like cut and paste name of company and you know, a little detail specifics there. But some of those, I mean, yes, definitely that was not the FAA going, oh, we'll have a wildlife photographer there. But it very well could have been the Environmental Protection Agency or some conservation agencies that were involved with this report as well.
And also, go ahead. Oh, I was just saying, it's another thing. It's SpaceX will provide online STEM-based learning opportunities. SpaceX will host regular site tours and annual educational events for students in Brownsville ISD. Like, a lot of companies just volunteer to do that anyways. Right? And I could see SpaceX putting something like that in there. Like, we've already seen school buses filled with Brownsville ISD students out there visiting the site. We've already seen that happen. So, I'm okay with it. I used the school bus to show how big Starship was at one point. I had a camera.
I remember that.
North Beach. Yep, and I tweeted it out, and I was like, look, there's a ton of school buses there. And if you're wondering how big Starship is, it's about that many school buses tall, and there were school buses parked right underneath it. Anyways.
I really like what we see as a reoccurring theme here is that small organizations and like small projects get funding here. And these projects usually have problems like accumulating funding and getting the funding they need to increase or operate. So it's really like, while this is not really an impact, has not really an impact on SpaceX, it can have a huge impact on these small little organizations and small little projects that are getting a small little funding bump.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, chat, like, help us out. Like, we're going through this in more detail. We did the high level at the beginning. We talked about the mitigated FONSI, how that's good news for Starbase, how SpaceX, probably what SpaceX was expecting, certainly was what we were sort of expecting. But is going through this sort of detail useful? Is it interesting? Are we, like, dwelling too much or stuff? If you want to look through the documents yourself, there's some pinned links up at the top of the chat. And you can hop through and like scroll through at your own pace. I know I'm sort of scrolling through slowly on the screen. But Pastel says, loving it. Man of Sense says, Fonzie says, hey, detail is good. This is all good. I find it interesting. Been loving it. Okay, cool. Like hearing you go through it. All right. We call that a nice.
Well, because this is one of those things, right? I mean, like, you can do the high-level overview very quickly, but, like, actually going through one by one, I mean, like, you know, that's when we got to, like, oh, look at all the cool stuff they're doing with Starlink and you know, implementing their own technology and sort of utilizing that to their advantage, right? Breaking down, like, oh, okay, this is what the roadblock means. This is what this is doing. Like, these are like those little minutia questions that when you run into those edge cases of something happens and they have to keep the road closed on a Saturday in the summer when they weren't expecting to. Oh no, does that mean that's one of their 5? Well, now we know the answer is no. It's not.
Yep.
You know.
I like this. Dale Needham said, this detail is excellent. Very few media organizations would do more than headlines or maybe a 10-minute feature. Dale, thank you so much for saying that. All right. Well, let's keep forging through. We've got a new section
I think
here
I've
about.
seen Scott Manley on our chat too.
Oh no, who let Scott in here?
Yeah.
Hello, Scott. How you doing? Let's keep going through here. The water resources, including wetlands, floodplains, surface waters, and groundwater. Nice. It's like the NASA spaceflight reads the PEA podcast today.
Pretty much.
Yep.
SpaceX implements its SPCC plan to minimize the potential for accidental releases of polluting substances. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the SPCC stands for, but it seems to have something to do with the potential accidental release of polluting substances. It's the sort of things that environmentally you should probably have anyways. Like, make sure you're not just going to dump a bunch of pollution into the sensitive wetland areas.
Yeah. Which... I mean, which makes absolute sense, right? Because I know we yeah. So if you look at Google Map images of launch pads, right? If you especially look at 39A and 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, because they're the biggest, so they're the easiest ones to see around them. You can see that sort of by the flame trench and out toward the back of the flame trenches, there are these huge diverters where the water that's used for the sound suppression and any water that like pours onto the concrete surface of the pad will drain down into. And that is for exactly what they're saying there in number 1, right? Is that you need to treat any water, you need to treat that stuff that you're going to re-release back into the environment to make sure that it doesn't pollute, right? That it doesn't have those polluting substances, and you can treat the water in those ponds when you look at the maps of 39A and 39B at Kennedy. And then that is exactly what they're saying here is, hey, you've got to have that. And that's another one for number 3 that's down there as well, specifically referring to that type of very normal operation, which again is something that would already be there, right? Yep. So this is just like, some of this true is probably like just spelling it out so it's very clear, but some of it's already been done.
And a lot of it's stuff that you would want to trust that a company would do anyways to be a good citizen of the freaking planet, right?
You'd like to believe you could trust them, but there's a reason we codify
exactly.
it.
There's a reason that we put it in writing. Like, just because you want to believe in a company doesn't necessarily mean that at the end of the day they may just go for their bottom lines or multiplanetary humanity at all costs, or who cares, run over the seals as long as we get to Mars or whatever, right? And so putting things like this into a codification, I guess, like into writing, I think does make sense. And Adrian, thank you. You looked up the SPCC, right?
Yes, it's the spill prevention, control, and countermeasure operation.
Gotcha. All right, so it's just about not polluting and coming up with plans on how you shouldn't pollute. We'll add that along with sea turtle party time. Okay. But a lot of these, y'all, everything that it looks like through here is just don't pollute. And it's specifically about water off, like Chris was saying, water treatment or retention. You're going to put in a retention pond. You're not just going to let it go into the salt flats or the algal flats or whatever. And you're going to line the retention ponds so that stuff doesn't seep out of the water and then permeate into the ground and stuff like that. Like,
I mean, like, look at number 6. I mean, this is the prime example of a common sense thing. SpaceX will adhere to the proper marine vessel operating procedures. I mean,
okay,
you gotta do that anyway, right?
Yeah.
But again, it's one of those things that you put in a report like this because you dot your I's and cross your T's.
Yep. And they're like, well, we said you have to do that. Of course SpaceX is doing that. They have to do that because there's 18 other regulations that say the same thing. They have to not pollute in that way or whatever. I'm gonna skim a little bit here so we can move on. Sampling protocols, water quality criteria.
How to manage the propellant tanks that are in the area.
Yep, there's the deluge water. So if you need to spray tons of water underneath your rocket when it takes off, how do you make sure that that water isn't polluted and spreads everywhere? You know, it makes sense.
Having the proper flood insurance, number 9.
Oh, of course. The flood insurance, nice.
Yeah, also that number 11, that you remove the debris by a method determined by the TBWD. So they basically say, okay, that you can tell us how to remove this debris.
Yep. Release the access. Oh, we saw this earlier as well. So after an anomaly, they'll release the access restriction west of the hard checkpoint to allow visitors to continue. We saw that up above somewhere. It's like pasted back in here again too. All hard checkpoint. Yeah, all right. Obtain a special use permit on an emergency basis from Fish and Wildlife prior to cleanup activities. Oh, so that just says that they have to get a permit from Fish and Wildlife before they can start cleaning up the mess they made. I think that's a lot about communication. Like sometimes the permitting isn't about
Can I make a joke about that though?
Sure.
That's big government scratching little government's back there. Oh boy.
You think so?
Well, yeah, that's like when my city tried to tell my neighbor that when a tree fell on her house during a hurricane, it was illegal to put a tarp on her roof without obtaining a permit from the city first.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. No, I mean, yes, there is a real reason, and you were saying that reason, but that one did make me laugh. Like, you blow something up, so the big government says, oh, well, you got to go purchase this thing from our government in South Texas. Looking out for you, Brownsville. Like, anyway, that was my sing-songy voice. Hopefully people laughed. If not, that fell flat, and welcome to my world. Moving on.
This is U.S. Fish and Wildlife, so this is like a special use permit is a normal thing with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and it's about communicating with U.S. Fish and Wildlife that you will be on their property doing something, right? And then they say, yeah, okay, you crashed a Starship. Clearly you need access to go clean that up. We're not going to do it for you. So if they come back and the special use permit cost $18 bazillion, that's a different thing. I'll change my tune on it. But it seems like that's part of a normal process. You're not supposed to enter Fish and Wildlife land anyways unless they grant you a special use permit. You're not supposed to park a car there. You're not supposed to put a camera there. You're not supposed to do all of these things without their permission, right?
And especially in an anomaly response type situation, right? You would really want to know the extent of what is planned there, right?
Yep.
From anyone.
And then here we're talking about the landforms, like how are you going to fix the landforms that get messed up using the preferred grass species. You don't come in and put in something that's invasive or destroys the native grasses or whatever. Algal flats, they were talking about figuring out a good way to do that. How to clean things up in case there's something going on or there's an anomaly. So again, the same sort of thing. Let me read some super chats real quick, shall we?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we got another section. We got biological resources, which I think is a really long section. But James, a couple of these are going to be questions. Will the indications or no flight license yet? Oh, I guess with the indications or no flight license, will it delays not require testing? Or are they allowed to still test? I think think they could still test. Like
Yes.
before this, their experimental license already covered testing. This
yes.
was more about future expansion and orbital flights and that sort of thing, right?
I believe so, and I believe the reason we haven't really seen them go through a huge test program is just because of the various like issues they have run into.
Yeah.
With the vehicles.
Alex,
And
Adrian, y'all agree?
Yeah, that goes
Yeah.
for Starship. Super Heavy is a bit different because I can read a paragraph here from the final PEA executive summary, which answered this question. SpaceX is still in the testing stages of the launch vehicle, including ongoing Starship prototype tests that have been approved under a separate license. SpaceX also will need to conduct similar tests of a Super Heavy prototypes, which has not yet been approved under a separate license. So, yes-ish. They need more permits for Super Heavy testing.
So ship yes, booster no?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say that's basically the simplified way of, because when they say super heavy, that means including the booster in it. When they say that,
Right.
and that's why they're very specific. Oh, and it's on the screen there, right? Where the Starship means the second stage, right? The ship
Yes.
part, and then super heavy means including the booster. Yeah.
Yep. You got it. All right. Let's see here. So, James, thank you so much for the support as well. But they're still continuing, or they're allowed to continue some tests, and it was more about the flights. Let's see. Benjamin, does SpaceX now have approval to static fire boosters? The same sort of question. There's been confusion about that in the past. Also, SpaceX now has a Civil War report due.
Yes.
Like back
Yes,
to
they
fourth
literally had
grade.
a book report issued to them by this, which is incredible. Yes.
They have
Poor
to do a
intern.
book report.
Poor intern, exactly. One intern is about to spend the summer not doing what they thought they'd be doing.
Yeah, so again, 100% clearly, Adrian, did they have approval before to static fire boosters, or did they not?
Actually, I'm not 100% sure how much is covered in the current license. Obviously, they can static fire them.
Yeah.
Because we saw them static fire booster, but there was always this kinda unsureness how much they can static fire them and how much thrust.
Yeah, it was like the original license was about Falcon and Falcon Heavy, and then how much thrust does a Falcon Heavy make, and then how does
Yeah.
that compare to Starship? And that was sort of where a lot of that confusion came in. Like, could they still do it as long as the Raptors didn't make that much thrust or more thrust than a Falcon?
Yeah.
But all of this, I think, is steps in the right direction. Like, the document is not saying, no, too much impact, you can't do those tests. It's talking about, hey, continue doing things, here's some things you can clean up, I guess, or mitigate.
But I guess this at least it confirms there is some sort of license they need to have for Super Heavy prototypes, because that's explicitly mentioned in this paragraph.
Yeah,
I'm
makes
trying
sense.
to read the actual full, because that's the summary one, but the full one usually gives a little more details. So I'm actually going over that part, but I still haven't found it. So
Yeah, if you
once I
find
found
it
it,
specifically, let us know.
yeah, I'll yell at you. Hey, I found it.
Hey, oh gosh, there it is.
Okay.
Let's see here. Captain Fuzzy with a super chat saying the Cape Canaveral lighthouse was damaged by the Apollo missions. So that's probably why that's in there.
Oh,
Chris,
hang on.
have you heard of that?
I know it got damaged, but okay, lighthouse. I know it got damaged. I thought okay, let me look it up. Hang on.
You know what the
give
right
me a few
answer
minutes,
is, Chris?
Give me a few minutes to read, and I'll figure it out.
You know what the right answer is?
What?
We should reach out and see if we can go visit the Cape Canaveral lighthouse and do a live stream and talk about the history of it and see if it was damaged during the Apollo missions.
We definitely should. I think you are correct. It was definitely damaged by storms and by erosion, and like the original lighthouse.
They moved it
like
at some point.
just the materials, like
Yeah.
you know. Yeah.
Let's sit on that, and we'll see if we can't go visit the lighthouse itself.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good question. That like we can do a good thing on that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
thanks, Captain Fuzzy.
Whew. Okay, cool. Now I need to make a note of that before I forget. Hang on.
Yeah, Philip Whitehouse, 20 curly L's. A lot of these are carbon
Philip.
copies from the original 2014 EIS. which is why they're done. The only new blockers are bollards and fences for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Center. Philip, you may have been talking about something very specifically earlier, because that was 55 minutes ago. But thank you so much for the 20 curly L's. And that does make sense. Like, if there were things from the 2014 EIS, like the full-on environmental impact statement, and then they just carbon copied them up this way, maybe that would be a good way to sort of short-circuit some of that stuff that's already gotten approval or whatever, right?
Yeah, and there would be no reason why that you wouldn't still want that in the report anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. After all this, do you think SpaceX will still build a Pad B at Boca, given only 5 launches a year? That's from Rough Rider Show with a super chat. We did see in there that SpaceX was still said SpaceX proposed the building of that second redundant pad, but we haven't come across something that says yes they are, or yes they're allowed to, or no they're not going to, or anything like that. The one section we saw so far was SpaceX proposes to do that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think so. All right, Rough Riders, appreciate you. I'm going to speed run some of these. J.R. Moore says, I've been there. They need a public bathroom for YouTubers. Like a little visitor center or something like that. The SpaceX Visitor Center that has like public bathrooms, a snack bar, something like that. I'd be okay with it.
They've got the rocket garden, or like the TED Talk for boosters and ships that have flown to ones that haven't over there. You could just make it there.
Nice. They do need it. It would be nice if there was a public facility of some sort there,
Yeah.
not just like, I don't know, go behind a dune. Let's see. LSR Priel says, it's been a while since we had a Starship Hangout stream. NSF has the best team on the internet. LSR, thank you so much for saying that.
Thank you.
In the super chat as well. James Juries just says shuttle. Appreciate
Yes,
you,
what?
James.
That's the
And
easiest
Philip.
yes from Chris G.
I don't have biological resources highlighted for any reason. Sometimes I highlight things as I'm reading. Sorry, I left that highlighted that way. In fact, I'm going to switch to the camera while we're not actually looking at something. Philip says, after they made a mess, they've made the mess. The SN11 Alamany was a big deal from an environmental standpoint. Essentially, SpaceX just took the debris away. They didn't undo the damage. So Philip sort of clarifying what we were talking about with the cleanups and the algal flats. Like, on the one hand, they did remove the debris, and they weren't out there tearing up stuff with heavy machinery. But on the other hand, Philip is saying they didn't do a bunch of work to remove the damage or repair the damage to the surrounding algal flats, and that's probably why we saw that specific section about come up with a good way to fix it and stuff, right?
Yep, and the training and like partnering with universities and stuff like
Yep.
that. Yep, exactly.
Supporting a study and that sort of thing with a principal investigator. Michael says, thank you, NASA Spaceflight. Michael, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. We appreciate you. James Wilson did $10 as well. And then Wolfram says, for the Mosquito and Grackle Defense Gear Fund. Also sunscreen.
Ah, thank you. Those grackles. Oh,
I know, right?
my
biggest thing you need
nemesis
for-
out there.
Biggest thing you need for grackles are like earplugs. Those things are loud.
They are. Yeah. I also had one that took an affinity to me, but not in a good way. It just didn't want me there and would seek me out every day and like dive bomb me. And like, I don't know what I did to it, but yes, I see you, bird.
All right. So that got us through all the super chats there. Shall we continue reading through some of the mitigations for biological resources?
I think so.
Like that grackle that just flew by?
It's probably my grackle. It senses I'm on this camera.
It hears you. Nice. So this is all about biological resources, including fish, wildlife, and plants. If you're just joining us, the high level is mitigated FONSI. That means finding of no significant impact, as long as they take some steps to mitigate things. That's good news for Starbase. It's good news for SpaceX. It's good news for Starship. And quite frankly, good news for everybody who loves watching all this stuff. And we're now
also
going
exactly what was expected.
Yeah,
months
exactly
and
what was
months
expected.
and months ago. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we are going through some of the specific mitigations now. They're divvied up into sections. We've heard about historical impacts, like cultural things, like historical sites and stuff. We've gone through some of the wastewater management or water management, pollution things, and we looked at some light pollution, and now we're on to biological resources. I imagine they could have just called this the sea turtle section. But let's see, shall we?
I think there's a lot of sea turtle stuff in this section, yes.
I think there is. They're talking about, there's that water runoff prevention plan, and making sure that as they're adding facilities, they're going to take that into account. Identifies plans for erosion and sedimentation controls, techniques to diffuse and slow velocity of stormwater, because when stormwater gets to going fast, it tends to erode things and dig channels and stuff. All normal stuff.
All normal stuff, and all really important, because again, if you are just joining us, one of the things we talked about a little bit earlier in another section is the fact that, you know, the elevation of Starbase is basically 1 above sea level, and 1 in whatever measurement you wish to use on that. It's 1.
Nice.
And so when you start talking about erosion, when you are already at sea level, that in some ways is almost more important when you're talking about erosion. That is, you know, when you're really above sea level and you have to worry about like the canals that everything could dredge or what it could erode away from foundations. When you're at sea level, that can happen a lot quicker, and it can allow high tide sea level to penetrate and get into areas that you don't want it to very easily. So this is almost a, you know, kind of more important from the immediate problem it could cause standpoint versus, you know, the typical types of erosion that we think about. Like if you've ever been to beaches with cliff faces, right? Like that sort of longer term erosion versus like, oh, my foundation is cracking, I should take care of that.
Yep. Yeah. The other thing to realize is that the foundation under a lot of the structures out there, I don't know, on the beach, tends to be easier to erode. So if SpaceX causes a situation where water backs up in some area or isn't allowed to be controlled or managed, they could cut the road in half. Like literally, I've seen areas where, you know, like storm surge, massive rainfall literally just cuts the road in half and there's no more road there. And so trying to go ahead, Chris.
No, keep going. Sorry, I thought you were done.
Thinking about those sorts of things and trying to make sure that you're not just, I don't know, let's toss a couple wide bays in, and not wondering where the wide bay or where all the runoff from all the concrete that you put in around the wide bay is going to end up, and how is that going to concentrate runoff, and how is that going to affect other things. Like that's sort of a deal. Like it has real consequences if you don't think it through.
It really does, and especially like I want to sort of paint the picture of what we're talking about here, because I fear that a lot of people listening really don't have a good conception, because you have not experienced this, of when we say storm, what do we mean? Well, we could mean a hurricane or a tropical system that can dump inches and inches, you know, and milliliters and milliliters of water in very short amounts of time in the area. We're definitely talking about that. We are also talking about the fact that the afternoon thunderstorms can do just as much as a tropical system can, but an afternoon thunderstorm there, same within Florida where I am, can drop the same amount of rain in 30 to 45 minutes. And in fact, the last time I was in Brownsville, 8 inches of rain fell in 45 minutes at Brownsville. Jeez. So that's what we mean when we talk about storm. Like it can be an incredible volume of water you have to prepare for out there. So this isn't just your normal like, oh, it rained today, it'll go away. Like, no, like in the summer it rains every day, and then you get a tropical system on top of that sometimes.
And I gotta make one more observation, right? I've spent quite a amount of time down around Starbase. I'm not like a floodwater engineer or anything like that, but I've seen things. I've seen big temporary pumps put in place. And I've seen SpaceX's little their solar farm field there, right? Becomes a swimming pool anytime they get like medium rain. And I've seen the JFK Boulevard torn up to put in new gutters and storm sewer stuff. And it is clear that SpaceX's work in the area has already had a significant impact on the runoff and the stormwater. And the existence of temporary pumps and people with backhoes trying to dig temporary channels and stuff like that seem to imply to me, as an untrained observer, that maybe it wasn't planned the way it should have been originally, right? Because when you build a massive facility like this, you got to think this stuff through. And all of a sudden, you're trying to backpedal and you're trying to backfill with temporary storm pumps pumping out things. And then you have areas that have been completely blocked off and water standing there. And then you get mosquitoes everywhere, right? If you don't manage the storm runoff, it creates a habitat for mosquitoes to go wild. And so
Oh gosh, yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah.
So
and I mean, we know that mosquitoes also, like, I mean, you really want to mitigate that because of the potential diseases and
Yep.
viruses that they can transmit to
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
Yep. So it is like, it's good to see things like this. SpaceX should be doing it, and it's nice to see that they have to mitigate runoff and all those sorts of things, right? Anyways, we've sort of gone back to the previous runoff discussion, but really quickly, I did some super chats a little bit ago, and apparently there's more. Itoku, or Iatku, I'm gonna go with Iatku, $100. It's an
Wow.
awesome job,
Wow.
guys. Keep it up. I hope I did not butcher your name, Iatku. Iotku, I don't know, but thank you so much for the generous support there. $100
Thank you.
is so generous. And that's why we're able to keep doing what we're doing here. Hey, also, Chris K gifted 20 memberships to the channel. I don't know, that's a new thing you can do, y'all. You can actually gift memberships. If you've got a membership and you want to share the love with some other people, you can gift a couple memberships. Chris K did 20 memberships. And when you do that, it sort of distributes it out to people that are watching the stream right now who don't already have memberships. And you might have seen that sort of scrolling through chat where people actually said thank you. Like, it prompts you, if you get a gifted membership, you can say thanks for the gifted membership. You might have seen that scrolling through chat. So anyways, Chris K, thank you so much for all the gifted
Fantastic.
memberships.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah. Otku,
Yes, thank you.
gosh, I hope I didn't butcher your name, but thank you for the $100. Chard Loden, thank you for the very timely analysis of the FAA report. Thank you, Chard, for the 10 bucks. And then Colin, if you had to summarize this into 2 sentences, what would they be? Colin, I can do you better. I'll do it in 2 words. Good news.
Yeah.
Well, there
Nice.
you go.
Y'all agree with that?
Technically
Like,
also a sentence, so you win.
yeah, you're right. Excellent. But thank you so much for the support there. Colin Chard, Yatku, Chris K. We really do appreciate y'all making it so we can keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
the
we talked
slightly
enough about. Go ahead.
Yeah, like, I think the slightly longer answer to the question, and it's only a very slightly longer answer, is just it was exactly what we expected, right? Like, there was no way it wasn't going to get approved just
Yep.
because the military and NASA implications for this. But there was also no way it was just going to get a blanket whatevs, do what you want approval.
Yep.
There was always going to be mitigation on this. So yeah, it was exactly what we expected.
Yeah.
And
Look at-
nothing has stood out as like, whoa, that's weird, you know?
Okay, time out. How much is an RON?
It's $105. I just made the.
What is it?
Yeah.
stand
Oh,
for?
they
That's
say it.
Romanian.
Just wanted to- Yeah, just wanted to pass Eutke, 105 USD, long time subscriber. So that's
Edward.
Oh,
Wow.
jeez. Like the kind of support you guys give us, it's just amazing.
It really
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
That was Edward Duleman. I'm going to go with Duleman there. 500. What were the units? Currency?
Romanian
it's
Loi.
Romanian Loi, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. Thank you so much for the support, Edward. We really appreciate you there. Just wanted us to pass the Yatku. Nice. Oh, wow. I mean, I've said it before, Jack has said it before, you feel like there's nothing you can do. Like, how do you adequately say thank you to that sort of thing? Just thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah, and I hope everyone realizes, like, even if it sounds disingenuous, it's not. It's shock and happiness. So
Yeah.
thank you. The thanks is very, very genuine and heartfelt from all of us.
Yep. Home Depot thanks you. Once I get there.
I was quietly looking
That's the
to the.
spaceflight credit card.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was warned about one thing with DOS, and that was not to let him loose in Home Depot with a credit card.
My
Oh,
wife
jeez.
told Chris not to let me unsupervised in Home Depot.
Yeah.
See, I was looking through
Oh.
the documents and things like that, and then I heard, oh, I wanted a super chat, and it's like, really? I wanted a super chat, and then another one, in another sort of kind of currency, but it's still $100 super chat. It's like, my God! Like it's not only just the support in money, it's also like the shock of, there's people that really put all of these, money to us. It's just emotional support to us in most of the sense. It's like,
Yeah.
it
really
Well,
is a
it's
vote of
also the-
confidence. Like what we're doing is valuable, and you want to help us continue doing.
yeah,
that.
right.
Yeah.
Exactly,
yeah.
and that you trust us to give you this information and present it in ways that are definitely fun. I mean, I'm sure we have fun. I mean, I know I couldn't wait to hear how high Jack's voice got when the EA actually came out.
Nice.
But that you trust us to give good analysis of this and provide, when possible, historical context to it as
Yep.
well. And I
Yep.
think that's very important, that historical context, especially as we continue to move into this new era where we have, commercial space and we have space ports in many different areas. Like that's really exciting to me. So, and I'm glad you share that, and I'm glad that you trust us. So thank you.
Yeah, I got one more thing I want to read here from DE Casper. No super chat attached or anything. Literally just a chat comment, but it says, I don't really participate in chat, but I just wanted to say that I have been loving listening to you guys. DE Casper, thank you so much for saying that too. And like Alex was saying, it's emotional support, the financial contributions, people trusting this, but even just people coming through and saying, hey, this is cool, this is interesting, thank you for doing this. We really do appreciate it. That's another form of support, just telling us that what we do is useful, valuable, interesting to you. It makes us want to keep doing it,
Indeed.
All right, let's talk about hydraulics and construction shakers, shall we?
Let's get back to
my
the PDF.
favorite.
My favorite.
This
is like
best,
the concrete
right?
smoothing of the PEA.
I'll curl up next to a fire for this one.
Read about it says, prior to entry or exit from unpaved areas of the VLA. VLA is vertical launch area, y'all. SpaceX will ensure that heavy equipment, so vehicles, machinery that are larger than a passenger truck, and vehicles, to the maximum extent possible, traverse over a construction shaker or rumble plates or rock bed located at the VLA to remove any sediment and dirt for the purposes of preventing introduction and spread of non-native plant species. What?
Yes. Okay. This doesn't make sense until you think about where might some trucks be coming from? Where might some deliveries be coming from? And as insane as it sounds, if you live in a state that has grass, that has those little sticky seeds that like cling onto your fabric, those things can stay on. This type of mitigation stuff is literally just like in case you bring a seed from another plant. Let me try that again.
Sure.
When you bring a seed from a my brain short-circuited. I meant state, but because I'm a Star Trek fan, I almost said planet, so it came out plant. Yeah, sorry about that. But basically, you can bring seeds from other states. You can and from other parts of the state where that plant does not exist. Here in Starbase. So it's weird, but it makes sense in terms of like non-introduction of unnative species.
Yeah, and we've seen some of that already. Like, we've seen some areas you're like, why do they make the trucks drive over that stuff? What the heck? And that's to sort of break off some of the mud, dirt, things that may stick to the construction vehicles and get spread all over the place. I mean, it seems like a little thing, right?
Yeah.
But it makes sense. It's just one more thing about making sure that you're trying to take care of the environment that you're working in. You're not showing up and just exploiting the place, right?
Exactly. And like I say this as someone who lives particularly in an area of Florida where right now we have a lot of invasive non-native flora species, but we are also starting to see the encroachment of the non-native fauna
Yeah.
as well.
Yep.
And you know, this can get out of hand very, very quickly, even if it's accidental introduction. So this type of stuff, like where I said, like, oh, where does this come from? Because this can't clearly, the FAA doesn't care about that. They don't, but the Environmental Protection Agency, which was a part of this review, certainly does.
Yep.
Just
Good
because
grief.
there's someone probably listening that knows about that. There's a Simpsons episode about that, about introducing outside species into an environment.
You don't want the Canadian doomgrass to take over the poor piping plover or anything like that. But real quick,
Yeah.
oh, Edward has shown up again in chat with 2,000 RON. That comes out to somewhere around $420 or so.
Wow.
Yep. Insane. Thank you.
Adrian, I heard
Lars.
you
Thank
squeeze.
you.
Yeah, I was sorry. As the super chat came in, I was looking at chat and was like, made weird sound because I was what?
Yeah, right.
And man, my self-consciousness when you made that sound almost went, what did I say? What did I do? But then I just kept going.
Good grief. Edward, thank you so much for the support. He said, Super Chat War. Can't lose if you Super Chat the max amount. It's hard-earned money for the hardworking NSF team. Don't want you guys to think otherwise. So,
Thank
Edward, once more, thank you so much for that. That's above and beyond. You did $100+ before, and that's over $400 in a single Super Chat. You said you did the max amount there possible. Just thank you so much for the support. There's nothing we can do with all the technology at our disposal, microphones and cameras, and I can draw on the screen and everything that I can do. There's nothing we can do to say thank you enough. So just thank you, and we'll continue reading the report here. We really do appreciate you. Let's see here. I always feel awkward. I'm like, well, should I continue reading the report? Like, how do you follow that up? But we're just going to continue the report.
I think that's the best way to follow it up based on what was said.
I feel inadequate. Like, there's another part in here. Hey, this is all normal stuff. Inspect the equipment. Make sure the hydraulic fittings are tight. Hydraulic hoses are in good condition. No petroleum leaks. Your construction equipment isn't spewing oil everywhere and that sort of stuff. All right.
And you'll update all of this in an annual report. I mean, annual report. Sorry, I'm tripping over my words because I'm so excited that we just finally have this to delve into and pick apart. Because annual reports to federal agencies are normal parts of any business operation. So again, something that just makes sense, and a bunch of other companies probably have to do this, but because they don't need government permission to operate, we just don't get to see it.
Yep.
And I'm not making light of that just because it's SpaceX. I'm trying truly to provide the context of how this stuff works. But for a vast majority of us, this is the first time we're intimately paying attention to the processes and how they unfold and what is included in these reports. And I think that's important to keep reiterating too.
Yep. All right. There's the SPCC. What was the SPCC? Prevention.
Isn't that the Stormwater Prevention and Correction Plan?
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Whew, man, can you tell I'm trained from NASA on acronyms?
I appreciate it. Let's see. That's just the same thing. Provide FAA written notice, updates to the plan. All right. Make sure you take care of this stuff. Will not place excavator or fill material in delineated CWA Section 404 waters of the United States, except as authorized by permit of the USACE. Hang on. Ensure that discharge water associated with concrete mixing does not reach surrounding waters. There's that water pollution again in retention ponds. Written notice.
And again, that's every single launch pad that exists in the United States.
Yeah, that's a normal thing.
Yep.
Mitigations of impacts to waters of the United States. 30 days completion of the activity authorized, completion notification. This is just more water management, making sure you're not polluting the water. Sounds fine. Spill prevention, control, and countermeasures. There you go. SPCC, spill permissions, control, and countermeasures. All right. Oh, let's see here. Continue contracting. Look, see, even this one says we'll continue contracting a qualified biologist, implying that they are already contracting a qualified biologist to conduct pre, during, and post-construction biological monitoring for vegetation and birds. Monitoring's ongoing, continue to be conducted within 3 miles of construction areas. I mean, same sort of thing. Limit vehicle operation to existing paved and unpaved roads, parking areas, and authorized construction sites. So not just driving all over the joint. That's an interesting one. Vehicle operators within the VLA will not exceed 25 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Is that an environmental thing, though?
I don't
It's a
think that's an
safety.
environmental thing. I think that's a safety thing, and sometimes this is weird. You can sometimes see them veer into more like human protection elements in these things, but also bear in mind, the slower you are going, the less gasoline you are using, the less diesel you are using to some degree, right? There is an environmental element to it, but it is mainly a like just so you don't hit someone.
I like this. Will Starship be able to avoid going more than 25 miles per hour? Starship is a vehicle.
Yes.
I mean, it's like a no-wake zone. Starship has to leave the vertical launch area at less than 25 miles per hour, and then it can accelerate to orbital velocities.
Maybe what we mean is vehicles that actually touch the ground. Well, I love
Ground
that, though.
vehicles.
My God, I love that. That was amazing.
I'm laughing
Oh,
at
my.
the 7th one there, where it says Raptor protection measures. Sorry.
What? Let's see.
Read the
Incorporate
7th
Raptor
one.
protection measures into project design and any above-ground utility upgrades. SpaceX would equip structures with devices to discourage nest building and perching. Monopole technology and visual fright devices. Visual fright devices.
Oh my gosh! Can I find a picture of this?
Yes,
oh my
find
God.
the picture of the owls.
Oh my God, the owls. Yes. The owl balloons. Oh my God, these things are hilarious.
I'll look for it.
I'm trying to find it too.
To me, the hilarious part is about
found
the
it,
Raptor
found it.
Raptor protection measures. It's like
We're not, folks. We're not talking about the engines. We're talking about the birds.
Yeah.
Raptors,
right?
the birds, not Raptors, the engines.
I mean, it will have the R, you know, uppercase.
Yeah.
But it's still funny.
Let me get this picture of the.
You're gonna have to scroll for it.
Scrolling.
Sorry.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Is this is Ben Cooper's site, right?
This is Ben Cooper's site. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. Get
Check
ready.
it out.
This does not get ready. You're not ready for this. That's what they mean.
That is a visual fright device with a space shuttle behind it, and it is a orange
It's supposed
balloon.
to be an owl.
What? It looks more like a tiger.
Yeah, I know, but it's supposed to be an owl because they tried to put those plastic owls are on the launch pad, but they were such a pain to install and take away during launch that they just went to these.
They hung the visual fright devices, these little owl, not even shaped balloons, to keep birds from nesting on the structures that supported the space shuttle. Look at that. Hey, if y'all want, folks, that's on Ben Cooper's site, one of the most prolific photographers that operates out there at KSC. And I'm going to put that link into chat. I'm spoofing being NASASpaceflight Actual there. But if you want to check out some of those pictures, definitely, it says a couple of inflatable owl balls.
I don't know you guys, but I'm
Owl
seeing some
balls,
potential.
yes.
I'm seeing here some potential for merch.
Yeah, we
Just
could do this.
saying.
Now this might seem insane, but let's back up and talk about why visual fright devices are needed around launch pads, right? So STS-70, Space Shuttle Discovery mission in 1995, had a whole bunch of divots pecked into the external tank foam when woodpeckers tried to nest. So they deployed the visual fright devices, which worked, and we never had that problem again for the rest of the program. But then the other reason for deploying them and keeping them there very, very close to liftoff, and also deploying other types of things that can visually frighten birds away from rockets, is the very first flight of the shuttle program after the Columbia accident, which had a thermal protection system breach. When Discovery's booster rockets lit and the vehicle started up, the tippity top of the tank, which is a point, a metal point, speared a vulture. And yes, STS-114 speared a vulture as it went up and lifted off from the pad. And thankfully, this bird fell on the back side of the external tank, because that could have been a nightmare for damage to a thermal protection system on the shuttles. Now, why do I mention this? Because shuttle was side-mounted, Chris, and Starship is above. Yes, but if a bird hits your thermal protection system, even at a relatively low velocity leaving the launch pad, and Starship will leave the launch pad at the same thrust-to-weight ratio as the shuttle did, aka very fast.
Yeah.
That can wreak havoc with your thermal protection system. So that is a protection for the vehicle, as well as just, equipment protection on the launch pads.
Interesting.
Oh my God, yes.
Hang on.
Yeah, the woodpeckers are truly the best, though, for why this became a thing. Yes.
Yeah, here, give me just a second. I think
Yep.
I've got
You gonna pull the
video.
Yeah.
I do. Stand by.
This was STS-70 Space Shuttle Discovery on the launch pad in 1995, and there go
Look
the
at this.
woodpeckers.
Just going to town on the Sophie, the spray-on insulation foam, like
Wow.
clearly.
Yum,
Yeah,
yum, yum.
That's sabotage.
Trying to nest, yeah. And they ended up having to roll back to repair that.
Really?
Actually, yes, because the top portions of the external fuel tank are not accessible from the rotating service structure or anything out at the pad. It's the same reason why when Atlantis got hit by hail and 7,000 divots were put in the external tank foam in 2008, 2007, that they had to roll back because they just couldn't build the structures to do it at the pad.
No kidding.
And
Well,
you
there
thought
you
you would
go.
watch an NSF live stream without a shuttle segment.
Never. But hey, I wasn't gonna bring it up until the visually scary things were mentioned in
Yeah.
the report.
I guess the question is, does that count as a bird strike? More the bird is striking it. The woodpecker.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not striking the bird is striking it. So. Yeah, and Scott over at chat said bird strike even at car speeds would smash tiles.
Oh God,
So
yeah. No, when I say it was lucky that vulture fell on the backside of the tank, I mean it. It was lucky that it fell that way. Yeah.
Yep.
Because
And
there was
now
a moment watching that launch where it's just like, you got to be kidding me.
Yep. We can digress into, and the one time the space bat was clinging to the foam, and then there was the frog that got sent flying, and
Let's not do a repeat of the animals.
so right
Just
there,
yet.
y'all. Number 7, the Raptor protection measures when we were talking about visual fright devices to discourage nest building and perching so you don't get species coming over and hanging out on all your launch structure, because if you've got a nest on your launch tower and then you take off, you will shortly not have a nest on your launch tower, and they try to avoid that if they can.
But why would they scare the Raptors? They're very much needed for launch.
You have to scare them into launching. It's like sheep herding. You put them below the rocket and you activate the fright devices, and all the Raptors go and they light, and then the rocket goes into orbit.
Yes. Yes, it's a scare start system for the Raptor engines.
It's a
yes.
scare start system. Nice. Let's keep going through here. SpaceX will initiate coordination, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, identify practical opportunities to protect and store reduce habitat for the ocelot, jaguar rundi, piping plover, and red knot. Intends to continue coordination. Again, there's that continue word. With U.S. Fish and Wildlife to complete one or more habitat protection, restoration, or enhancement projects to benefit the cats and the birds and contribute to the conservation of these species. So, listing some of the species in the area: the ocelot, the jaguar rundi, the piping plover, and the red knots. And SpaceX just saying, yes, we identified that those things exist there. Talk to us, Fish and Wildlife. Let's do some things to, again, not just show up and exploit the area, but also try to operate in the area with minimizing the impact. Piping plover is a bird, yes. Piping plover is a bird. And it is going a little bit off the rails, but it's okay. Did everybody else leave? Am I here alone? Okay, I'm fine.
No, we're here.
Fine.
At least I'm here. I don't know.
Raptors deserve to be treated ethically. Ban scare start. Like, actually, you shouldn't laugh. Raptors only do this when stressed. So, anyways, again,
Well, there
makes
is a lot of
sense.
stress on them. That's true.
Raptors
Yeah,
operate
not
best
even
under
better,
stress.
right?
A few hundred bar of stress, actually. Let's see here. Within 6 months of issuance, 6 months of the issuance of the BO, coordinate with agencies again, constructing wildlife crossings. Here's the wildlife crossing along State Highway 4 west of the first public hard checkpoint to benefit the Ocelot and Jaguar-1D. Wildlife crossing is deemed feasible. Pending regulatory other approvals, SpaceX will fund the construction of one wildlife crossing west of the first public hard checkpoint. This is literally just between the hard checkpoint and the soft checkpoint, putting in a place for wildlife to cross the road and not actually having to cross the road. A lot of times you'll see this as like a little overpass, and you're like, why is this little overpass here? But it's a safe area with like some little plants in it. It's not really designed for drainage, but the animals can cross through there without having to cross over the road so they don't get hit by vehicles and stuff. On the one hand, you could say, well, the animals were crossing the road before SpaceX got there, right? But on the other hand, you could say, well, SpaceX has drastically increased the traffic to the area, and so maybe there's a higher possibility that the wildlife could get hit by vehicles, so giving them some sort of opportunity to cross safely instead of getting run over. It always becomes in these situations like, how do you get the wildlife to use the crossing instead of just going across the road, right? So
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. Although what is fascinating is when we do create these on interstates, for example, like wildlife does figure it out very quickly.
Yeah.
That is the safest way to do it. And to your point, Toss, about like all the different traffic increases. I mean, yeah, because it went from like, oh, a few cars a day going out to the village and random cars going out to the beach, and then like a few hundred going out on the weekends and things like that, to thousands every single day. You know.
So there was a question, like if they're going to implement an overpass, how are they going to transport Starship from production site to the launch site? The way I read this is probably before the production site, like between Brownsville and the production site. Along State Highway 4 west of the first public hard checkpoint. I don't know that they would have a crossing that's like, oh, you cross and you end up in the parking lot for the production site. It would be further away from the production site, I would guess. So, good question. But
yeah.
Anyways.
And the first public hard checkpoint is that one, I believe, where the sheriff closes it, right?
Yes.
Like leading out to the launch site. Yeah. So before the production site, then, yeah.
Yeah, what does it say? The public hard checkpoint, if I'm not mistaken, the public hard checkpoint is the one that's out there by the road before you get to the production site. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the one they're talking about.
Right.
Not the all hard checkpoint, but the public hard checkpoint is the one over there by the mailboxes. Let's see. Yeah, underpass, like a bridge for cars and wildlife goes under. Yeah, sorry. The cars don't go under the wildlife goes under the cars. But, like, further under the cars, not like directly under the tires, but like there's a bridge in between the tires and the wildlife. So the wildlife are okay. All right, anyways, we're cool. I'm like reading chat and I was like, no, let's be clear here. SpaceX is going to make an annual contribution to the Friends of Laguna Atascosa National Wildlife Refuge Adopt an Ocelot program within 3 months of the issuance of the BO. And by March 1st of each year thereafter for the duration of the BO. Funds donated to the program are intended to pay for... What?
What is a wildlife guzzler?
I'm going to Google it, but not on screen. Just in case.
I'll do that.
Oh.
Wildlife guzzler.
What? I think it's like
It's water. It's a water like open surface for water for animals to drink out of. Bye.
Okay, bye, Jack.
See ya, Jack.
It's like a water collection thing for wildlife, I guess. All right.
That makes sense. Okay.
Cool. Wildlife guzzlers. Camera trapping sets, special events to raise awareness about the ocelot, and important supplies that allow biologists to monitor ocelot dispersal, behavior, and habitat needs. So, it's not just like SpaceX is going to adopt an ocelot. It's funding for the program and the ability to buy some things to increase, again, the conservation, the public awareness, the education. SpaceX can sneeze and write a check for $5,000 to the Adopt an Ocelot program. With as much support as they give to the sea turtles, I don't think that SpaceX would have a problem with this. I wouldn't be surprised if this was something that SpaceX put in there. Don't know for sure. I'm guessing on that, but you know. SpaceX Ocelot merch.
Don't rule it out yet.
Yes, yeah.
What? I don't think this is true. My friend Bagel says they added wildlife paths at the Cape shortly before the launch of that Pluto mission. It was an Animal Crossing New Horizons.
Oh,
jeez.
No.
It's like
That's
a video
joke.
game /
It's a
mission
very
name.
fun, good video game.
Bagel. All right, continuing on. Again, folks, we're going through some of the detailed mitigations listed in the FONSI, the mitigated FONSI. Good news for Starbase, good news for Starship. The FAA didn't say stop the presses, but they also didn't say, well, do whatever. They said, yes, we think we can work this out. You still got to apply for a launch license and stuff, but here are some things you can do to mitigate or minimize your impact on the area, like $5,000 to the Adopt an Ocelot program. SpaceX will make an annual contribution of $5,000 to the Peregrine Fund. These funds will provide assistance with increased releases, repairing and replacing existing hack sites, nest boxes, new hack sites, nest boxes, absorbed in a new location. Hey.
All things, again, that we knew were coming.
All right. We'll take it.
Now they're even bringing Falcons into this.
We've got the Raptors, we've got the Falcons, apparently Ocelots. Maybe SpaceX will come up with like an Ocelot engine or something.
Next up, Merlin.
He was just the wizard. He doesn't need conservation. All right. Look. Proposed construction activities. Avian breeding season. So here's another one of those timed things like Chris was talking about. February 15th through August 31st, a biologist will search the proposed areas of construction activities for nests one time, no more than 2 days before the start of construction within the surveyed area. Biologist finds an active nest. Construction workers and activities will be avoided until the biologist determines the nest is no longer in use. No way! So if they find
that can be long sometimes, depending on the bird species.
Yeah. But if they find a nest that's active, like in use, not an old abandoned nest from last season or whatever, they're going to block off the area and not do anything within 50 meters of the nest until the biologist determines the nest is no longer in use.
Oh, that's kind of the most significant finding so far of the mitigations.
I mean...
Yeah, to an extent, I think. I mean, yes, in terms of like what it would stop in that particular area, yeah.
Yeah.
But there are interesting ways around this, right? Like, and I don't mean around it like skirting what the thing is actually trying to say. I mean, you could probably, if you know you're going to need to do something in March, and avian breeding season starts in February, well, you could probably go out and just make sure they're not building nests or prevent them from building a nest in that particular area right before you do it. Yep. You know, like you can deploy those visual fright devices and things like that in specific areas that would prevent a nest from being built.
Yep.
Right.
And a lot of people in chat are saying that this is like standard for construction.
Yep, exactly.
So it's not anything special to SpaceX or endangered species or anything like this. It's pretty standard for construction projects to have limitations like this. And that's why, like, up front, importantly, you want to dissuade them from nesting on your launch structure or the area where you're going to do construction or whatever, right? Like, you want to make it
fright devices.
Yep, you want to make it an area they're not wanting to nest in first, and if you're not paying attention and one happens to build a nest there, then you've got to do this. But prevention is the key. Like, the number one thing is to try to make it so that they're not wanting to nest there in the first place.
Because can you imagine if something endangered started building a nest on the tower?
Oh, jeez.
On the pad in the middle.
No, right,
Yeah.
exactly. And this is why I say, like, there are ways to prevent this by using the visual fright devices, which that is part of what they're doing on the towers, too. Yeah.
Yep, and the ways you construct things, like you don't put certain sized flat areas that they would want to start putting nesting materials in and all that sort of thing, you know?
Exactly.
All right, so not crazy. Not like government overreach or anything. Geez, they hate SpaceX. What a special thing for SpaceX. Pretty standard for construction requirements to do things like that. So let's see, operational measures. Okay, this gets into the shuttles and stuff like that we talked about earlier. Again, y'all, at the beginning of the stream, we did sort of like a high level. We just went through really quickly and saw things that sort of stuck out, and now we're going through step by step where a pretty significant way through the document if you look at the scroll bar there. But let's see. SpaceX will operate an employee shuttle between Brownsville and the project site and between the parking areas to reduce the number of vehicles traveling to and from the project site. Encourage employees to use the shuttle, information on shuttle operation, nice, routine staff communications, contractor environmental trainings. I mean, honestly, this is how you got into Black Mesa in Half-Life, so it's fine. They should just build a monorail. It's cool.
I didn't expect Half-Life to be coming up in the stream, but I take it.
Okay, yeah.
Well, and
The monorail breaks every time.
The monorail breaks every time. Thank you, Jack. Maybe not a monorail then.
No, I mean, this makes a lot. Yeah, I mean,
The
this
rail
makes a lot of sense.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, like, this makes a lot of sense, right? Like when you drive that road right now, right? I mean, like, first off, everyone has their own idea of what the speed limit on that road should be, and I admit, what it's marked, kind of low, like for how a lot of people tend to drive, but also the sheer number of cars on that road, right? I mean, like, one thing that this kind of makes a lot more sense, right, is because you know, this isn't just a clause that's going after emissions, right, and the number of vehicles that are driving there, and, you know, the ones that are gas burning, so obviously there's exhaust and things like that. There's also an environmental impact to having to constantly resurface and rebuild that road, which is what they have to do right now.
Yeah.
So minimizing the amount of traffic, running shuttle or bus service, running I mean, I have no idea like what they would opt to do in this situation, but some type of MASH transit system for the workers going back and forth there is a good idea, because it would really help mitigate some of the environmental impacts, not just from the driving, but from the construction and reconstruction and repair that has to go on there.
Yep.
First
I mean, not to
shuttle
mention
joke was just super chatted.
Yeah.
Nah, was it? Oh, because I managed to mention the shuttle, but by name only.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, let's see here.
I mean, to be fair, at one point I think we should just do a stream where it would be try to stump the Chris's with a shuttle question.
Oh boy.
I really like that
we
idea.
really need that.
Really
just the
quickly,
Chris's. Yeah.
an update over from Starbase Live, y'all. Apparently, there was a road closure scheduled for tomorrow that has been canceled. So we were thinking there might be some vehicles rolling around, and the closure canceled tomorrow. Maybe that roll is not going to happen. Crazier things have happened, but not seeing cones and stuff like that out last I heard. So just wanted to bring that up real quick, that if you're a Starbase Live fan, you're watching our 24/7 stream of what goes on at Starbase. Closure for tomorrow has been canceled. Cool.
Oh, well, another day.
Another day. Another day. The shuttle makes sense. Look, honestly, operating an employee shuttle between Brownsville and the project site, reducing the number of vehicles that have to be out there, reducing the number of parking that you need, or the amount of parking that you need, the traffic back and forth, all of that makes good sense, I think.
Indeed.
SpaceX is going to update its lighting management plan to account for Starship Super Heavy launches. Updates will be completed. So that's lighting. Again, it's not lightning, it's lighting. And the updates will be completed at least 30 days before the beginning of sea turtle nesting season, because the sea turtles tend to be pretty sensitive to lighting environments, and you can blind them or attract them based on the types of lights and stuff like that that you put out. And so paying attention to how your lighting signals those sea turtles is important.
I mean, it's
why
obvious.
if you've ever... Oh, go ahead, Adrian.
One at a time.
I was making a cheap joke, so if you have something constructive, go ahead.
I did have something constructive, actually. I was going to say, if you've ever been driving by a beach and you've been like, why are the lights in that parking lot red? It's because sea turtles are less attracted to red light than they are to whiter shades, or lighter, or whiter frequency of light than they are to red. So they will tend to, and that is because they use the moonlight to tell them where the ocean is. So moonlight is reflected white. So it makes sense that if you put gigantic white lights in parking lots, they'd go moon that way, when that's not what they mean.
Weird.
Yeah,
That's so weird.
Yep.
It makes sense though, like you don't want to just be polluting the area by spraying lights everywhere. I mean, the sea turtles can't find their way, the piping plovers don't like it, the robot cameras get blinded. Like you got to watch out for all these endangered species. So, or non-endangered species. There's a couple of robot cameras out there.
Look, for the moment when the robots take over, we can call them an endangered species right now. I'm happy to do that.
Here you go. Incorporating the agency's recommendations, minimizing lighting effects on listed species, minimize the modification of sea turtle habitat, likelihoods of false crawls. There's that false crawl where they get confused, disoriented hatchlings. Implement updated lighting management plan, and then here's information about the lighting management plan. Directing, shielding, positioning, facility lighting to minimize visibility from the beach, minimize lateral light spread, minimize uplighting. I'm okay with all of these things. Like, you want to light it for a safe working environment, but you don't want to unnecessarily just spew light into the surrounding area, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a good thing that we should do everywhere. Like,
In
cities
general,
should
yes.
do that. Yeah. Light pollution, though, jeez.
Anyone who lives
what's-
near a city and has a love of astronomy knows the curse of that.
Nice.
I live in the rural area in Western Germany. I basically see no sky at this point. I see orange.
Yeah.
It's
It's sad.
It's annoying.
It's not cool.
Yeah.
It's not cool. Especially down there, the humidity, the amount of refraction you get down low to the ground.
Oh,
Like, you get this
jeez.
glow because it's sea level and it's humid and it's hot and the relative humidity is so high. It's just this glow around anywhere that there's light going the wrong direction.
And yeah, like I have literally only been able to see the gases of the Milky Way from Florida. And granted, like I don't like go out of my way to try to find them, like, 2.5 hours south of where I live. But like I've only ever been able to see it once. And it was so shocking when I realized what it was, just because we got like perfect atmospheric conditions. Like, yeah, like light pollution is devastating if that's your thing.
Yep. It is. And more mitigations on that. Like this one right here, B, this is going to result in stickers on all the light switches that say they have like a catchy phrase or something like, on the way out, put it out, or something. I don't know. Somebody else come up with a better saying for the switch sticker. But turning off lights so you don't need it. Low pressure sodium lights during sea turtle nesting season. Use of white lighting required for protection and safety of SpaceX personnel. 24/7 throughout the year. Bright spotlighting during nighttime launch activities. Oh, I like this. Really? Nighttime launch activities? Do tell, SpaceX.
Oh yeah. But did you catch earlier on that the 5 orbital flights are day or night operations? So yes, they are not. The FAA is not restricting this from an environmental standpoint to be daytime only. So if they want to go at night, they could do it.
Yeah. Install new lighting with multiple levels of control. Where lighting is not essential to safety or security, installing timers to switch the lights off in the evening. Motion
Actually,
detectors. Go ahead.
Can we go back to C real
Sure.
quick? Sorry.
Yeah. That's fine.
Because what do we know the payload is on these first on the starships? Starlinks.
Starlinks.
Starlinks are trying to hit orbital inclinations, and when you are trying to hit certain inclinations in planes, you are just at the mercy of when that crosses your launch site.
Oh,
Be
I
it
gotcha.
Day or night.
Oh, yeah. You really think the first orbital flight will be at night?
No.
I
No,
wonder.
absolutely not. Not
Okay.
the first one. No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. No.
Yep.
That will
At
be
least-
yay for all the tracking cameras in the world. Yes.
I mean, so far at least the wording in the document still says that they are planning to do the first with the Hawaii landing. So at least
Yeah,
that's
there's
still
that
in the
too,
final PEA.
Yep. So lots of lighting stuff there. Contracting a qualified biologist, biological monitoring. I thought we read that up above. Conducted within 1 mile of the vertical launch area, up to a week before. Monitoring reports. Okay. I guess that's part of the way of learning how the launches affect the wildlife, like pre and post launch biological monitoring. You get that data, you record the data so that you understand what's going on. Here's another continue. SpaceX will continue to collaborate with the Sea Turtle Inc. by supplying and storing field equipment, provide sea turtle survey data within the action area annually, measure supports activities, reduce the likelihood of death or injury to individual sea turtles. We already know that the Sea Turtle Patrol is out there patrolling the beach. Locations along State Highway 4 where the footprint is observed will fund the purchase of vehicle barrier materials to prevent trucks or ATVs from entering the National Wildlife Reserve. Or refuge. I actually don't know which one that is. Amount needed in any given year will be determined by National Wildlife staff, not to exceed $10,000 annually. Install the barriers, Fish and Wildlife, perform general maintenance on repairs. Funds will be issued within 3 months of the issuance of the BO. That's just about blocking vehicles from going off into places, trucks or ATVs, where they're not supposed to go. Seems legit. Develop a protocol, access restriction notification plan, providing as much branch notice as practicable to minimize disruption to refuge and land management activities. Oh, so this is if the National Wildlife Refuge needs to have people out there doing something, they can get out there around the test cadence and static fires and all that sort of stuff, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah. And then there's another avoidance or minimization measures included in the letter concurrence operating the marine environment. Okay, they're going to do something based on that letter. Hopefully that letter is not crazy, like, you know. Environmental worker educational briefings. This is more about training and communication. Provide all on-site personnel, including staff and contractors, with environmental briefings prior to the start of construction. This seems pretty straightforward. Safe handling of disposable hazardous material, proposal of litter and garbage. They really do need to do a better job of that. There's a lot of garbage on the side of Highway 4.
There really is.
Yeah. Highway or the employee shuttle, environmental worker this is all about engaging and educating the workers so that they don't have to memorize this whole document. Oh, look at this. Anomaly measures.
Oh, that's...
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. If an anomaly occurs, prior to taking action to recover debris, notify the appropriate emergency personnel, the land management agencies, water regulatory authorities. SpaceX will comply with the terms of the MOA between Parks and Wildlife and SpaceX, coordinating with Parks and Wildlife and Fish and Wildlife, cleanup consulting. Again, talk to the agencies that manage the land before you go out there and tear the stuff up trying to remove anomaly. You just got to work with the people that manage the land. That is not a surprise.
It's all that makes sense. It's not really something out of the ordinary, really.
Yep. Creates debris on NWR fee-owned or managed land. The same thing. We talked about this earlier. Special use permit on an emergency basis is applicable. I'm not going to fault Fish and Wildlife until SpaceX applies for it, and then Fish and Wildlife takes 3 months to give them the special use permit. I can't imagine that would work that way, but I would be unhappy if there was some undue burden in getting that permit so that they can begin cleaning things up. But it makes sense to have to get the permit. And not only a response plan, security plan, fire plan, all makes sense. Make plans and follow them. That is not surprising. Fish habitat, in-water work, debris recovery or sinking. Oh. Ensure ballast and vessel hulls don't pose a risk. Okay, this is about crustaceans on the outside of your hulls. That's a normal thing for ships to do anyways.
Yep.
Invasive species, you got some sort of dangerous mollusk that attaches to the hull of your ship, and then you carry it somewhere else and scrape it off and start a new colony or whatever. That's pretty normal stuff for operating ships in the first place. Yeah, those dang zebra mussels, right? Okay.
Oh God, yeah, man, that is
that's
the
a real
test
thing.
case you all learn about. Yep, yeah,
Yep,
here in
that's
the
a
US,
real
yeah.
thing. Sanitize equipment. Again, you're operating the area. Some of these things really have nothing to do with SpaceX specifically. It's people that operate in the area need to follow this to maintain the area. Coordinate. In case of launch failure, vessel grounding, consultation reinitiation is appropriate. I don't. Does anybody?
I have
really-
no idea.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like case of launch failure in vessel grounding. What is that, like vessel grounding like a ship runs aground, or vessel grounding like a starship lands somewhere? I don't know what vessel grounding means, but anyways, they need to coordinate with people again. I actually don't know exactly what that one's saying.
Well, it says launch failure and vessel grounding, which makes me think
Yeah.
it's maritime vessel grounding.
Yeah, and it's the fish habitat
never-
conservation.
Yeah, I've never heard the term vessel grounding used in space exploration before.
Yeah. Oh, I like this.
Yeah, because like a shrimp boat grounding on Boca Chica Beach is what Jack is saying in the last couple of years. It might be related to that.
Yeah, maybe so. Apparently, when they brought, and I'm reading this one out of chat, but when they brought in the Kitty Hawk, we saw Kitty Hawk come in the channel.
Yeah.
Apparently, they had to clean things off the hull before they were allowed to transport Kitty Hawk and bring it in as well. So, I guess, I mean, I don't know, is that a ship that's running aground, or is that, again, the Starship crashing offshore? I don't know that that's particularly clear, but maybe they have an understanding of what that actually means that isn't documented right there. Let's see here. License or permit, BO terms and conditions. License or permit to SpaceX proposed action include a condition that SpaceX implement all the terms and conditions of the BO. All right.
I mean,
I'm gonna say it. What's BO stand for? I actually don't know.
B is biological, but I don't remember now the O. I had read it on another document.
You
that I
have
was
it like in
reading
the
before.
research for a video or something?
Yeah, but it was like 2 hours ago when I read
Okay.
that.
I
Yeah.
wonder if at the top of the document they defined it and I didn't see it. It's probably not body odor.
Yeah,
No.
I feel that what Alex said, because I feel like I didn't read that much in like a short period of time before. So basically everything just evolves into a big mess.
Yeah.
Biological opinion.
Biological
There we
opinion?
go.
That
That
sounds
is.
good.
Yeah, now I remember. Biological
Okay.
opinion, yeah.
It's definitely
That's the
not Blue
one.
Origin.
Huh?
Biological opinion. All right. Okay, so conditions of the
I was
biological
trying to
opinion.
look it up.
if it was Blue Origin, we'd be talking about a spaceport that doesn't exist.
This document makes it much more likely that it exists here.
That it's real.
Implement the measures, the monitoring and reporting, describe the proposed action. I mean, it just says that we're cool with this as long as you do the things you said you're going to do, right? And it's the same thing. Lighting mitigation plan, fire mitigation plan. I think we saw a diagram, or we're going to
Yeah.
see a diagram, something like that somewhere else. There's the stormwater runoff and the protection plan, anomaly response plan, access restriction notification, site security, traffic control, biological monitoring. Like, you're going to come up with these plans and you're going to do it, and then we'll be cool with it as long as you do what you say you're going to do. So, I mean, what do we need to add to that? Like, yeah, do what you're going to say you're going to
Nothing.
do.
Yeah.
Cleanup efforts east of the first. Quarterly State Highway
Yep.
4 cleanup efforts east of the first public hard checkpoint to reduce garbage and litter.
Yeah.
Aha. Cleanup
Exactly
efforts will
what
take
you were
place.
just saying.
Yep. Right away, SpaceX will keep all vehicles used to support cleanups on designated roadways. SpaceX will report the dates of cleanups to the annual monitoring report submitted to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. They're going to clean up the road. SpaceX driving back and forth. I can't tell you the number of times that I've seen boxes with shipping labels or documents with SpaceX name on them, like blowing down the side of the road, and they really could do a better job of not littering in the first place. but cleaning it up as well when there's a little bit of a mess out there. A big bit of a mess out there sometimes. And this is, yeah, look, this measure minimizes the severity of habitat modifications. It's not just like don't litter so it's not ugly. The presence of litter or garbage that may attract animals that prey on or compete with the falcons, the plovers, the red knots, the sea turtles, yada, yada, yada. There you go. Prey concentrations along State Highway 4 that could lead to increased vehicle collision. So this is literally like you throw out a candy bar wrapper that has like a bit of candy bar left in it, and that increases the number of, I don't know, beach rats that are near the road. And then the ocelots like to eat beach rats. I made up beach rats, by the way. I don't know if that's even a thing. But the beach rats like to eat this garbage, and now all of a sudden there's going to be more ocelots there trying to eat the beach rats that are eating the garbage. So the long story short is don't litter on the side of the road. Make sense?
Yep, I think that makes total sense.
I mean, it makes sense to me as just like a basic human being, but
Yeah.
yes, and it's one of those things where it's like we'd love to believe they do this, but we gotta codify it, you know?
I'm like, it's not a trick question, y'all. Like, don't litter.
Right.
Don't mess with Texas, I guess. Staff and contractors place Yep. Look, construction waste on the VLA and containers until removed. It's literally pick up your trash. Predator secured lids.
And sort it properly.
Yep. Trash will be removed regularly. Minimizes the severity of habitat modifications. Again, attracting prey that then the falcons like to eat and having a concentration of prey in the areas where the humans are and leaving their garbage around. Makes sense, you know? Quarterly beach cleanups. Minimizing there's same sort of thing. Don't leave trash on the beach. Clean it up to minimize the habitat modifications so you're not attracting things to the area. 1.5 miles north and south. Opportunity for resource agencies. Cool. Y'all, am I going through these too fast?
No. I don't think these are the ones that really need a lot of explanation.
Yeah, like literally pick up your trash.
Yeah.
And hey, I'm gonna say real quick, it's not just SpaceX. If you go out to visit Starbase, I'm pointing at you, viewer, should also pick up your trash. So there have been way too many times where there's just trash on the beach, trash on the side of the road. It's not all SpaceX, it's people that are visiting as well. So be a good visitor, and if you visit Starbase, give a hoot, don't pollute, or whatever, right? Like pick up your trash, take it out, pack it in, pack it out, whatever.
Maybe what you need to do, you have a sign that says, if you give a hoot, don't pollute, but you hang it over one of those owl visual angry things.
Hang it over the owl visual things.
The owl visual angry things.
we could put up a sign that says, do you want an EIS? Pollution, trash, and litter is how you get an EIS. Pick it up. Anyways,
fair.
In general, do that anywhere you go. I don't care if you're going to a state park or a downtown city street. Like, pick up your trash and just be good human beings. I think Jack would agree.
Yeah, littering in general is just not a good thing.
Yep.
Whatever you are.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. Also, can we sell visual fright devices that are designed to frighten people into picking up their litter?
Like,
that'd be amazing.
Frighten people into picking up their litter?
It's just one of us looking angry.
No, it's a balloon with the EIS on it.
Oh,
it's
it
like,
should be
do you know how long the EIS takes? We just put out a balloon with a PDF document on it, and that scares people into picking up their litter.
I have
like
nothing
that.
against Das, but Das when he's angry, kinda.
I'm just saying. Be good people. Pick up your trash, y'all.
Yeah.
Shoulders are maintained by regular mowing and trimming to keep vegetation short. Same thing.
Sorry, when you said shoulders, I almost went knees and toes. Like,
knees and
because
toes.
you paused, and I was like, are we doing the thing? Like,
no, we're not doing the thing.
So far back.
Yeah, this is just, if you mow the grass, then animals aren't going to hang out in the grass because it won't be cover for them, and so they won't hang out next to the road, so you'll have less likelihood of hitting them. It's literally just mow the grass to save the ocelots. All right, construct a barrier. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. I see the specific reference now. I mean, there's another factor to that too, right? Is slithery things tend to not hang out in grass where they cannot hide. So that can also be like a human mitigation thing, even if they say vehicle collisions with ocelots and whatever that other word is there.
Yeah,
the screen
there
is
are-
blurred. I literally can't see that. The screen is just
Oh.
blurred on my end right now. Like that's not a I can't pronounce that joke. I just literally couldn't see it. But yeah, I mean, it's a human factor too, right? I mean, because it's literally things that could bite you down in South Texas. Don't hang out in places where birds can snatch them out of the sky. So
Yep.
yeah.
Mosquitoes as well. Hey, high
yep.
grass, unkept grass, like that's up to your waist, and then standing water. Like you take care of those things, and if you take care of the environment,
grounds.
your breeding grounds for mosquitoes will be minimized, and your workers won't get literally carried off to Mexico by mosquitoes that are the size of small planes. Like that's part. It all sort of goes together. The world like fits together like a big jigsaw puzzle, y'all. Just come on.
Also, he's not joking. Mosquitoes the size of small planes. That's not a joke. Yeah.
There should be a future T-shirt that says "Save an ocelot, mow your grass." Nice.
Reason number 46 why I will watch the orbital launch from my home. Mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes, nice. Yeah.
Can we do a feature vid that just has all the reasons why Adrian will watch the launch from home?
We're really
There's,
selling him on this climate over here.
I listen, I have more camera angles probably and more monitors where I am right now, and I really would prefer that for the orbital launch.
Over your own eyes?
Yep.
Well, yes.
You people in your screens.
Yes, I like cameras.
I plan
like
to be there to
robots.
feel that.
I will look at it.
Okay, I think we're like halfway through, right, Doss?
No, we're almost done. Like the scroll bar's almost off the bottom. We're at 30.
Okay. Oh,
something.
sorry. I thought there were 75 and we were on 34.
No, this goes up to
sorry.
50. I think it's like numbered weird, but the total is 75, right?
Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Constructing a barrier along the northern boundary of the vertical launch area to assist in keeping debris from entering the National Wildlife Refuge. Help deflect off-gassing of liquid nitrogen. Reduce sound transmission. Construction of the barrier will be completed prior to the start of launch operations. That's interesting.
So how quickly can they build that?
I think that barrier.
That's already in place?
Wait, isn't that
Is that the one that's there?
Northern boundary of the VLA? There is a barrier between that's roadside, right?
To SPL dash and show it.
What camera are we
See?
looking at here?
Beach?
Well,
I'm looking.
beach probably south. Right?
There's beach.
Yeah.
I think there's the
Well,
wall. Like
it's
Here,
the
I'll
other
zoom in.
one. There we go.
So
There's
it's
a great
It's
wall.
covered by
There
the
is.
yeah.
Yeah, is that y'all think that's the container wall? I mean, there's already see the black wall in the lower right-hand corner.
I mean, that might be it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the actual solution must be a multi-wall solution here because they have the berm to the orbital tank farm, then they have a wall there, then they have another extension to the right of this view. Like they have multiple walls there that could protect in this case.
Interesting. I wonder if they're going to have to extend that somewhere, or is it not tall enough? It might just be that somebody put in will, and it's really will maintain the barrier that's already there, as opposed to needing to construct it from scratch. I mean, there is definitely a wall on the northern side of the vertical launch area. Is it tall enough to contain debris out of the wildlife refuge? I don't know how realistic that is, but okay.
I don't really know what they mean. Well, let's break that down for a second too. Like what do they mean? Like debris from a structurally failing Starship? I mean, that would have to be one heck of a tall barrier.
Yeah.
To do that, or do they mean like generalized construction debris where a wall of 10 meters, right, would suffice to contain it?
Probably an intern left a pencil on the floor, in the ground, and then Starship fires the engines, and it's like, whoop, the pencil landed a mile away or something.
Yeah.
Side note: is that the wall where Starbase live chat claimed like
Oh,
bricks,
jeez.
and
You
they
can see it.
claimed? Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
you
that's the
roll
wall
out
where
of
the
the wall.
Starbase live chat started to claim bricks and
Yeah.
mark their favorite brick. Yeah.
I mean, that's a small wall. I don't know that that wall is big enough to satisfy protecting the area north of the road. The container wall is longer, but it doesn't go across the entire area, and it doesn't block the vertical launch area, I guess. It doesn't really block the orbital launch mount, but there's a berm between the tanks and the orbital launch mount that also blocks it. I wonder if this is a new wall or if this is satisfied by existing walls that are already in place. I don't think we'll be able to know, like, just by reading this, you know?
I love how people in the chat instantly know which brick they had.
Brick they have, nice.
Yeah.
So
They're now saying, "Oh, my brick is blah blah blah," you know.
yeah, it will. It'll be interesting to see what that actually turns out. Like, do they start building a new wall, or is this just the walls that we already know about, and it's just weird? Like, the language isn't exactly specific enough. Let's see. Oops, I was doing the wrong one. It's that one right there. That's interesting, though. Like, construction of the barrier, that's the first time that we've seen something very specific, like, prior to launching, you have to do this specific thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that in any of the other ones we've read.
That's like a concrete measurement where, like, okay, you cannot launch before this is there. So, but on the other end, at least this is not a big thing. Like, this is not something that will probably take them months to construct, hopefully.
Yeah. Let's see. Cryogenic testing of the pressure tanks using the proposed actions will be tethered. Light cables when practicable to the VLA site to help prevent debris from leaving the VLA. This measure will minimize the extent and severity of habitat modification by not throwing stainless steel into their nesting areas or feeding areas or whatever. Actually, know that there's nesting areas there. Uh-oh. Is it fixed now? Okay, thanks, y'all. Yeah, folks said that I got a little robotic there.
People
I didn't ever hear anything
are
different,
like,
but
Robotas.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. Sorry, y'all. We were talking about cryogenic testing needing to be strapped down. So let's go back to our presentation.
Copyright.
Hey, it's Robin Hood's song. It's all good.
Okay.
But my audio's good now, y'all, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So strap down your cryo tanks so they don't go flying into the wildlife area. Makes sense. They've already done that. We usually see them. Yeah, we already see them strap things down. Let's see. Minimize noise from generators and or operations at the VLA. Ensure that generators are placed within baffle boxes. That's just like a sound box. Have an attached muffler. Why would you run it without a muffler? Good grief. Use other noise abatement. That's just like noise control, noise reduction. Consistent with industry standards, this measure minimizes the severity of habitat modification for piping plovers again. So that makes sense. Like, don't run a generator without a muffler on it. Put it in a box so that it makes less noise, etc., etc. Inspections of the lighting. There we are, back to lighting. On a bi-weekly basis during the sea turtle nesting and hatching season. So specific times of the year, about half the year it looks like, when the sea turtles are extra sensitive and or in the area, they're going to make sure that the lighting isn't confusing the sea turtles. Yeah. I'm seeing if there's anything else. Yeah, document compliance, address deviations, report deviations. It's just about making a plan to manage the lights so that you don't mess with the wildlife. Monitor light time, night levels
Same
on
with
each
the
within
37, yeah.
Yep, it's the same thing. Sea turtle nesting season.
It just really gets into the specifics of exactly when those things have to occur.
Yep.
Obviously, you want to be monitoring hatching at night because that's when they hatch.
Yep.
You know.
Identify practicable opportunities for modifying lighting. It's the same thing. It's come up with a plan and follow it. Like, don't just like, oh yeah, make sure you don't shine lights in the turtle eyes. It's specific things that you can do. Implement water resources mitigation members. We already went over this. So make sure that the water resources are mitigated the same. It's interesting because, I mean, counting in the 75, are some of the 75 just like referencing, hey, you need to do like number 3, but 38 says you also need to do number 3. It's like, is it really 75, I wonder?
Well, they did say more than 75. I
Yeah.
think maybe when you take each bullet point and the subcategories in them, it probably comes to something like 77 or something like that.
Yeah, I wonder if they counted it like some way, and there's like 75 discrete things or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Let's see here. I mean, we're going. Seek input about the construction activities and the water runoff, coastal ecosystems, minimize transport of sediment. We heard that above in the water plan. And I think this is saying you're going to follow the water plan, and then specifically so that it doesn't affect the piping plovers and the red knots, you need to follow the plan that was documented above. It's like a double-edged, a two-pronged attack or whatever. I guess you do one thing and you get multiple benefits out of it, right?
And then 40. I mean, 40 is just. I mean, if you've driven by road construction, that is just a standard clause.
Yeah. Here's where you can work.
yeah.
Here's where you shouldn't drive around and destroy habitat unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Shall use areas in the project boundary or other areas subject to prior disturbance for staging, parking, equipment storage. Use areas within the project boundary. Oh, so this is just saying, yeah.
So areas that have previously been disturbed, use those.
Yep.
Since they're already disturbed to protect the surrounding area. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't go and unnecessarily disturb additional habitat. Use the stuff that you've already been working on.
I know what that is
It's
for. I bet you 10 to 1 that is park along the side of the road where you've already been parking, but don't create new parking spaces.
Yeah.
Out by the launch area. Yeah.
Ride the shuttle.
Or ride the shuttle. Yes.
Even better, ride the shuttle.
It reminds me a lot of camping, like in Death Valley or national parks. It's like, use an established campsite. Don't trample pristine wilderness and make a new campsite. Try and use one that already exists, or already use a pre-existing fire pit or something like that.
Yep. Or the trail. Like, don't cut a new trail across pristine areas. Just use the trail that's already there.
Right, exactly. I mean, and that's what those signs mean, right? It's not being like, oh, don't be adventurous and go off trail. It's just don't disturb the natural thing we're trying to preserve here.
Yep. We've got to be almost to the end of this section. Obtain gravel or topsoil, and not from undisturbed areas that provide habitat for the so don't go bulldoze the Jaguarundi huts, the Jaguarundi homes, and use that to build your berm. Like, get it from somewhere that is not.
Get your rocks.
This feels very common sense. Like, don't destroy land to build berms. Thanks.
Best practices apply to the VLA. Minimize the deposit of eroded materials. So this is minimize the runoff and erosion, so that a rainstorm doesn't come through and run a bunch of your stuff out into the wildlife area. Same story. All right. Coordination with Texas Department of Transportation and Fish and Wildlife. Install 5 signs to tell people to stay the heck out of the dunes.
Yep.
Good.
Where they may and may not watch ongoing activities. Signs installed. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yep. The same thing. Again, it's been a problem. People sort of tramping around the dunes, especially with all the additional stuff. My eye twitches a little bit when you see a picture that somebody took right up against the fence, and they've tromped all through the dunes, and they're like, oh, look, and then they get all these Twitter likes, and it's like, wow, that's such a cool picture, knowing that you tromped across the dunes to get it and trespassed and then got a cool picture. Like, come on, really? My eye twitches sometimes when I see stuff like that, but it's good that they more clearly, I guess, put up signage so that people know they are not supposed to be in those areas. Because people are just used to running all over the beach, right? Let's see here. It doesn't actually say anything about the enforcement of that. It doesn't say, like, SpaceX will provide security to keep people out of that area. It's literally just, I'm a sign, not a cop. So.
Yeah.
It's interesting, like, who's going to dictate that. At least when people are on the other side, they won't just be like, well, I didn't know I couldn't climb over the fence and stand under the Starship. So there
good news
is...
if you like science. The next one
is more science.
Yes.
Wildlife crossing signs for a total of 10 signs, 5 signs in each direction, to reduce the risk of collision mortality for ocelots and jaguarundis. Are we gonna get like a cool ocelot crossing sign? I hope it doesn't just say like wildlife crossing. I hope it has like an outline of an ocelot or something on it.
Ocelosting.
What?
Ocelot cross. There's got to be a way to portmanteau that.
Oh gosh. Ocelot crossing.
Cross-allotting?
So same thing, signage clearly
I gotta
indicating,
say-
warning people. Go ahead.
I gotta say, as non-English speaker, like not native English speaker, jeez, this is so complicated.
It's a lot of stuff.
Ocelotting, like,
Yeah.
oh boy.
It's a lot of stuff, but it's written in sort of like quasi-legal legal language. It's not like a hardcore legal document. It is sort of like human English readable, but it is detailed, I guess you could say, right? It's an
Saying
ocelot.
cross a lot.
Cross-a-lot. Cross-a-lot or ocelexing. You know, like
I really
Xing, how
like
they do
cross a lot.
cross-a-lot. The
So can I point out just quickly?
Sure.
Jack is sort of like backseat commentator, live stream
fine.
commentator right now.
It's like hee-haw. He just pops his head in on occasion to make a remark and then disappears again.
Yeah.
Oh, security patrols. Oh. SpaceX security controls or other necessary SpaceX vehicles on Boca Chica Beach will be driven above the wet line, i.e. the line of the beach where waves reach and repeatedly wet the sand at the time the driver passes by, and at a speed not to exceed 15 miles per hour. Interesting. That just says drive in such a way that you're not going to tear the beach up.
Yeah. Don't ruin the
Not-
beach with cars.
Yeah, not complicated. I mean, plus, you don't really want to drive below the wetline anyways, because you'll just rust out your vehicles. You just toss salt water over the vehicles, and they do not last nearly as long if you're driving through standing salt water.
Still amazing
Oh.
that you can drive on a beach. I never saw that before. Like, amazing. Like, more like weird.
I think we have, like, slightly more coastline than Germany has.
Yes, slightly. I think Texas probably has more coastline than the whole Germany.
That might be true. SpaceX Boca Chica launch site biological monitoring plan to survey for sea turtles, birds, and vegetation changes. So they have a plan. They're going to continue to do it, including the results in the annual report. After 5 years of monitoring, evaluate the need to modify, adapt, or discontinue. Sea turtle monitoring. This is just monitoring. Make sure you pay attention to your surroundings, and we generate reports on what's going on.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
More Starlink.
Look, post-launch monitoring can be conducted by Sea Turtle Inc. However, the use of drones is acceptable if Sea Turtle Inc. is unable to conduct monitoring in person. So this is like a launch has occurred, it's not safe to enter, but they want to continue monitoring sea turtles so they can fly drones up and down the beach looking for sea turtles, I guess. Cool.
Yes.
SpaceX will continue to offer enhanced satellite monitoring via solar-powered Starlink to the Peregrine Fund for continuous video coverage of falcon habitat to aid in biological monitoring. Interesting. That's interestingly worded, but we talked about that earlier. SpaceX, you want some magical video cameras to appear places, you know how to get in touch with us. We can make that happen.
Yep.
We sort of
This
do
fun-
that.
This Fonzie has been sponsored by Starlink.
We've been running our cameras on Starlink long before you ever saw one on the side of a road on somebody's trunk. Let's put it that way.
Dun, dun, dun.
Satellite, sea turtle nest. Okay, more sea turtles. We're into the sea turtle section.
Yes.
If nests are discovered prior to closure and security sweeps, SpaceX will coordinate with Sea Turtle Inc. to remove the eggs prior to launch. This is interesting.
Makes sense.
Because this is not you have to scrub the launch if there's a sea turtle nest there. This is Sea Turtle Inc. can remove eggs so that you can proceed with the launch.
Mm-hmm.
Is that weird?
Not for someone who lives in Florida, where we sometimes have to move sea turtle nests because, Lord forbid, we shouldn't drive on the beach.
Oh.
So no, you
Yes.
can move them. You can move them. Yep.
And it's like people trained to do it. It's not show up and
Yes,
toss them into a
yes.
cooler or something. Sea Turtle Inc. has people that are trained to manage nests, and so they'll work with Sea Turtle Inc. But that's interesting. That's not just like, okay, halt all launch activities until the turtles are gone. That is permission to move the nest. Wow.
Mhm. And to be fair, Cape Canaveral does this too, right? If you've got nests that are potentially going to be endangered by Delta, Atlas, Falcon, or SLS,
Yep.
move the nest.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I could be mistaken, but I think, and let me be clear, I could be mistaken. I think that they would be relocating the eggs anyways. That when they find a nest, they relocate the eggs. That's just what like current standard operating procedure is there. But I could be wrong.
Like move it off a public beach or something like. See, I would
Yeah.
love to go and take our live stream camera to Sea Turtle Inc. and talk about how they manage sea turtles.
That
Yep.
would be amazing.
Tell me where to sign up. Like I'll go and hang out with Sea Turtle Inc. and we'll learn more about them and what they do out there. I'd love to do it. So
If somebody's watching, tweet at us.
I'm just gonna step in front of the ATV. Next time I'm out there, I'm gonna run after the sea turtle person and be like, hey, wait, give me a phone number. So in the Starship go no go poll, what is the name of the station that gives the go for being clear of sea turtles?
Oh my god, Sea Turtle is go?
Like in
It's
the
gotta
mission, in the
be-
launch
Ocelots
control.
go.
Yeah, like
It's
ads
gotta be
go, whatever.
An acronym. It's got to be
It
an
does-
acronym,
Falcon
but
is
it
go,
spells
but-
out Sea Turtle.
Except SpaceX hates acronyms, so it can't be an acronym.
They will check every animal. It's like, really, Sea Turtle, go. Ocelots, go. Falcon, go.
Well, we also never get go no go polls from SpaceX. We just get the result of the poll sometimes. So,
Yeah,
anyways,
it's an electronic ocelot pressing the electronic button.
an electronic ocelot. All right, continuing on. Dedicated space for Sea Turtle. We already looked at that one. For Sea Turtle Inc., they've already got sort of a space where they park the ATV and stuff like that to support Sea Turtle Inc. Makes sense. Let's see. SpaceX plans to conduct more than 2 of the 10 annual launches under the proposed action. At night during sea turtle nesting and hatching season, SpaceX and the FAA will contact Fish and Wildlife within 30 days of the third nighttime launch to discuss if there's a need for additional take authorization. All right.
I have no idea what take authorization means, but that seems basically just to
Okay.
be saying
So
you can do 2 at night. If you want to do more than that in this given date range, you got to let us know.
my like experience with wildlife management in like hunting season in growing up in South Texas was a lot of times they would refer to the animals that you were allowed to kill as the take.
Mm.
And I don't know, I do not know at all if that's the same sort of terminology here. But when you're talking about wildlife management, is take like basically animal deaths? I don't know if that's right or not. Okay, some people in chat saying that that's accurate. That's what I remember. That's the way they refer to it because like hunting permits and hunting seasons and areas are about animal, like you manage the animals by not letting them
Right.
grow out of control, right? And it's like animal collection, not death. Okay, not deaths necessarily, but animal collection. Thank you. Take is used in fishing. Okay. I'm just reading chat here right now. So if they need additional animal collection, let's just use that, animal collection authorization because they've exceeded to the third nighttime launch, they have to talk with basically Fish and Wildlife Service within 30 days to make sure that that can be mitigated. So, all right, there's lots of different ways that take can be used. Are they talking about taking eggs? Are they talking about collecting animals, relocating things? Certainly, I guess certainly. I mean, I don't know. Like, is there some report somewhere that says yearly we expect this number of sea turtles death due to launch operations? Like, seems like the type of thing people would think about, but I haven't seen it in the report yet. So it's just to stop them from removing too
Fair,
many
yeah.
nests and eggs. So maybe that is what it is. It's interesting because this is talking about the nighttime. Like they only have to do it if it gets to the third launch. But anyways, it says work with Fish and Wildlife and determine what needs to be done. Submit an annual monitoring report, what they had to do, the successive measures, any recommendations. Here's where to send them to. There's her email address. All right. Corona, that's like downtown Corpus Christi. I probably even know that building that's in. Anyways, if the FAA issues SpaceX a vehicle operator license for Starship Super Heavy, the BO would expire concurrent with the expiration of the FAA's license. SpaceX would notify Fish and Wildlife if SpaceX planned to continue FAA license activities. License renewal no later than 6 months before FAA's license expires. Conduct a constellation. This is literally just, you still need to get the license. There are time limits around when we need to know that things are going to continue on, and you are going to have to notify us with, I guess it says 6 months advance before the license expires.
Yeah, basically keep us in the loop.
Yeah, crossing I's and dotting T's. We're getting to the end of the scroll bar here, y'all, because we are in a new segment about land use. I have not read any super chats for 62 minutes now. So let me grab these. We're almost to the whole end of the document. It's Ultima is a member. Thank you so much for joining the membership program. It's Ultima. We appreciate you. Marcus Soul upgraded a membership. Says thanks for upgrading to a red team member. Marcus, thank you for that. Farmer C. Clark joined the membership program as well. See if we've got any more of those. Nope, no more of those. Bigun says NASASpaceflight. Dang, you guys are just dropping t-shirt ideas one after another today. I can't wait for all the new merch. We should have a lot of Fonzie and Turtle and Ocelot inspired merch for the first orbital launch. Thank you, Big Un, for the support there. Blackhawk NZ at 20 New Zealand bucks. Appreciate the support. Jake Winlow actually says thank you for the live stream. We appreciate you too, Jake. Musical Wolves, will the employee shuttle require SRBs for fuel?
It's
different
a SpaceX
shuttle.
Vehicle, so no.
Different shuttle. Different shuttle.
It's reusable.
Yeah, SRBs aren't reusable enough, so
Yeah.
no. They'll just put a Raptor on the back of it and call it a day. And let's see here. Used to live in New York City. This is from some guy. Used to live in New York City. It's a crazy story from New York. When the first big Eastern blackout happened, people called 911 because they saw stars for the first time and were scared and said they saw aliens. You pulling my leg.
Okay, I don't know about that one, but I do know that, oh my gosh, back in I think it was the 1930s when Orson Welles did the radio broadcast of War of the Worlds. People thought it was a news report, and they went outside and they started shooting their water towers because they looked like the depictions of the Martian ships
Oh, no.
in the radio report that was being read. And that is real. Yes.
Oh, gosh. And y'all, one more thing. If you've gifted any memberships, because membership gifting is a new sort of thing that YouTube's added, you can actually buy gift memberships for other people. If you've done that, for some reason, those are not coming through our interface here. And if you've gifted something and I haven't said it out loud, I appreciate you. It's not being picked up by the interface for some reason. So I've been trying to catch them, but I know that there might be one or two that I've missed. So thank y'all so much for that support as well. And then Spud over here says, we've literally been reading a legal document for 3.5 hours and somehow we're not bored to tears. Chad, are y'all bored to tears?
Well, thank you. We've done a good
Adrian.
job of making it interesting then.
Yeah, Alex, Chris, are y'all bored to tears?
Gosh, no. Not
Much.
yet.
Okay. Cool. Not bored to tears. Nope, no. I don't even know how many people are watching anymore. Y'all are gluttons for punishment. At least we have more likes than concurrent viewers. That works out in our favor. All right. So land use. SpaceX is going to notify and coordinate with the oil and gas operators prior to any launch, including landing. Well, I mean, tough to have a landing without a launch, but that makes sense. Like
Unless
notify.
the landing is a few days later.
Aha.
Here's one of the very interesting things, so that we haven't really touched upon yet, and Elon hasn't really gone down toward. Starships do not have that big of a cross-range capability when they are coming back into the atmosphere. So this is going to be much more of a like last-minute orbital adjustment to push your ground track toward the landing site, or you just got to rely on orbital mechanics. You can't act like the space shuttle did, where it was just like 1,200 kilometers off. Cross-range that shit, cross-range that stuff. Like, you just can't do that with Starship.
Right.
In that same regard. So very much like the Dragons have to like pick the landing site and alter their ground track and their orbit accordingly. Starship's going to have to do that. It does have some ability to cross range, but not as much as the shuttle orbiters did. So this
Right.
isn't going to be a like, you can come home any day type situation. It might be a, well, you could come home this day if you have this fuel to sacrifice to do a plane change maneuver in orbit, or you've just got to wait the next day for your ground track to realign.
Yep. All right. Well, that makes sense. Like, there is some things that are infrastructure. In Texas, we like to refer to some of the oil and gas operators as critical infrastructure. There's actually laws specifically about protection and management of critical infrastructure facilities. We have ports, we have refineries, we have terminals and storage facilities and stuff like that. And so if you have a Starship coming in hot, it seems like those places that are nearby should know about it, just in case. I guess that makes sense, right? Measures listed above. Oh, this is just measures listed above would also mitigate land use impacts. This is like, yeah, we're cool. Not a lot else under land impacts. We're getting there. Hazardous materials.
This is the last section.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we have the appendices, right? And then we have the maps and appendices, and there's a graph I saw somewhere. SpaceX is going to handle a release of hazardous material according to management procedures.
Yeah.
All right. Makes sense. Give a hoot. Don't pollute. Comply with applicable federal, state, and local rules and regulations pertaining to the proper storage, handling, and use of hazardous materials. This is almost like a reference, like see the law. Like, we're
This
not
is
going to
the
let
law,
you do this. Yeah, unless you just, follow the law. We don't have to put the entire law here, but follow the law.
Right.
Implement the, I still can't remember what that means. Build.
The stormwater protection and correction. Oh, shoot.
No, SW is this is the spill prevention and
this is the
something
spill
plan.
prevention and correct.
Yeah. Gosh, we need like a cheat sheet of the acronyms used in this article. Should be there on the video. If we make an update video about this, we should have acronyms used in this document, right?
Hey, team in the background that is doing exactly that.
Exactly.
See, this has to be like SpaceX's nightmare. It's a document filled with acronyms. Like, and they really don't like acronyms at SpaceX.
Yeah, Elon just read it and screamed.
Rian says
like-
the whole stream is just going to become a time lapse of a mile-long document scrolling by. We should time lapse this stream. Go ahead, Adrian.
Yes.
Sorry.
I was just like, no, I was basically finished. Just imagining Elon just looking at document and scream and throwing it away.
They're going to report a release of hazardous material into the Gulf of Mexico. Release in tidal waters. All right, you spill something, you report it. Makes sense. Comply with the International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from ships.
Follow the law.
Vessel discharge of large commercial vessels. Oh, vessel discharge of large commercial vessels for offshore landings on platforms.
Yep.
That's the oil rigs. Or
The
whatever.
oil rigs, yes indeed.
Yep.
Yep indeed.
Interesting. We'll take it. So follow
There's
the law
our-
about.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say they're not done. Don't discount them yet.
Yeah.
Oh, they're actually even, just side note here, in the elements of proposed action area of the final PEA executive summary, I think it's page 10, they're explicitly mentioned. They're saying super heavy landing at the VLA on a floating platform in the Gulf of Mexico or expanded in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, also they
Alright.
mention a floating platform, I think, in the Pacific Ocean. Yes.
Yeah. Those, by the way, those are not really new in that sense because they contemplated that possibility on the draft PA.
Yep. Let's see here. So it's not like the first launch will land on an oil rig or anything like that. In fact, I think there was something that said the first launch would be expended near Hawaii, right?
Yes, that's
Yep.
stated in the document.
All
And
right.
as they also said on the same document
Yep.
we read before, I think 2 or 3 hours ago, they don't have the platforms ready, right? So it's like
No.
they could do it in a future point, and that's why it is there. But right now they are not able. So they're going to go to the most simplest option right now, which is splashdown.
Toss it in the drink. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Hey.
Ooh.
Really quickly, we interrupt this reading of the Programmatic Environmental Assessment for some breaking news. Apparently, let's see here. I'm just going to toss it on the screen. Like this. News from NASASpaceflight, who you should be following on Twitter. CRS-25 cargo dragon to the ISS, now no earlier than July 11th, after SpaceX was able to narrow down the source of the issue to a Draco thruster valve inlet joint. So if you recall, last Friday we had a potential launch to the space station Cargo Dragon on CRS-25, and they pushed that back to some anomalous readings, I guess due to some anomalous readings that occurred, and they've narrowed it down, and so now that's coming up July 11th, about a month from now. That's a 1 month of delay. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I actually believe it was more serious than that. Actually, it was hydrazine was leaking. From one of the thruster ports is sort of their initial report that we got, that hydrazine was found in an area that it should not have been after the fueling operation. And hydrazine is one of the
Yep.
If you ever heard us talk about it, you've heard us talk about monomethyl hydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide, which are the highly they're the really bad monopropellants that or they're the really bad storable propellants that aren't cryogenic, but they're very toxic, very bad for you, but they are still used in spacecraft, specifically thrusters and stuff like that. And you can see the full report or the full statement there from NASA about what SpaceX has now found. So this is one of those moments where we are going to say they found something on the ground, they stopped, they listened to what the off-nominal things were telling them, and they're not trying to rush it to a launch date. And that is, in this industry, when you have something like that, I will sing whatever company it is praises for doing this.
Yep.
Because stopping and not being a slave to your schedule, not falling to schedule pressure, is exactly what we want to see. And not to go too dark, because we're talking about something happy, but when we have violated that in the past, we have paid for it with 17 lives in the US.
Yeah.
So let's not do that.
Yep. Some of the chemicals and stuff like that are used in space flights are not nice chemicals. They got electrons jumping around everywhere, and you do have to treat them with extreme caution. So about a 1 month delay there on CRS-25, a valve issue on the Cargo Dragon, but now they have figured it out. They've identified it, narrowed it down, and we'll get a CRS-25 launch about July 11th, it looks like. So thanks for the update there, NASASpaceflight. What a great source for breaking news.
Yeah, I know, right?
Follow on Twitter at NASASpaceflight. Same sorts of things here. Back to the environmental assessment. Oh my gosh, I got a shout out. Nice.
Okay.
They even put his name on the screen.
We even put the nice. He's like, follow on Twitter. Let's see. The end is in sight. There's a light at the end of the PEA tunnel. SpaceX is going to implement appropriate handling and management procedures for hazardous materials when venting residual LOX in CH4. Same sort of thing. You need to do that anyways. So,
especially when you have something like methane.
Yep.
Just
hazardous
saying.
Materials such as fuels, ordnance, chemicals, payload components would be transported over public transportation routes to the appropriate facilities in accordance with DOT regulations. If you're going to drive something on the highway, you got to do that anyways. Congratulations, number 7, you're redundant. We like it.
Yes.
SpaceX is going to treat or remove any soils adversely affected by spills. Same sort of things. Follow the federal and state regulations. Clean up your mess if you make one. You're pushing the boundaries. You are trying to do things that haven't been done before, especially with the Methalox engines. There's not a lot of experience operating Methalox.
Well, I mean,
by the way,
correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of like what we might consider to be operational versus testing, these are the first major Methalox engines that have made it this far in the design cycle. And to be fair, the BE4s are not that far behind right now. And we can say that with confidence. I'm not just saying that to say it, but I mean, these are the first that have made it this far with this type of propellant mixture.
I mean, yes, but that TQ12 engine on the Chinese Sukhoi 2 is also about at that stage.
That's a good point. But in terms of power, these are the biggest,
yeah,
right?
That's
yes,
true.
Yeah. Not to say it's not the first methane that's made it there, but in terms of the size and what we're asking it to do, yeah. But thank you. That's a good caveat. We like caveats. We like technically correct here. So good job, Adrian.
Yep.
I mean,
we can even say
that
that
like that. The Terran 1 in rocket is also using methane.
The headline here.
We had an article about that. Remember?
We have, oh gosh, it's an article plug.
Indeed, we do.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I mean, we're sort of at the beginning of the Methalox era of rocket engines. And right now, yes, all of the ones that have been mentioned are valid. These are sort of the most powerful ones that are the farthest along in their development so far.
Right. Across the board, nobody in humanity has a lot of experience operating these sorts of engines at any sort of scale. So we're sort of learning some new things, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, there's the article.
And I was actually going to say, if you are interested in this, the Methalox race likely to be won in 2022 article that we published. Head on over to we could probably throw that up in chat for those of you who are listening, but just head on over to NASASpaceflight and do the little search thing and just search for Methalox. And Adrian and Thomas did a really good job of detailing this just 3 months. Oh wow, 3 months to the day. Dang, that's impressive. 3 months to the day ago.
See, I remember the articles.
Yes. See, we're a news site too. Go read our articles.
Nice. We did. We did get the link in chat there if y'all want to check out the article. And thanks, Alex, for pointing that out. Let's see, where were we? What were we on? I'm going through to find my place. What document was it? Don't close. Oh no, I closed the window. Are we gonna have to like start from scratch?
Actually, somebody in chat mentioned that. So we really we nearly need to read it again so we understand all the information.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Always read it more than once.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
take care of your releases, okay?
Yeah.
Drive on public roads and be safe.
Look, we don't have to do a book report on the Mexican War. Like the
SpaceX intern has to do the book report.
Like the SpaceX intern, yeah.
Treat and remove soils. Look, we're so close to the end. In the event of anomaly, respond to all accidental releases of polluting substances quickly and implement appropriate cleanup measures. It's like, yes, do these things. You should be doing these things. Store solid waste in covered receptacles until disposal. Recycle solid waste. Disposal of remaining solid waste in appropriately permitted landfills. I don't think that's talking about like solid waste like in the bathroom. I think that's like solid waste. What is that, like scrap?
Yeah. We're talking about like what you throw in your trash can at home.
Yeah. Scrap stainless steel and stuff like that. I don't have a lot of. Well, I do have some scrap stainless steel in my trash can. Anyways, disposing of hazardous materials again. It's just follow the law in handling hazardous materials. Don't put it in the stormwater drains. Don't release it into the bay. Don't release it into the ocean. You're making a big impact here. You are there. You have lots of stuff. Make sure it doesn't make a big impact by following the law, following regulations. So. Assemble an emergency response team, responding to hazards and spills for all Starship super heavy pollutants. I'd be surprised if they don't already have something like that. You'd think that they should.
as we've said many times, some of these are just, you have to have this to have a launch pad. So
Yeah.
it's already there.
Yeah.
You know, like that is quite a bit of this. Like, yeah.
Yep. Let's see here. Socioeconomics, environmental justice, and children's environmental health and safety risks. All right. The measures listed above under that stuff, specifically item number 9, would mitigate any potential impacts on an environmental justice population.
Yep.
Further, the FAA will continue providing Spanish translations of vital project-related documents and information and oral interpretation services for public meetings or by request in the future.
Yes, and that is an incredibly important part of this, right? Because of where this is located and who the community is, right? And the culture of South Texas, right? These things cannot only be in English. They absolutely cannot be. That would be a massive disservice to many, or the majority of the people who live there. You know, this needs to be easily understood. This needs to be accessible to different cultures, and this is another unique part of a South Texas launch site that you don't run into when you talk about Vandenberg and Cape Canaveral and Wallops Island in Virginia and Kodiak in Alaska. And I'm going to very specifically only mention our orbital launch sites here. Because this is this is the apples to apples comparison to this. So that is incredibly important, and is good to see that recognition being held there.
Yep. Absolutely. And again, it's another one. It's like, hey, we've already gone through this whole document. We referenced this above. See above where we've already talked about this in detail. That's section 4F, specifically item number 9, etc., etc. But that does make a lot of sense. Somebody in chat summarized it by saying things will be translated into Spanish since you are near Mexico. Hey, that's a fair way to
And also,
sort of go ahead.
And also, even the employees, like, I haven't gone there at any point, but you know, sometimes in the live streams and videos, and sometimes, you know, there's some voices a few times, and you know, I'm a Spanish speaker, so I recognize what they talk about, and sometimes it's like they're talking Spanish, like, right? And it's a little bit like, huh. It's weird for me, at least, to see people talking about rockets in general in Spanish, which is, you know,
Gotcha.
I'm not used to that.
Gotcha. And all of this, folks, all the stuff that we've gone through, how long have we been live?
5 hours?
5 hours now.
5 hours.
5 hours?
Yeah.
5 hours.
We can make it another 4 for the meme. Just saying.
Hey, we've been nothing if not thorough here, right? To the finding and decision. That is the important part that we're talking about, the finding and decision. And it says the FAA decision in this mitigated FONSI record of decision is based on a comparative examination of environmental impacts for each of the alternatives studied during the environmental review process. Basically, we did our homework. We looked at a lot of different things. We heard from a lot of different people, etc., etc. That's how we came to this. We didn't just make it up. PEA discloses the potential environmental impacts for each of the alternatives and provides a full and fair discussion of those impacts. With implementation of the mitigation measures identified above, the proposed action, that's like, what does SpaceX want to do? SpaceX is proposing to take this action, right? Would not result in significant impacts, and therefore preparation of an EIS is not warranted. That's important. And a mitigated FONSI in accordance with 40 CFR section 1501.6 is appropriate. What does that say? In plain English, that says that what SpaceX wants to do, the proposed action, does not need an EIS, the environmental impact study, which is the super long, detailed, even more detailed study that may take years to complete.
Couple of years. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And instead, they have a mitigated FONSI, a mitigated finding of no significant impact. And all they need to do, what they need to do is follow these mitigation requirements that we've put in the document above, all the bullet points we were just going through. And if you do these things, you will have probably mitigated yourself from impacting the area too much. That's what it says. That's not even the 15-minute version. That's like the 2-minute version of what the whole thing says here.
and exactly what we expected, and exactly in a lot of minds what this probably should have been, right? There was never, I think in a lot of people's minds, right, as this kept dragging on, there was a worry like, oh gosh, are they going to say no? Are they going to say no? Are they going to say no? I don't really think that was ever an option, right? This program is too important to our lunar program, to potential military operations, right? And they had already done a form of an environmental impact survey when they first proposed coming to use the land. Right. So there was something already there. Now, granted, not for this vehicle. I am not making that claim at all. It was for the Falcon Heavy. I mean, wildly different in terms of what it could do, in terms of this vehicle. But because that was already done, a lot of that groundwork of like, is there a species of animal that only lives here that could completely be wiped off the face of the planet if something went wrong, right? A lot of that was already done. So this sort of mitigated FONSI and sort of going back and looking at what the original EIS had shown from the area didn't really reveal anything that would indicate this was going to be a major hurdle, right? So what was this and why did it take so long? And apologies if you have already heard this, but for those of you who are just joining our stream, it does really come down to, this is the first orbital, purely commercial launch site that exists in the United States. And that in and of itself means that this is the benchmark, right? This is the, like, if you're a legal person, this is the precedent setting decision for what to do here going forward, because this is the first. It will not be the last. It absolutely will not be the last, based on how we are developing as a species and what we want to do and how this could revolutionize travel. It will not be the last. So when you create the founding document, you really want to make sure that you're getting it right. And certainly some of this, then the length and time that it took, certainly had to do with the fact that Elon went out and said, go make all these positive comments in the comment period. And maybe perhaps without really realizing that the FAA is serious when they say every single comment must be reviewed.
Right.
They don't group them together in like categories and dismiss some of them. Everyone has to be reviewed. And that takes time. And the FAA has made it no secret that this was the comment period that in history that they had put out saying, tell us what you think, resulted in the most number of comments. So, yeah.
All right. I'm actually making sure there's not anything big that we haven't covered here, because there's a lot of extra supplemental information in sort of the appendixes and tables and stuff like that. I mean, I'm seeing if I can't grab a couple of them real quick.
Well, there's one about Raptor exhaust plume. I think that's Appendix G.
The temperatures or the mass fraction of components?
Yeah, mass fractions, temperatures. That actually has a date of May 31st, by the way. So it was completed just recently. If you go to the first page of that thing, so I sent you the link to the list of all things, and Appendix G is exhaust plume calculations for a SpaceX Raptor booster engine. And so it gives details like the nozzle, like the throat of the nozzle, how wide it is, for example. So it's just little details, but it also gives the kind of pollution, things like that of each launch.
Some of the things I'm throwing on the screen there, y'all. This is like degrees Kelvin, and the information about the Raptor.
We actually had a recent live stream where someone asked us how hot was the exhaust of the Raptor. Well, you have it there.
There you go.
There you go.
You have the answer there.
This thing here, this is Appendix G, exhaust plume calculations.
Exactly.
Like, they didn't just make it up. This is another 13 pages. And like you said, Alex, right there, date 31 May 2022. This came out 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
And one thing that's sort of in here, there is the calculation. I think it's actually right there. Yeah, it's the final line of the paragraph right there. Stop.
Okay, right there.
Sorry.
Up at the top of the
Go
screen.
back up just a little bit. Go back up.
The emissions, heavy booster
Yeah, the
emission rates.
right above 2.0,
Yeah.
where it says CO2 emissions from a single engine and super heavy booster are 1,202.5. Basically all of that, right?
Pounds per second. Yeah.
Right. And the thing that I will say, when you look at that number and you want to try to understand what the carbon footprint is potentially of the rocket system itself, but just the rocket system, right, is we're going to also have to wait and see, because this number might start to change and this calculation might start to change when they start actually pulling CO2 out of Earth's atmosphere to make methane there. Because that's going to, like, as if you're pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere and then you're putting some back in, it starts to become a calculation of what's the difference. So I just wanted to point that out, that is sort of what the system does in general. That is how much carbon dioxide it puts out, each engine puts out into the atmosphere.
Yeah.
But when we actually want to stop to understand what that overall impact is to CO2 contribution to our atmosphere, that figure is going to change as the system starts to develop and they start using that in situ propellant farm production, where they're actually pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere to make methane to put into the vehicle, and some of that then gets pumped back out as carbon dioxide. So
Yeah,
we'll have to
it's like a
look at
net.
that as that. Exactly.
Yeah.
And that net is going to change on sort of a sliding scale as the program matures and develops.
Yep. So again, there's all these other supplemental documents here, y'all. Modeling of the plume flow field, oxidation of CO to CO2. Like, there's graphs
There's
and tables.
even
Look at this.
one.
Kinetic reactions. Go ahead.
If you go to the original page, there's one that is Appendix I, and that
Okay.
includes the responses to the comments that people made. So they collated all the, I don't know, 18,000, 19,000 comments.
My
And
gosh.
they didn't reply to them all one by one, obviously. They just sort of pulled
Oh.
together sort of the usual concerns.
Groups.
Groups of concerns and things like that. And it's 38 pages long, and it goes a little bit in detail in some areas, but that's good because, people, that one.
This
That's
one
the
right here.
Appendix
Yeah.
I. Yeah, 38 pages.
Responses to public comments.
And we're obviously not going to read all of that, I guess.
We're
right?
not?
Not
No,
tonight.
look. Responses to
tonight.
comments. Number 2, A, general comments. The majority of public comments. No, I'm kidding.
But this is sort of like what I was saying, right? It's that moment of like where they had to read all of them. They can respond to them in groups
Exactly.
and categories. Right.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It's like level of environmental review. Several commenters requested an environmental impact statement rather than an EA be prepared. Comment response. And then it explains, like, multiple
Why
comments
it is
are...
what it is.
Yeah. Multiple people said this. Here's our response to everybody who was saying this sort of thing.
Yep.
And this is
And
about
again,
the
specifically references the 2014 EIS that was already done. Exactly.
But look at
But
this. It's
people
like
are saying
footnotes.
it's time for Jack to read them all. You should do a live stream and just have Jack read
just
them.
reads the 38-page appendix
Wow.
I. He'd
Let's
somehow
go, let's
make
do
that
this.
entertaining.
Do it. Let's go.
There you go.
He's game.
This is just interesting.
Yeah.
Like, commenters question why the environmental assessment was a programmatic document.
Yeah, they
Interest- I
go
mean,
through all
yeah.
the comments that they did.
Yeah.
It's really there's even one where they say something along the lines of taking taking a harder look or something. Like they actually quoted one of the comments about taking a harder look at things instead of having a PA. I cannot find it. Oh yeah, here it is. It's page 29.
Page, like, I-29?
Yeah, but on the document, not on the thing. Not
I-21,
I-21.
I-28.
29.
Okay. Comment response, National Wildlife Review.
Violations of
System.
law. Yeah.
Where is
It
this
says,
Oh, violations
where
of the
is it?
law. There we go.
yeah.
What am I reading?
Comments stated the FAA failed to take a hard look at the potential environmental impacts, and then it says on the NEPA one, it says a hard look at potential impacts does not necessitate a worst case scenario analysis, and it says you got to look at section B for more information, and like they literally quoted one of the comments talking about them, doing like a poor job. Obviously, there's been people complaining about that kind of thing. There's there's as many opinions as colors probably. So,
Yeah.
but
And there's
they
a devil's
literally talk
advocacy
about that.
statement here. Yeah, and I think what you're saying, right, Alex, is like there's a devil's advocacy statement to be made here, right? Where yeah, some people do want to look at what is the worst case scenario that could happen, right? Like
Yeah.
a Starship fails, which triggers the ignition of all of the propellant tanks that are there that are in both pads. Like I don't know, like what, like it leaves a crater in the ground. Like I don't know. But what the FAA is sort of saying here is like, okay, but look, what the worst case scenario might be hypothetically does not necessarily translate into what is the statistical probability of what we're looking at for the damage in the area, right? And if you're not talking about, like, oh, they chose to build on the one ground, and again, this is just context. Like, if you're not saying, oh, they want to build on the one piece of ground where like this animal doesn't exist anywhere else in the world but here, so if it blows up, that animal is gone. We're not talking about that here, right? We're talking about wildlife that is spread across a larger area in South Texas and northern Mexico here. So, the worst case scenario that some people would have requested that they look at isn't really practical when you look at the layout of the site or what's there or what they're asking to be able to do in that regard.
I think it makes sense. So the headline here, folks, is that we went through all of the mitigations, and there are a lot more other documents to look at. That whole document filled with Raptor flow exhaust calculations. And then here's grouped, instead of responding to every single one. I don't even know. This almost would take more time to find, here's a bunch of comments that were this, and so here's how we're going to respond to those types, and here's a bunch of comments that were about this. Like, they had to sort of categorize and group up all the different types of comments and make sure they were all taken care of.
Yeah.
Good grief.
I'm putting in chat the link to the site with all the documents so people can look at it, and cup of coffee, sit on the couch and just read it.
It is here. I can actually put it on the screen real quick. It is this site. This site may be familiar to you, but this is the link that Alex is going to put into chat. And if you scroll down, read, whatever, TLDR, you come down here, and here's where you have the executive summary right here of the final PEA. You've got the mitigated FONSI and the decision right there. The final PEA for Starship Super Heavy. Here's some references. Here's a noise assessment. Here's the National Historic Preservation Act. Here's the Endangered Species Act consultations. So these are all the other consultations from the other groups. Remember, the FAA was sort of like the lead organization on this, but it wasn't just them. It was lots of organizations doing this. Department of Transportation, Section 4F. Here's the view shed supporting images. Here's the exhaust plume calculations, jurisdictional wetland determination, comment responses. I don't know what a TGLO is, but it sounds fantastic. There's the MOA between Texas Parks and Wildlife, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department and SpaceX. We saw these referenced multiple times through the PEA. So if you want to go check out the MOA between the TPWD and SpaceX, well, it's right here. It's Appendix K.
And if you really want the jurisdictional wetland determination, by all means, let me know what it says.
I mean, I really want to go through the comment response because I'm super curious if there is anything in there about being multiplanetary. Because that was part of the comments, like, oh, let them do what they want, they're saving humanity or whatever, right? And I wonder if there is a group of comments in there that said we still have to do our job, even though this could be beneficial overall for humanity. We got to make sure it's done in a responsible manner or whatever, right?
Right, and
I'm curious.
And this is what we've seen, right? I mean, like, regardless of if they actually have that in there, and I don't actually know, like, if they're positive
that's
comments, do
addressed.
they have to read? Like, do they
Yeah.
have to respond to them? I don't know.
know.
They might not have to
Yeah.
respond to positive comments if they don't wish. But exactly what you just said, Dawes, is the whole point of this, right? Like, this was never the U.S. government or the FAA. I mean, we have a video on this, right? Like, and we titled it like, "Is the FAA to blame?" And the conclusion is absolutely not. You know, like the FAA is not to
Yeah.
blame for the fact that Starship hasn't gone orbital yet, because this was never about being a pain, right? This was never about being, oh, government bureaucracy and red tape slowing it down. This was about, let's make sure that this very valuable thing is done correctly and per the laws and per the regulations that we have in this country.
Yep.
And that's what this was.
I'm literally
Trying to
searching the
find
document.
Yes, Mars. Yeah.
I searched for
put the
multi.
space after Mars. Put the
Yeah.
space after Mars. That should pull it up.
Like multi-planetary wasn't in there. It was always multiple cometers. And Mars only appears once, but it's inside the word marshes. So I'm curious to go through this and see some of the more interesting things. But I think, look, I haven't actually refreshed the main page since we started the stream, so it still says 4 of 5. Ha!
Oh.
So I am going to try to refresh the page now that we have done a 5-hour live stream going over this document. And let's see.
I'm gonna laugh hysterically if it says still
Hey!
says 4 out of 5. Oh, does
So-
it say 5?
Can we say that the
got
FAA is
Yes!
5 by 5?
It says 5 out of 5. It doesn't say 5 by 5.
Huck, it's almost the same.
We
Wanted
should have
to
opened
make
up
the
a comment about
joke.
using 5 by 5. I did a tweet earlier that that little graphic looked like an aspirin, and that's how my head was feeling.
It's
So-
how all our heads were feeling that morning. Yeah.
Oh, geez. So that's not all the coverage of this you're going to get from us, folks.
Not at all.
This was our stream of consciousness reading of what we saw in the document as we saw it. Again, we got that mitigated Fonzie. That's what I guess everybody hoped for and expected. It seems like the fair route. It's not you can't do anything, but it's not the Wild West out there. You do need to take some steps to make sure that you minimize your impact on the cultural sites and the biology and the animals that live there and all those sorts of things, right? It makes sense, and we've stepped through some of those. Didn't really see anything in there that was like, wow, that's crazy. All seemed like common sense. Don't exploit the area, be a good citizen of the area, support the other things that go on in the area. The whole document made good sense to me. I don't know if everybody agrees with that, but it was good overall, in my opinion. Chris, Adrian, Alex, do y'all sort of agree with that assessment?
I do indeed.
I absolutely agree.
Yeah.
Oh, we have to do one more thing.
What do we have to do?
We promised that we would make predictions at the end of the stream what this now means
I
for
was-
the overall timeline of Starship.
I was
Oh,
about
no.
to tell you that you
Oh,
had to
no.
make predictions. I'm glad you remembered.
Think about your
Yes.
predictions. I will say thank you to the super chats real quick. How y'all think about that?
Yeah.
Dynamite Harry
Sure.
is a new member. We appreciate you, Dynamite Harry. We got Dat Taco Guy with $20 here, and Dat Taco Guy said, "Thank you for going through
Oh.
this with this much detail. I struggle to focus enough to read through really long documents like this, and also I'm at work and can't read it. Listening has been a way more beneficial for me." Dat Taco Guy, thank you so much. That
He's a very
is-
regular in Discord, by the way.
yeah.
So,
It's-
yeah.
It's cool to hear feedback that's sort of what we're doing. Some people may be like, gosh, they're crazy. They spent 5 hours doing that. But it's really cool to get that feedback saying that you thought that was worthful, entertaining, worthwhile. I'm making up words here, but it's fine. We really do appreciate the support, Taco Guy. We've also got Robert Keeper. No message there, just tossed in $20. Robert, thank you so much for the support. And Andrew M., who says NSF Team Fan Club. You guys are insane. 5+ hours. Thank you. We're crazy, Andrew. We're just your sort of crazy. Reading through the document for 5 hours.
Indeed we are.
And so, like I said, that's not the end of our coverage. For our Spanish-speaking viewers, now Alex will be going through the entire document in Espanol. Alex, I'm going to turn it over to you, and back to page 1.
Pues claro.
Have a nice day, everyone.
Ah, no. See, now I speak Spanish, and you're like,
He no longer
what did you
speaks
say?
The
I
German
just said,
reading
of
will be
course,
next week.
in Spanish.
German reading will be next week.
No, all joking aside, y'all, we are, you might have noticed some people cut off of the live stream earlier because we are also working on a more condensed version of our thoughts. We're going to have an edited video that's coming out today, tomorrow, with the same sort of summary in a little bit more bite-sized fashion. That is already being worked on. Jack was already recording parts of that before it even came out, and then we're going to fill in some of the details. But that is going to be coming out.
Don't tell people that. Why would you tell people that?
Because it's smart. We were prepared.
You
We
just
did a good
just
job and we were
showed-
prepared.
You just showed the Wizard of Oz guy like behind the curtain with the levers and pulleys. Like, no.
No, Jack, when they see you with the beard and the duck flying by, that's the behind the curtain thing.
And being chased by a swan.
Chased
And
by
now,
a swan.
now you ask yourself what is happening in this video, and you really need to watch it.
Yeah. We've
So
got
that
one
is-
heck of a cliffhanger planned for you.
If you want to see Jack fall into a canal, watch the edited video. Just kidding. Not sure that clip's gonna make it in.
Oh wow.
I don't know. Michael was very liking it.
Okay, but for
Well,
real, are we planning on putting
Michael,
that out?
He's always like, "Do you have a hook? Do you have a hook?" I was like, "Okay, I guess I'll fall in the canal."
That's good. Are we going mad?
God.
Oh my gosh, what page is that on? The
That's what-
Easter egg in the comment document suddenly.
I love how reading a PDF document for 5 hours makes you kind of mad.
Hey. It's a good time.
Well, at least the video is gonna be sort of like this, right? But like 30 times compressed. So it's not gonna be as long.
Nice. So, look, I got to show this real quick. We were talking about the other comments, and it is covered on I1 general comments, and they literally put the majority of the public comments submitted during the public comment period were non-substantive comments, i.e. comments that expressed a non-substantive personal preference or opinion not tied to a specific topic, or non-germane comments outside the scope of the proposed action. The FAA
Those are the-
acknowledges all comments receives and thanks the commenters for the inputs.
Yeah,
In
those
other
are
words,
the
that is the-
interplanetary ones.
Yeah. Yeah, in other words, that's the FAA saying all of you who submitted positive comments of I like this because you wasted their time and made this take longer. That is basically what that is saying.
But they
That's
acknowledge
straight
you
up
and thank
shade.
you for the input.
I mean,
Yeah,
they did say
that-
thank you for the input, which is corporate speak for go away.
Oh,
Don't do this again.
jeez. So, it's the time. Be on the lookout for our edited video, the digestible version of the 5-hour stream of conscious live stream. Let's go around the horn. What do you think now that they've got the PEA, the mitigated FONSI? When are they going to light this candle, and when might we see an orbital launch starting alphabetically at the top, Mr.
course.
Adrian? What do you think?
I think they will barely make an orbital launch this year because I'm trying to be like I always try to include 2 or 3 more months in every timeline with rockets. So I think they will launch in late Q4, means December of 2022. But yes, they will launch this year.
What's the driver of that? Do you think the ship's not going to be ready? Do you think Stage 0 is not going to be ready? Like, what's your biggest concern?
My biggest concern is static fires for Super Heavy. That there will be some problems, some things to solve in that test campaign. They maybe need to replace Raptors, maybe even need to replace vehicles. But I think that's still a big area that I'm kind of worried for. But I'm also excited for. And yeah, I think that is my kind of make or break area to watch. But I still think they will make it this year, but I think it will probably slip into the very late year.
Okay. Alex, you're up next. What do you think?
Oh boy.
Is the Starship half full or half empty?
Depends. Oh jeez. So, are we talking technically or paperworkly?
When does it launch?
Whatever you think. When does it launch? And then, like, you could say why you think that. That's sort of what I asked Adrian.
Okay, I'm not gonna be that kind of. I'm gonna be a little bit more conservative on my estimate, and I'm gonna say just quarter and not a month, just in case.
Ooh.
Fourth quarter of this year.
Peer pressure.
Oh, come on. Okay, well, 20 of
No,
December.
do what you want. Do what you want.
No,
Do what you
Noon.
want, Alex.
Let Alex answer the question. Alex, you have the floor. Go.
I say Q4 of this year, and if not Q4, at least Q1 of next year. Like there could be obviously like some catastrophic failure or something like that. Like, but cross fingers, toes, legs, arms, ears. I don't know that nothing like that happens. And I'm thinking, Q4, sort of like October, November, probably. I'm not gonna. I said I didn't want to say month, and I said it. But
It's okay. It's okay. That's 2 votes for this year, sort of the end of the year, late in the year. Chris?
September.
Oh, wow.
And I will explain it if you wish.
Absolutely.
All right. For no other reason than that is where my gut is telling me that SLS will end up, and I have always maintained that after all of this development, these things will launch within a week of one another on their first orbital flights.
And I'm gonna miss both.
Miss, like, you don't think they'll succeed, or like you won't see them?
Yeah, I won't see them, I think.
Oh,
okay.
And I
okay.
wanted to.
Okay.
After they're gone, you'll miss them. Like, that's what I thought
Yes.
you meant.
I'd say September. Give them 3 months to get through some campaigns. Elon's going to try to push them, and there's going to be some degree of, hey, if the two rockets that are instrumental for the Artemis program can both end up attempting their first orbital flights, and I'll say attempt much more so for Starship than I will for SLS, because I have every confidence that SLS will make it to orbit on its first attempt, just because of the known technology that's used there. But Starship's a slightly different story, but I think they will both end up making their first orbital attempts very close to one another this year.
Okay. All right. Jack, you still here? I know you're sort of like popping in on occasion. You want to issue...
I think earlier I said September, so I agree with Chris.
All right. Jack says September. Michael said next year, like a pretty firm 2023. He's not on the call anymore. But I guess that means that it's my turn. And
yes.
what I think is that they are going to try to go for launch this year, but not actually make it till next year. So I think they're going to go through testing. I think they're going to do static fires. Elon already said that he's going to test things one at a time, right? And then it was like, is that one engine at a time? Is that one ring at a time? But there's clearly a whole static fire test campaign that needs to happen. There's GSE stuff that has to happen. I personally think they could launch without bothering for the re-entry tiles. Like, even if the tiles aren't perfect, they could still go for it. But I don't know that it'll actually get off the pad this year. I have a feeling they may put it on the pad, start going through these tests, think that they're getting close, but continue to find a couple little things, and it's probably going to slip into early next year. That doesn't mean that Elon doesn't want it on the pad like in 2 weeks, right? Is that too much of a... Is that too much of a cheesy? Boo! Into the canal with him. Nice.
That's kind of... I'm predicting December, so I kind of feel that way. So,
yeah.
Yes.
I also think it's important to remind people, even though we've got the FONSI, the mitigated FONSI, in that whole FONSI, in the reading that we just did, we only saw one thing that said must be done before the flight campaign, right? There wasn't, I don't know if we missed another section, but there was one specific thing that was very specific. It said it had to be done before the orbital flight test, or the launch test, or whatever.
SpaceX also will need to conduct similar tests of super heavy prototypes, which has not yet been approved under a separate license. So it mentions those static fires as being part of that license.
Part of the license. So even though we read through this whole document, it wasn't that the entire thing has to be done before they can do a launch. On the flip side, they still
Yeah.
have to apply for the launch license. This
But-
document is not the launch license, right?
There's a but there,
Okay.
which is Starhopper did static fires without needing a launch license. Now, it had a license for ground testing. So, it could be a case that SpaceX perhaps could be probably finishing up even some sort of intermediate license that then could cover a launch license. And you know what other company has done that? Astra. They did that for the Cape launches when they had their first Cape Canaveral launch earlier this year. So, that could be a thing too.
All right.
Oh, nice.
Who knows?
That's, I think, going to be the next big thing that comes up here. Like, they're clearly going to apply for the launch license. This has been taken care of. How quickly are they going to get a launch license? This document isn't the one that says, okay, you can launch now. There is still another step past this in order to get the proper licenses so that they can do the things that they want to do. So, headline on the whole day, mitigated Fonzie. Great news for Starbase, great news for Starship fans, people that want to see it fly. This is not EIS 3 years later, etc., etc. It shows some things. Nothing in the document's really too crazy. It isn't really that crazy. So all of everything that we saw today, I think is good. Is there anything else we haven't added yet, or is it time for us to send this one back to Starbase Live, y'all?
I think time to go look at Starbase Live.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think we're good.
Okay. Well, let's go around the horde one more time and put some names to some voices. Austin, by the way, no, we can't read it again. Sorry you didn't get it the first time around. You can actually scroll the video back if you missed that. We're not going to read the whole thing again right now. Appreciate the support, though, the $5 super chat. Let's go around the horn on the call today. We had Mr. Adrian. Adrian, thank you so much for joining us and digging through the massive document.
It was a lot of fun, actually, and I really enjoyed that. And yeah, I totally do it again on a different assessment that is not this one again.
Nice. On a different assessment that's not this one.
Yeah, not do it again. Like, I want new material.
Nice. All right, there's Adrian. There we go. There's Adrian's picture and Twitter handle at BC Car Counters over there on Twitter. Also on the live stream today, we had Mr. Alejandro. Alex, thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
It was super filled with content, I guess. Oh boy.
Wow, that stream was really filled with content. What a resounding...
A little bit. I don't know how to say it. It's just like, it's been so much.
It's a lot.
I'm a little bit tired right now. 5 hours without even eating. But hey, it's rewarding because I have had a great time. So, and I love all the support that we have had today. Oh gosh, it's just amazing.
Absolutely.
I just enjoy being here on the live streams.
I mean, we would have covered for you if you needed to go get some food or something. Jeez, you don't have to do like
my
a
gosh.
That's why I haven't
starvation
left,
stream
because
or
I
anything.
enjoy it. Even if I haven't eaten, like, come on. I'm having a good time. Why should I leave?
I'm glad we said that, because we definitely let our commentators take eating breaks like when we're on air for a long period of time.
Yes.
Also here with us today, where is the right screen? Oh my gosh, so many screens. Mr. Chris Gebhardt. Chris, thank you so much for popping in and slogging through all the detailed bullet points with us. That's when you sort of joined when we started that.
That was, but man, I gotta say, I had the fortune of being able to read this thing through in its entirety before hopping in with you. So that was a real treat to be able to do, and wouldn't have been anywhere else today. This sort of live breakdown of what's going on brings me back to the first 5 months of last year when we were just watching all those suborbital flights and documenting and covering all of those. It's the momentum is here again. I feel so happy to have spent it with you and can't wait to do this again for test and launch campaigns.
Excellent. And of course, y'all, Chris Gebhardt there, he's the assistant managing editor for NASASpaceflight. You hear him all the time and see his name on articles and such. Actually, everybody on here, we see people on articles. Let's see here. We already talked to Jack Mr. Jack Beyer was on here earlier today as well, sort of kicking off the stream with me. Massive thanks to Jack for showing up and helping me hold down the fort. Michael was here early as well, Mr. Michael Baylor. I'm clicking on these as fast as I can. I'm like, where are they? They're not always in alphabetical order. Michael Baylor was here as well. Massive thanks to Michael. And let's see here. Did I miss anyone else? I don't think that I did. Of course, we still have the entire rest of the team over there that's working on the, thank you, that's working on the edited video. And for a minute, we had Nick, Mr. Nick and Sweeney, pop through and give us the man on the street, Starbase eye view, saying that it was basically work as per usual out there. It wasn't like people dancing in the street or starships launching or fireworks going off when the report came down. Starship just another day, or Starbase just another day at the office putting the things together. But there, I think that his thing will appear on the screen. Where's the little picture of Nick? There he is. Look at that. What a dapper fellow. And then lastly, y'all, my name is John Galloway for NASASpaceflight. Here running my mouth for, almost coming up on 6 hours straight. As always, we appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Thank you so much for all the support, whether it's financial support, you're doing super chats, you're taking out things from the merch shop, you're like buying a t-shirt or something like that. I, for one, look forward to the Ocelot Across a Lot t-shirt or whatever we come up with in the merch store. Even if you're just putting nice things into chat, you're saying thank you, that this meant something to you, you thought it was interesting, you came by from another channel and you brought some viewers with you. What's up, Rocket Sage? How are you doing? However you support the streams that we do, thank y'all so much for showing up. We wouldn't keep doing these if y'all didn't keep showing up. And even just the likes and subscribes and the nice things y'all say to us, it makes us want to show up and continue helping everybody sharing what's going on with not just the Starship program, but spaceflight across the board. For now, we're going to go ahead and shut down the live stream. You don't have to go home. You could technically stay here and watch this video again, but wouldn't it be better to head on over to Starbase Live, where you can continue watching, not looking like much of a sunset out there today, but heck, Starbase with the PEA that's been submitted, it's a totally different place. Look, it gleams a little bit if you look at it right. For now, I'm going to stop running my mouth, and we will see you nerds later. Thanks so much, as always, for all the support, y'all.
See ya.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
RCP chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango Delta nominal.
Flight outside SC off. Say again, SC off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.